CNDH et les ONG. Bonjour aux honorables commissaires, bonjour aux interprètes. Nous allons reprendre la deuxième journée.
Start the second day of our session's work. Madam STC, you have the floor for today's program, please.
The 85th session, and allow me to read first the agenda item. We'll start by the statement on the situation of human rights in Africa. First, with the outcomes of the Forum of National Human Rights Institution, non-governmental organization. It will be a statement by state delegates, 7 minutes each delegation. A statement by African Union organs with a human rights mandate. Then the statements by intergovernmental and international organizations. Statements by national human rights institutions, 5 minutes each. Statement by non-government organization, 5 minutes each. Then we'll have a tea coffee break. Then we will continue with the human rights situation in Africa and with the item number 7 in the relationship and cooperation between national human rights institution and non-governmental organization, with a paper on the relationship between the ACHPR and the NHR, Commissioner Manuela, and a paper on the relationship and cooperation between the ACHPR and NGOs to be presented by Honorable Commissioner Sassi. Then we will have a lunch break, and then we will go to panels with a panel on externalization of migration management, legal issues, current challenges, and the responsibilities of African states. Then reports will be presented by the member of the Commission on Special Mechanism, mainly 2 reports, like activities report of member of the Commission on Special Mechanism, Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, and Chairperson of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa. Chairperson, this is the agenda for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. STC. J'ouvre à présent le point 5 de notre ordre du jour qui porte sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Nous allons commencer par recueillir les principaux résultats.
Getting the main outcome of the forum of the NHRIs. So I'd like to invite Commissioner Phil Tully, who represents the National Human Rights Commission for South Africa. Commissioner, you have the floor, and you've got 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of Dr. Whittle, the chairperson of NANRI, I present to you this outcome statement. The network of African National Human Rights Institutions...
Please, Commissioner, sorry to interrupt you. The interpreters cannot get you. Can you change the microphone, please?
Yes.
Okay. Technical. Can you change the microphone, please? Let's try again. so you can see.
Thank you very much. Is it better now?
Not working. No. IT, yeah, can you fix? Can you assist, please, IT? Ou bien utiliser votre micro, peut-être.
Non, elle ne va pas là-bas. Non, elle va là-bas.
Là-bas.
Soit là-bas.
OK.
Ça marche? Ça marche chez vous?
Oui, ça marche, c'est le micro.
Ça va. Non, non, je parlais pour la dame. Si elle peut aller parler là-bas.
Yeah, can come and, yeah, can, from there. Yeah.
Is the system working from this microphone? It is. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Honorable Chairperson of the Commission. The Network of African National Human Rights Institutions is a regional umbrella organization comprising of 47 national human rights institutions across Africa. It is established to promote and protect human rights on the continent. NUNRI supports the capacity, independence, and effectiveness of NHRIs, fosters collaboration amongst them, and serves as a platform for engagement with regional and international human rights and development mechanisms. From 18 to 20 October 2025, NUNRI, in collaboration with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Danish Institute Against Torture, the National Human Rights Council of Morocco, the Danish Institute for Human Rights, and Transparency International convened the 8th edition of the NHRI's forum at the Sir Dadwa Kairiba Jawara International Conference Center here in Banjul in the Gambia, under the theme Human Rights and Development in Africa, Pathways to Dignity, Accountability and Inclusion. Held on the margins of the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the forum brought together 27 African national human rights institutions, commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, civil society organizations, development partners, and representatives of African Union organs, including the Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security, as well as the United Nations agencies and the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. It served as a continental platform for reflection on the relationship between human rights and development in Africa and the practical measures needed to ensure that the continent's development trajectory is grounded in dignity, inclusion, and accountability. The 8th NHRI Forum built on the momentum of previous editions by deepening cooperation between African human rights institutions and development partners. It reinforced that NUNRI's commitment to ensuring that Africa's development agenda is people-centered, inclusive, rights-based, aligned with the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The forum explored how human rights principles can guide Africa's development processes, ensuring that economic progress translates into equitable social outcomes, strengthened governance, and enhanced protection of vulnerable and marginalized populations. Discussions also emphasized that sustainable development cannot be achieved without integrating human rights standards into national policies, institutional frameworks, and cooperate practices. Over 3 days, participants engaged in 8 thematic sessions covering areas critical to the intersection of human rights and development, including responsible business conduct, socioeconomic and cultural rights of the LGBTIQ+ persons, torture prevention, climate justice and environmental governance, corruption and discrimination in public service delivery, and the sustainability of NHRI's forum as a platform for accountability and collaboration. The forum also featured dedicated sessions on strengthening the engagement of NHRIs with the international human rights system and on deepening their understanding of racial discrimination and equality, particularly through interactive exchanges with representatives of the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Through plenary discussions, expert presentations, and experience sharing amongst NHRIs and partners, the forum reaffirmed that respect for human rights, accountability in governance, and inclusive participation are indispensable foundations for Africa's sustainable development. The deliberations culminated in a set of recommendations and commitments aimed at strengthening institutional collaboration, advancing rights-based development, and enhancing the role of NHRIs as key actors in promoting justice, equality, and sustainable progress across Africa. Specifically, the forum pursued the following objectives. 1, to strengthen the role of NHRIs in advocating for the integration of human rights principles in Africa's development processes, ensuring that policy programs and projects at national and regional levels uphold the principles of dignity, accountability, and inclusion in line with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Union's Agenda 2063. To strengthen the role of NHRIs in promoting responsible business conduct, ensuring that corporate activities contribute to equitable development and respect human rights through the application of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and related African instruments and jurisprudence. To explore inclusive approaches to the protection of LGBTIQ+ persons and the promotion of their human rights with a focus on economic, social, and cultural rights as integral components of sustainable development. To enforce and reinforce regional and national frameworks for the prevention of torture, emphasizing its relationship with sustainable development, governance, and justice, and to encourage ratification and effective implementation of the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. To deepen NHRI's engagements with international and regional human rights mechanisms, including the UN treaty bodies, the Universal Periodic Review, and the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and to build capacity for effective reporting, follow-up, and data-driven monitoring of human rights commitments. To promote climate justice and sustainable environmental governance through human rights-based approaches to climate action, emphasizing the role of NHRIs in monitoring, advocacy, and policy dialogue on environmental protection and resilience. To advance accountability and transparency in public governance through dialogue on corruption and discrimination in access to education and health services, and to identify strategies for NHRIs to support institutional reforms and anti-corruption frameworks. And lastly, to explore the long-term sustainability of NHRIs, including financing models, institutional anchoring, and partnerships to ensure that NANRI continues its role as a platform for accountability, peer learning, and collective advocacy. Based on extensive discussions from the above, the forum recommended as follows. 1, that the African Union and its membership states should expedite adoption of the AU guidelines on business and human rights and transform them into national action plans with stronger implementation mechanisms and clear roles for NHRIs, governments, civil society, and the private sector, and potentially pursue developing binding continental framework on business and human rights in the long term. 2, that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, leveraging on existing regional norms and frameworks, must develop concrete tools including analytical frameworks for assessing human rights in trade and development instruments that NHRIs can deploy to assess human rights gaps in the legal, policy, and institutional frameworks for business enterprises towards strengthening policy coherence, enhanced integration of human rights into development frameworks. States should enable binding legislation requiring companies, both domestic and multinational, to conduct mandatory human rights due diligence, report publicly on their compliance, and integrate grievance and remedy mechanisms into corporate frameworks. NHRIs should expand training and capacity building for commissioners, staff, and other stakeholders on sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and human rights of LGBTIQ+ persons, including their collective intersection with socioeconomic rights, to enhance institutional literacy, coordination, and confidence in addressing discrimination. NHRIs should mainstream LGBTI rights across all institutional functions, monitoring, investigations, advisory work, and state reporting. States should repeal discriminatory and other laws inconsistent with resolutions 275, thank you, Chair, and 552, and the African Union Declaration on Human Rights, Inclusion and Diversity, with NHRIs leading advisory and advocacy processes. All African states should ratify, domesticate, and implement OPCAT, established adequately resourced and independent NPMs with full access to all places of detention. States should embed torture prevention into national development, governance, and justice sector plans, acknowledging that safeguarding human rights is integral to achieving inclusive growth and good governance with the active participation of NHRIs. NHRIs should integrate digital tracking systems such as the OHCHR National Tracking Database on Universal Human Rights Index to harmonize data management, promote transparency, and strengthen accountability. States, with the guidance of NHRIs, should domesticate the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as recognized under international and regional human rights frameworks, and develop or
Commissioner,
strengthen...
je vous prie de conclure.
Merci.
Vous aviez 7 minutes, on a largement dépassé le temps.
Merci beaucoup.
Voilà.
And develop or strengthen national climate change legislation. The forum endorsed the proposal for an African model law on climate justice and environmental rights led by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And lastly, Chair, state parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights should adequately fund NHRIs to guarantee their full and effective participation in the NHRI Forum. This support is essential to strengthening their operation and capacity to fulfill their mandates of protecting and promoting the human rights for all. Thank you so much for your time.
La Commission africaine vous remercie.
I would like to thank you and has taken due note for your statements. And at this juncture, I'd like to call Mrs. Anna Foster to give us the main actions or activities of the deliberations from the outcome of the NGO forum. Madam, if you are in the hall, you have 10 minutes.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un pour le forum des ONG? Je n'en vois pas.
I can't see anyone. Commissioner Desso, the floor is yours.
A very good morning. A very good morning to you, Chair. As this is the first time that I'm taking this floor. Thank you. Good morning again. This is the first time that I'm taking the floor following the election of the new bureau. May I take the opportunity to congratulate you, Chair, on your election, and Vice Chair on your election, and wish you well during your tenure for the coming 2 years. I listened carefully the report on the NHRI's forum. I'm struck by a few things. There are certain interesting proposals that are put forward. There are certain formulations that I listened to, particularly in relation to business and human rights. And I can't help but have to make this intervention. First, this report seems to be oblivious of the work that this commission has undertaken on business and human rights. And on this commission's forum, I don't think that we should accept anything like that. The commission has been undertaking work on business and human rights, and no reference has been made, and we are asked to actually follow standards that have been set elsewhere, not necessarily tailored to the demands and needs and conditions on this continent. So I would like to take difference on this kind of approach, on this forum, on the Commission's forum itself. It undermines this Commission. So I would like to draw attention to member states and delegates that this Commission has been working on business and human rights through particularly its working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights for a number of years. And through that it has adopted soft law instruments which are tailored to and speak to the conditions and realities and demands on the African continent. And that needs to be acknowledged. This Commission has also adopted in 2023 a resolution on business and human rights, providing for or envisaging for a regional human rights instrument. But now this report tells us the Commission may consider in future to adopt such an approach. We have already done that. So I would like to implore colleagues to have a little bit of self-respect and respect this forum as well. It is not something that me sitting down and listen and do not intervene like this one. So we have the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter, which outline in great detail the contours of the protection and rights that are afforded to people and individuals as well as the contours of the scope, nature of obligations borne by states, but also by actors involved in industrial business activities. And it is our belief at the African Commission that these obligations are not a voluntary nature, and we are told to continue with voluntary nature, to stand on something that actually have been tasted and didn't deliver for Africa. Please, Chair, my sincere apologies, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'd like to thank you instead, Commissioner Deso. I'd like to specify that the statements that are made by the NHRIs and the NGO forums are presented just for information. These are not documents that are submitted for validation or for discussion before this commission. So we included them on our agenda to have the main thrust of their deliberations just for information. The deliberations that took place during the events that they organized on the sidelines of our session. So the commission has taken due note, Commissioner Deso, of the comments that you've made. At this juncture, I'd like to invite the representative of the NGO forums for their statement on the main trust and decisions that came out of their pre-forum. You have the floor, and you have 7 minutes. Mrs. Helen?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Keep looking. No.
Hello. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, all commissioners here present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies successfully convened the forum on the participation of NGOs in the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights from 17 to 19 October 2025 in Banjul, the Gambia. This year's forum was guided by the African Union's theme, the Year of Reparations, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. The discussions reaffirmed that reparations go far beyond financial compensation, encompassing acknowledgement, restitution, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition. They are instruments for truth, justice, and the restoration of dignity for people and communities who continue to live with the legacy of slavery, colonialism, and system exploitation. As noted in the statement of Mrs. Hannah Foster, the Executive Director of the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies, the forum brought together 250 participants from 46 African countries and 7 countries outside Africa, including representatives of civil society, human rights defenders, academics, and development partners. The Center was also pleased to bring to the forum and to the 85th session of the Commission 2 groups of trainees from its recent capacity building initiatives. Group 1 from religious and traditional leaders, trained on engaging with the Commission and regional human rights mechanism. Group 2 on environmental and climate change advocates, trained on advancing human rights justice and sustainable development. Their participation provided an opportunity to deepen engagement with the Commission and apply their learning in practice. The forum provided a vital space for civil society organizations across Africa to share experiences, highlight ongoing human rights challenges, and propose concrete recommendations for engagement with the Commission. It emphasized the need for reparative justice, accountability, and solidarity in addressing both historical and contemporary human rights violations. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum hosted a series of thematic panels addressing pressing issues relevant to African human rights and development landscape. Panel discussions dealt on the following: human rights and democracy in Africa. Participants provided sub-regional updates revealing continued repression, shrinking civic space, and growing marginalization of minorities. Calls were made for legal reforms, stronger democratic institutions, and enhanced protection for activists. Accountability, debt, and illicit financial flows. Participants examined the link between corruption, debt, and human rights violations. The forum participants called for the establishment of an independent rapporteur and greater financial transparency across the continent. The panel on civic space under threat highlighted the continued repression for journalists, women human rights defenders, and activists. Recommendations included digital safety mechanism, psychological support, and a feminist protection framework. The forum also deliberated on the panel discussion on environmental justice and indigenous rights, where participants focused on environmental governance and the rights of communities affected by extractive industries. The panel underscored the importance of inclusive decision-making and community-led adaptation. Other relevant panels include ending impunity for human rights violation, CERD's recommendation on reparations, rights of vulnerable groups, where participants address discrimination against persons with albinism, persons with disabilities, and older persons. Participants urged states to ratify and implement the African Disability Protocol and mainstream inclusion. Other panels include historical injustice and caste discrimination, popularization of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, artificial intelligence and human rights in Africa, protection of human rights defenders in Africa, as well as consolidating achievement and strengthening strategies, advancing human rights through the African Human Rights NGOs Forum. Furthermore, the forum welcomed special interest groups, where participants discussed cross-cutting issues including peace building, gender-based violence, migration, civic space, civic freedoms, youth employment, AFCFTA, environmental justice, disability rights, and caste discrimination. The special interest group emphasized inclusive policymaking, transitional justice as pathways to durable peace and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum adopted country-specific and thematic resolutions covering a wide range of human rights concerns. Country-specific resolutions urging action in Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia to end arbitrary detention and restore democratic governance. In DRC, Chad, and Sudan, to ensure accountability and protect HRDs. And in Nigeria, the Gambia, and Liberia, to implement truth and reconciliation measures. Thematic resolution on ecocide, urging recognition as an international crime and the creation of an African framework on environmental justice. On the death penalty, calling for a moratorium and ratification of the ICCPR optional protocols. On civic space, calling for the repeal of repressive laws and protection of human rights defenders. On slavery and caste discrimination, urging criminalization and empowerment of affected communities. On FGM, advocating for harmonized legislation and community education. On the Sahel region, calling for a return to civilian rule. And on economic development and education, stressing inclusive policies, equitable access to resources, and integration of human rights education into the curricula. General recommendation further called for strengthening digital rights, reforming land tenure for gender equity, promoting youth inclusion, and enhancing cooperation across regional human rights systems. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the NGO Forum organized by the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies once again served as a powerful platform for solidarity, dialogue, and collective advocacy. It reaffirmed the unwavering commitment of civil society, equality, and human rights. The forum's deliberations and resolutions will serve as guiding tools for engagement with the African Commission, transforming commitments into concrete action that advances freedom, dignity, and peace across the continent. As participants conclude on the forum and transition to the 85th session, we do so with pride, determination, and hope. The voice gathered here of defenders, activists, leaders, and partners represent the beating heart of Africa's human rights movement. Together, we reaffirm the justice for Africans and people of African descent, that it is not only a demand of history, but a promise for the future. May our continued work reflect courage in the face of adversity, collaboration in pursuit of justice, and a shared vision of a free, fair, and rights-respecting Africa for all. Thank you very much.
La Commission vous remercie et prend bonne.
Commission thanks you and takes good note of the report that has been submitted on the deliberations of the NGO forum. This brings to an end the two items that we are supposed to cover yesterday, but we are not able to do. Now I'll open the list for the request for the floor. We'll start with member states and then proceed with the NHRIs and civil society organizations. As for state delegates, I invite the delegate of the Minister of Justice of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Mr. Maketi. You have the floor for 7 minutes.
It is an immense honor for me as I address this very important forum in the African continent on the strides made and the challenges faced by Lesotho regarding her implementation of the rights of the regional human standards enshrined in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, its protocols and other soft human rights instruments applicable in the continent of Africa. Before I delve into my statement, allow me to appreciate on my behalf and on behalf of the government of Lesotho the incredible work being done by the Commission in relation to the promotion and protection of human rights for all across the continent. Let me appreciate further the unrelenting support the Commission extends to member states regarding the municipal promotion and protection of human rights, guided by the spirit and letter of the regional human rights instruments. The government of Lesotho strongly and unequivocally supports the work of the Commission, thus remains committed to align its municipal human rights standards and practices with the provisions of the human rights instruments applicable to it. Let me now share the current developments in Lesotho pertaining to progressive implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. While a basic human right, the right to access to justice is foundational in relation to practical enjoyment of human rights by all. Without it, all other human rights may remain a mere aspirations. In full cognizance of this, the government of Lesotho has embarked on a journey to enhance access to inclusive, timely, and quality justice services as stipulated as the key priority area 4 of the National Strategic Plan. It is with a great sense of pride that I share with this forum that in addition to establishing the High Court in the northern region, the government of Lesotho is currently at a very advanced stage of decentralizing the High Court to the southern region. This effort does not only address the current backlog of cases that are pending before the courts, but also easy access by communities in the northern and southern region to access justice, judicial justice. Along this, the Chief Justice has adopted the new rules of procedure for the High Court, which ensures that once the case is set for hearing, it is finalized within 3 months. In addition, with the support of the delegation of the European Union and the development partners, the government of Lesotho has moved towards digitizing the pieces of legislation, availing them to the members of the public without a cost. This has and continues to empower the rights holders with the knowledge of laws that safeguard their rights. To maximize the impact of these efforts, the Ministry of Law, in partnership with the Ministry of Gender and Social Development and other civil society organizations, have launched a countrywide campaign through which the community members and their leaders are being sensitized and taught of their rights and the referral pathways to vindicate their rights. Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Mayor, many times it has been recommended by this commission and other regional and international human rights mechanisms that Lesotho establish an independent national human rights institution to monitor the implementation of the human rights. I am therefore pleased to inform this forum that Lesotho has made strides in this regard. In August this year, the Parliament has enacted the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, which represents the first of the 3 stages of the national reforms. With this act, the government of Lesotho has established the National Human Rights Commission and is now preparing for its functionalization with the support of development partners. It is also worth sharing that the 10th Amendment to the Constitution also enshrines major institutional reforms pertaining to security and media. It shall be remembered that strong and resilient institutions are indispensable for the successful and sustainable implementation of the regional human rights standards. The Constitution as amended has reformed the Lesotho Defense Force, the Lesotho Mounted Police Service, the Lesotho Correctional Service, and the media sector, revamping them with the requisite capacity to observe national and international human rights profession in their operations. Lesotho has also achieved milestones with regards to the protection and promotion of the rights of minority and vulnerable groups. The constitutional amendments I have just referred to also, for the first time in the history of Lesotho, recognizes Lesotho, the sign language, isiXhosa and isiPhuti as the official languages. This represents the strong affirmation of the deaf, Xhosas and the Phuti people, communities and their cultures by the government of Lesotho. In addition, in September this year, the government of Lesotho launched Persons with Disability Advisory Council. This is a statutory mechanism responsible for the monitoring the implementation of the rights of persons with disability. This mechanism also has power to issue adjustment orders to remedy non-compliance with the rights of persons with disability by both public and private institutions. It shall guide the development of the national inclusion guidelines and advises on the necessary measures to be taken for ensuring enjoyment of human rights by people with disabilities. In an effort to enhance the right to best attainable standard of health enshrined in the African Charter and its protocol, the government of Lesotho through the Ministry of Health has developed and validated and drafted National Digital Health Strategic 2025-2030, whose aim is to leverage emerging technologies such as remote monitoring and big data analysis to improve health delivery and enhance medical diagnosis, promote person-centered care, and increase access to health services throughout remote access. I must mention that despite the milestone I have just alluded to, Lesotho faces a myriad of challenges in her journey towards protection and promotion of human rights. Budgetary constraints have proved to be a long-standing obstacle that downplays the effective and timeless implementation of the strategies of the government of Lesotho to enhance equal protection and promotion of human rights. However, the government of Lesotho has and continues to count on the national and international cooperation in the implementation of its efforts. In addition, climate change is continually threatening the enjoyment of human rights in Lesotho disproportionately and discriminately, affecting vulnerable communities. The impact of climate change continues to challenge the financial and technical capacity of the government of Lesotho. Fortunately, with the efforts supported by the national stakeholders and the different partners, the government of Lesotho has put in place strategic that builds resilience of communities and had to mitigate the negative impact of the climate change. In addition, Lesotho has for a long time been faced with the challenge that governance, security, and media institutions has minimal capacity to sufficiently promote and protect human rights. As I mentioned earlier, to cover this challenge, Lesotho has engaged in a national reforms process, the finalization of which shall yield positive results on the promotion and protection of human rights. I regret to inform that Lesotho has not yet been able to fully comply with her reporting obligations under the regional human rights instruments. I am pleased, however, to share that with the support of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Lesotho and regional offices and the Commonwealth Secretariat in Geneva, the government of Lesotho continues to capacitate the national mechanism for reporting, implementation, and follow-ups to enable it to work on the state party reports that are lagging behind. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I wish to reiterate that the government of Lesotho strongly supports the Commission and that it remains committed to fully implement the provisions of all the regional human rights instruments. And I challenge all member states of the African Union to prioritize the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and to collaborate to maximize the enjoyment of human rights by all in Africa, and I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie, M. Sekati.
Thanks you, Mr. Sekati, and takes note of your declaration. The Commission has taken good note of all the reforms made in order to ensure the enjoyment of human rights in your country. We are also willing and ready to help you with the implementation of the report. I'll now give the floor to Mrs. Amina Ramdani, the delegate of the Popular Republic of Algeria. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, commissioners, delegates, allow me, first of all, on behalf of the Algerian delegation, to express my deep gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of the Gambia for the generous hospitality and warm welcome and for organizing this session. Allow me also to commend Mr. Idris Sow for being elected as the chairperson, and also Mr. Hatim as the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People Rights, and I wish them success and Godspeed in their missions. On this occasion, I would like to also commend the efforts made by the Commission in order to protect and defend human rights on our continent and stress Algeria's support for its initiatives. Mr. Chair, our session is taking place at a time of challenges, security challenges that are multifaceted, especially in the forms of political conflicts and also the unconstitutional change of governments, human crisis, and terrorism. This requires that we necessarily reform international efforts, totally different or any change of standards. And these standards for my country believes that we have to defend them and require that we implement them in all international fora and African fora, since we are members of the Security Council of the United Nations and the High Commission. My country also welcomes the ceasefire in Gaza and also the introduction of humanitarian assistance in order to lift suffering the suffering and put an end to the suffering of Palestinians. So this Palestinian question should be solved and ensure the rights of the Palestinian people, especially the right to establish the state of Palestine with its capital Al-Quds and Jerusalem. I would also like to also stress my country's support for its support of the Sahara Republic and put an end to the ghastly occupation of its territories, especially through the African Charter when it comes to human rights and the implementation of resolutions of this body, especially the fact-finding mission in the Sahara Republic without any political inclination that can throw doubt on the work of the mission. My country considers the promotion of human rights a priority. So we do notice that since the election of Mr. Tebboune as head of state, we have launched many reform programs in all areas and at all levels in order to strengthen mechanisms and institutions that protect human rights of the citizens. Mr. Chair, as part of our commitments and support for human rights and aware that human development is the foundation of progress and development, my country has promoted some social achievements, especially some services for the people and ensure equality when it comes to accessibility. We have come up with general programs over the past years in order to enhance the purchasing power of the people and also employ a huge number of, let's say, about 11 million employees, in addition to the support of some social development programs, especially for those with special needs, people with disabilities, and also in the interest of divorced women. My country also gives special attention to education and the which is free according to the Constitution and promotes high education services and employment and professional vocational training. As for health care, there are reforms that are ongoing in order to boost health in general through a strategic vision and then boost the effectiveness of the sector, especially for various aspects of this sector, and aware of the need to protect the rules, the rights of the child. Algeria has launched a program for the protection of children from 2025 to 2030, which is now at its tail end when it comes to its implementation in coordination with socio-environmental program, and this plan covers all aspects that concerns the protection and education of the child, and also protects the interest and welfare of the children, and to ensure that they are protected at all levels. As for the efforts in order to promote the status and boost the status of women, Algeria continues to strengthen its role and ensure its presence in decision making and ensure its protection from all forms of violence in the interest of peace and has come up with some reforms to ensure equality and justice and strengthen the role of women in the area of peace and implement the UN resolution 1304, and that is their participation and protection. As for the freedom of expression, the Constitution guarantees comprehensively the right to establish unions and the press and protection from any form of violence and harassment, and provides the environment for with regard to international standards. Their participants, Algeria believes firmly and convinced in the right of people to protect their principles. So as part of its historic idiosyncrasies, it rejects any form of values that are not in line with international standards. So we should always defend the historic realities. In conclusion, I reconfirm Algeria's commitment to work with Commission and all the mechanisms of the African Union in order to promote human rights and protect it at all levels, international, continental, everywhere. Thank you for your kind attention.
Chair, sometimes the microphone goes off.
We take note of the declaration issued by your country, the Popular Republic of Algeria. I now give the floor to Mr. Ogana. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Let me renew my congratulations to you and the new Vice Chair on your elections. Good morning to delegates, to ambassadors, heads of delegations, state parties from the capitals, and all of us here. Chair, I have taken the floor having listened to the presentations from the NRHI and the NGOs forum to congratulate them for their interventions and their presentation to the plenary. Chair, I also, like my colleague commissioner, I'm taking the floor to put things on record with regard to the presentation from the NRHI report. I think it also does take, it was been made with disregard to the Executive Council decision EX-CL December 887, Roman 27, and also Executive Council decision EX-CL December 1127, Roman 34, and I think such makes the work of the Commission very complicated because it puts the Commission in loggerheads with the mother body. And so, Chair, I'm taking the floor to encourage NGOs and NHRIs to make recommendations that avoid putting the Commission on a collision path with the mother body. I thank you, Chair, and submit.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Later, we've taken due note of your observations. The list of states, and I give the floor to Ambassador Houghton Amadane, representative of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Excellency, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Mauritania. Thank you all. Praise Allah and pray on the Prophet. Representatives, commission, chairperson of the commission, commissioners, and representatives of international organizations and regional organizations, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of national institutions, of human rights institutions, and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to participate and with you in the deliberation on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania on the occasion of the 85th session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I would like to seize this opportunity to express my deep gratitude and appreciation to the government of the Republic of the Gambia, the host country, for hosting this session and for the warm welcome and generous hospitality that my country's delegation has received since its arrival on the soil of the Gambia, a country of security, the smiling coast of Africa. I am also delighted to congratulate on behalf of my delegation and the Commission and its entire members and the outgoing bureau headed by Mr. Romingo Lumbu and Salahin Jai as vice chairman, who made an excellent, played an excellent role when during their mandate. I also congratulate and commend the commissioners. I also congratulate the elected bureau the newly elected president from Senegal, Mr. Idrissa Sow, and his deputy, Mr. Hatim Said from Tunisia. I therefore wish the new bureau success and Godspeed in its noble mission and to achieve, to make accomplishments on behalf of the country. I also appreciate the work of the Commission in its promotion of human rights in Africa. And we in Mauritania are satisfied with the level of the excellent cooperation with the Commission, its mechanism. At the regional level, despite the major efforts made in order to promote human rights and protect those rights, our African continent is still faced with major challenges that prevent the enjoyment of human rights, like armed conflicts, terrorism, and human trafficking. So in this regard, my country government is making studious efforts at the international and regional efforts in order to find a solution to the conflicts taking place on the continent, especially in our region, and also and refugees, and to ensure full and security and overcome and fight against terrorism and cross-border crimes. Human rights in my country, during the past period, we have made major achievements and especially when it comes to the rule of law and the establishment of institutions that promote democracy. In this regard, we have continued to establish mechanism for rights protection. And this embodies Mauritanian vision when it comes to protection human rights in line with its international and regional commitments. As for the promotion of civil rights and political rights, the government continues to implement the document on justice and development reform, especially in the justice judicial field, to ensure the achievements in the various areas, especially when it comes to the separation of powers. As for the protection of economic and political rights, the country government has continued to provide services in order to promote education and health and develop them. As for education, the country continues for the fourth year in a row to establish schools in order to ensure equality in this area. As for the efforts that are being made in this regard, we have increased enrollment in the private sector by 80%. As for health services, the government's efforts has helped to implement health services nearly by 80%. Mr. Chair, we have also worked on promoting the country's interaction with international and regional human rights mechanisms and ensure that experts exist in all fora. And in this regard, my country, on the 1st of October, we have become a member of the United Nations Convention against torture. And we provide also protection for immigrants and so on. And the African legal experts for the protection of the child. We have also organized in September, this last September, the visit of the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on immigrants and in general in order to protect the rights of immigrants. Mr. Chair, the government of Mauritania still stresses its commitment to its African commitments towards human rights and continues to support all mechanisms of the Commission and strengthen our partnership on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights by the end of this year. And we look forward to greater cooperation when it comes to the exchange of experiences and expertise between the Commission and my country. And in conclusion, I would like to stress my country's readiness to support all efforts geared towards the respect of human dignity all over our country, and I wish the Commission success in its deliberations. Wassalamu alaikum. We will work with the Commission, the country rapporteur of the Commission with your country. I invite Mr. Rebecca Otenga Obike, Ambassador of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency, you have the floor for 7 minutes.
Your Excellency Chair, allow me to begin by congratulating you for the well-deserved election as the chair of the incoming bureau. I also congratulate our brother, Honorable Hatem, for being elected as your deputy chair. On a lighter note, I will discuss with my sister why they were majority, but none of them got into the bureau at that level. That's at a later stage. However, Chair, allow me through you to congratulate our brother Remy for the work well done, and also our sister Janet. The last time she was in Uganda, she led a delegation and she did a very good job. Congratulations, Chair, outgoing Chair, for the work well done. We are proud of you for leading the Bureau very well. Just a few seconds to appreciate the host country for hosting this very important organ, and also for always receiving us with the African courtesies. We are so grateful. At the same time, Your Excellency, the delegation of Uganda reaffirms its commitment to promotion and protection of human rights. The government continues to undertake steps its policy and legal frameworks, an institutional mechanism to enhance the realization of the human rights within our available resources. Chair, in a continued effort to strengthen existing legislative framework to promote human rights, last month Uganda deposited her instrument of ratification to the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. This made us a second country after Zimbabwe since the continent adopted this in February 2022. This will contribute to further strengthening the protection of the rights to the social security in our country. Further, Your Excellency, Uganda has joined other state parties in ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to the rights of the older persons, which reconfirms our commitment to the protection and promotion of the rights of the older persons and underscores the government efforts in striving to preserve the dignity of the older persons in recognition of their contribution to stability, socio-economic growth and development in Uganda. The government has adopted several social protection measures to enhance the protection of the rights of the older persons, including by rolling out the Social Assistance Grant Empowerment, commonly known as SAGE program. The Special Enterprise Grant majorly targets the informal sector, and we've also established and we are now implementing the parish development model. Your Excellencies, allow us to share with you what the parish development model is. This is an initiative of the government that rights of our citizens. Government is injecting 100 million Uganda shillings in every parish, targeting 100 households per parish in every financial year. Our target is to economically empower the 34% Ugandans still living subsistence economy. We want to move them to the money economy. Your Excellency, in this program, the youth take 30% of the 100 million, the women take 30%, and the remaining percentage goes to the others. Further, Your Excellencies, Uganda ratified the revised African Maritime Transport Charter, making it the 15th member state to ratify the charter and invoking the entry into force of the same. Uganda recognizes the importance of maritime transport in facilitation and development of intra-African trade and trade between Africa and other countries and continents. This will promote the national regional integration and foster economic, social, and cultural growth and development. Uganda pledges its support to the African Union Commission and states towards the implementation of the Charter. To reconfirm our commitment, when Uganda chaired the Peace and Security Council this year, we included in the agenda item of our month the maritime security in the continent. Uganda is currently preparing to conduct yet another election in January 2026. This is in fulfillment of the government commitment to the promotion of civic and political rights. The presidential campaign has started, and the nomination of the parliamentary representatives is now ongoing as we sit here. We wish to reassure this August House that the ongoing election and will be conducted in accordance with the existing legal framework in our country. Uganda remains committed to multilateralism. We believe this promotes dialogue, peaceful resolution of conflicts, and partnerships which are necessary for implementation of sustainable development goals and promotion of human rights. Between 15th and 16th October this year, Uganda, as the current chair of non-aligned movement, successfully convened the 19th mid-term ministerial meeting of NAM. This provided an opportunity and a platform for member states to reaffirm their commitment and solidarity and strengthen existing policy frameworks to enhance the achievement of civil, political, social, and economic rights. Your Excellency, still on the same line, Uganda hosted the Afro-Arab Conference in Kampala from 7th to 10th October this year, under the theme Amplifying the Voices of the Youth for Peace, Unity, and Prosperity. The conference gathered the African and Arab youth to promote relationship between the two regions for better future for the youth and all citizens of the two regions. We encourage the youth to embrace dialogue, unity, and innovation as a tool for peace and prosperity. Uganda, being the chair of the STC on agriculture, in January this year, we hosted the second CADAP summit in Uganda, and would like to pledge that we are going to work with the African Union to make sure that we realize what came out of that same summit. Your Excellency, Uganda hosted the Amnesty Month October this month, and so many programs took place in line of the principles of amnesty. Your Excellency, Chair, before we conclude, we want to briefly talk about the health rights of our people. We continue implementing the primary health care, the secondary health care, and tertiary health care. We continue immunization for our children, and we've now also included the immunization of the young girls between 15 to 26 years against cervical cancer. We've also worked so hard on the area of prevention of HIV and AIDS from mother to child, so that even positive mothers are now giving birth to negative children while we give treatment to the positive mothers. We are in line, moving in production of our own medicines, generic medicines in different areas. This has been possible because of science, technology, and innovation, using different areas, including our universities, especially Makerere University. All these, Your Excellencies, we link them to the National Development Plan of Uganda, number 4, the Uganda Vision 2040, and African Union Agenda 63 and the SDGs. We thank you, Your Excellency, for listening to this delegation. Thank you.
Madam Rebecca Muge, the Commission takes note of the statement delivered on behalf of the Republic of Uganda and thanks you. I now give the floor to Mr. Lawrence Ngugi, the delegate from the Republic of Kenya, who will deliver a statement on behalf of the Minister of Justice. Thank you.
Vous avez la parole. Good morning, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, colleague excellencies representing member states, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, Chairperson Idris and Chairperson Atim, this delegation congratulates on the election to steer the Bureau of the Commission. We look forward to your leadership in fostering the development of human rights for the common good of our peoples. Kenya is honored to address this 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We at the outset reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the African Charter, to the shared vision of a continent anchored in dignity, justice, and sustainable development. We commiserate with the Commission on the loss of Angelo William Myatt, who was dear to this delegation. This August session comes in the backdrop of the loss of two of our own fallen heroes in the quest for a better, just, equitable society that promotes, preserves, and protects human rights for all. Early in the year, death took away from us the chairperson of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Honorable Mrs. Roslyn Odede. On the eve of this 85th session, we lost a Pan-Africanist, peacemaker, advocate for democracy par excellence, constitutionalism and human rights in Kenya and Africa, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. On the 20th October this year, the head of state, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, conferred the highest civilian honor of Kenya, the Order of the Chief of the Golden Heart, to the late Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga in acknowledgement of the contribution he made in the history to the ideals of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Chairperson, acknowledging the critical role human rights plays in peace, a fully fledged State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs. This action highlights the government's commitment in prioritizing the human rights agenda in an all-of-government approach. Kenya has also progressed with promptitude the appointment of a new chairperson for the Constitution NHRI, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, to support and strengthen its independent role in the human rights architecture following the demise of the sitting chairperson. To strengthen coordinated reporting and treaty implementation, the Government of Kenya established a National Committee on International and Regional Human Rights Obligations. Gazetted by the Honorable Attorney General, this interagency committee comprises 18 institutions, including government ministries, agencies, and national human rights institutions. Its mandate is to organize and facilitate the preparation of Kenya's periodic reports to international and regional human rights mechanisms, guided by lead ministries responsible for specific treaties. This structure has enhanced our capacity to meet reporting obligations and fostered a harmonized approach to follow-up and implementation. Kenya continues to take decisive steps to address and force disappearances and extrajudicial killings. A multi-agency committee on the legislative, policy, and institutional framework for the protection of persons from extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances was set up. This 10-member committee includes representatives from key justice, security, and oversight institutions. During the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Kenya pledged to enact comprehensive domestic legislation that criminalizes enforced disappearances and establishes a robust mechanism for prevention, investigation, prosecution, and victim support. To address the grievance of victims of protests, a reparations mechanism has been set up in August of this year. The panel of experts on compensation of victims of demonstrations and public protests between the period 2017 to 2025. To strengthen police accountability and public trust, Kenya has expanded the presence of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to 21 of its counties, enhancing access to oversight mechanisms. In 2024 alone, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority received 1,200 complaints and conducted more than 300 outreach forums to promote accountability. The National Police Service continues to implement its updated training and development policy, emphasizing human rights, crowd control, and legal standards. The Kenya School of Government's 2023-2024 training calendar included modules on ethical leadership, human rights and accountability, conflict resolution, and community policing. Collaborative frameworks with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution and the judiciary have accelerated case reviews and improved transparency in disciplinary outcomes. Chairperson, Kenya is proud to be advancing the business and human rights agenda. We are currently developing a human rights due diligence framework and guidelines toolkit alongside model operational level grievance mechanism for businesses. These tools are designed to support both state-owned and private entities in embedding human rights into their operations, particularly in high-risk sectors. The tools will undergo piloting and stakeholder validation with a projected launch in December of this year. This initiative reflects our commitment to the UN guiding principles on business and human rights and to building a rights-respecting business environment. On the civic space, Kenya has made notable progress in operationalizing the Public Benefit Organizations Act. A digital registry was launched this year that has reduced the registration on non-government organizations' backlog by 40%, streamlining compliance and transparency. A multi-stakeholder task force convened in late 2022 reviewed 23 administrative and procedural barriers and proposed 12 reforms to enhance registration, licensing, and reporting. These efforts reflect Kenya's renewed commitment to safeguarding civic space, enabling grassroots participation, and institutionalizing a more accountable and inclusive regulatory environment for civil society. To ensure the digital governance is consistent with human rights obligations. Between 2023 and 2025, the Government of Kenya undertook a comprehensive review of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act 2018, with the objective of aligning its provisions with the African Declaration on Internet Rights and Freedoms. In this year, April, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill was tabled before Parliament to provide clearer definitions of misinformation and cyber harassment and to reinforce due process safeguards. This bill was passed and assented by the President on 15 October this year. While certain concerns have been raised regarding provisions permitting website blocking without court authorization, this legislative reform represents meaningful progress in promoting a balanced approach between digital security and the protection of freedom of expression. It enhances accountability in cybercrime prevention, strengthens safeguards against online abuse, and reinforces commitment to rights-based digital governance. In part, stakeholder engagement between the year 2023 and 2024 informed 2 national policy papers on data protection and algorithmic transparency. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner launched its Strategic Plan 2023-2027, emphasizing a rights-based data governance and public trust in AI-driven systems. In the year May 2024, a policy brief was presented during the Africa-wide Data Protection Conference in Nairobi, proposing reforms to address surveillance risks, cross-border data flows, and algorithmic accountability. Chairperson, as at the end of February 2025, Kenya was host to 836,907 refugees and asylum seekers. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge in addressing the emerging needs of persons displaced by conflict and persecution. The Refugee Act provides a robust legal framework for refugee protection and solutions, emphasizing the government's commitment to refugee welfare and finding lasting solutions. To address the evolving challenges and build on the opportunity, Kenya launched the Shirika Kiswahili for Collaboration plan in March 2025 as a multi-year initiative to promote the socio-economic inclusion of refugees in Kenya by transforming camps into integrated settlements for both refugees and asylum seekers. As we conclude, on the rights of the vulnerable citizens, Kenya passed the Social Protection Act 2025 to build human capital capabilities and resilience among the poor, aging and vulnerable persons, and regulate social assistance. Kenya also passed a comprehensive framework, the Persons with Disabilities Act 2025, to further protect the rights and promote the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Chairperson, the National Legal Aid Service has also commenced the centralization of legal aid services for the indigent to ensure a presence in the 47 counties in Kenya, taking justice to the grassroots. In conclusion, Kenya's approach to human rights is holistic, anchored in constitutional values, responsive to emerging challenges, and guided by inclusive governance. We continue to engage civil society, development partners, and institutions to strengthen accountability, transparency, and the rule of law. In closing, Kenya reaffirms its commitment to the African Commission and to the collective advancement of human and people's rights across our continent. We stand ready to share lessons, deepen cooperation, and contribute to a future where every African enjoys dignity, justice, and opportunity. I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie.
I'd like to thank Kenya, also taking due note of your declaration made on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, and I'd like you to stay engaged with Kenya through the country commissioner for the continuation of constructive dialogue. I'd like to now invite the delegates from the Republic of South Africa, Mrs. M. Paul Baleni, for 7 minutes. I'd like to respectfully request the speakers to stick to the time that has been allotted to them. Thank you. Madam, you have 7 minutes.
On behalf of my delegation and the Republic of South Africa, allow me to congratulate you, Honorable Commissioner Idrissa Sow, as the new chairperson of this commission, as well as other members of the Bureau on their election. My delegation is confident that with your experience and skills, we will have a very successful meetings. We wish to thank the outgoing chairperson, Honorable Commissioner Remi Ngoyi-Lumbu, and members of his bureau for their outstanding work during the previous session. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the government and the people of the Republic of the Gambia for the warm and gracious welcome extended to us. It is a distinct honor for South Africa to address this esteemed commission during its 85th ordinary session, and we are equally grateful for the opportunity to participate. Chairperson, when the African Union Theme of the Year 2025 was declared by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government during its annual summit in February, under the theme Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, member states were requested to support this cause and allocate adequate resources for the implementation of the theme of the year at a national level. In response to that call, South Africa hosted the first Diaspora Week under the theme Promoting Socio-Economic and Cultural Rights as Forms of Reparatory Justice in October 2025. As a nation scarred by apartheid, we know the cost of exclusion, oppression, alienation, exile, and being robbed of voice, home, peace, and the healing power of justice. The inauguration of the Diaspora Week was not just symbolism or just an event. It was a declaration that the sixth region is not our past, but our future. We all need to contribute to the restoration of full dignity and unity of the African people, wherever they are. Drawing from our own experiences in transitional justice through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, South Africa stands ready to share best practices and support capacity building initiatives in the implementation of the AU Theme 2025, even beyond 2025. Distinguished delegates, South Africa remains profoundly grateful for the Commission's unwavering commitment to promoting and protecting human and people's rights, and we pledge our continued partnerships in advancing the African Union's vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and rights-respective Africa. This partnership reflects our dedication to aligning our national policies with the African Charter on Human Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Despite these excellencies, we must confront the gaps that persist in our collective human rights architecture. Distinguished delegates, as we reflect on the Commission's activity reports, which reports on human rights situation in Africa, my delegation wishes to reflect on the human rights landscape in South Africa. We take note of the reports of alleged and observed human rights incidents, particularly those that are perpetrated by anti-movement groups such as Operation Dudula. It is also important to underscore that such groups are not state-sponsored nor promoted by state. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, you may have noted through various media reports the disrupted access to essential services for non-nationals in recent months. These actions not only contravene our fundamental human rights of equality and non-discrimination as provided for and protected under the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, but also undermine the Pan-African solidarity that defines our shared heritage. It is against this background that our government has responded decisively by deploying law enforcement agencies to investigate and prosecute incidents of intimidation and unlawful blockades, with arrests made in connection to disruptions at schools and clinics. South Africa categorically condemns all forms of discrimination, violence, and xenophobia. As these tensions require a comprehensive approach, we are scaling up community dialogues, awareness campaigns, and integration programs to foster social cohesion and counter harmful narratives that scapegoat migrants for socio-economic pressures. The Department of Basic Education continues to enforce inclusive admission policies by ensuring that no child is turned away from schooling on grounds of nationality. The Department of Health has also issued directives reaffirming that public facilities must serve all individuals in need, and we are collaborating with all concerned stakeholders to enhance monitoring mechanisms. Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners, the South African government continues to address violation of gender-based violence and femicide crisis. Over the years, several national initiatives were launched to fight gender-based violence and femicide. As the Commission will be aware, the South African government adopted the National Strategic Plan on GBV and femicide for the period 2020 to 2030. This is a government's blueprint for prevention and response. The National Council on GBV and femicide that was established to anchor implementation of the National Strategic Plan will be operational by 2026. The South African government has also expanded to Thuthuzela Care Centers. A GBVF dashboard has been created, including the 100-day challenge models aimed at boosting frontline responses. We are also strengthening access to sexual and reproductive health services and driving policy reforms to support women's economic empowerment. All these initiatives, Chairperson and Commissioners, are aimed at preventing and combating gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. Our continued efforts to promote equality in education and land reform objectives contained in the Constitution as exemplified by the recently enacted Basic Education Laws Amendment Act of 2024 and the Expropriation Act 13 of 2024, reflects our enduring commitment to building a just, inclusive, and rights-based society. As we reflect on the Commission's 2024 as we reflect on the Commission's activity reports, which highlight progress in state reporting and promotional missions, let us commit to a renewed partnership. It is with this context that our reflection on the human rights landscape in South Africa also includes the concern raised by the NGOs and civil society organizations. We value the vigilance of these critical actors. For us, Excellencies, their concern amplify voices that might otherwise go unheard. In closing, Chairperson, as we commemorate the 60th anniversary of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, we should honestly evaluate how much we have done to help realize our goal of a world free from these scourges. This will assist to intensify our efforts. We call upon this Commission and our fellow member states to join us in a renewed Pan-African effort to transform our continent into one where human rights, fundamental freedoms, democracy, good governance, and justice prevails, and build just societies that is able to thrive and prepare a better future for an African child. Together, we can ensure that the rights enshrined in the African Charter are not mere words, but lived realities for all Africans. I thank you, Chairperson.
The Commission would like to thank the delegate from South Africa and taken due note of the statement submitted on behalf of this country, of our country. At this juncture, I'd like to invite the delegate from the Kingdom of Eswatini. You have the floor.
And distinguished delegates. At the outset, the Kingdom of Eswatini welcomes this 85th ordinary session of the ACHPR, held under the theme Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. We embrace this theme, which calls for addressing historical injustices and strengthening justice across our continent. Eswatini reaffirms its commitment to the African Charter and to pursuing human and people's rights for all citizens, ensuring that no one is left behind. Chairperson, first and foremost, the government of Eswatini extends its sincere appreciation to the African Commission for honoring the invitation to undertake a promotional mission to Eswatini in July 2025. The invitation was extended to enable the Commission to undertake a first-hand assessment of the progress made, particularly in response to unverified reports concerning the human rights situations in the Kingdom. The Commission was able to meet a wide range of stakeholders, including the representatives from the three arms of government, being the Prime Minister, Chief Justice, Parliament presiding officers of both houses, the United Nations country team, the non-governmental organization, as well as the Commission on Human Rights and Public Administration, not forgetting the correctional services. This gesture reflects government's commitment to transparency, constructive engagement, to advance human rights on the ground, as well as strengthening the regional human rights mechanism. The government is already taking steps to addressing preliminary concerns raised by the Commission during the promotional mission. Reflecting on our commitment to justice and reconciliation, His Majesty the King exercised the prerogative of mercy in September 2025 on the advice of the Prerogative of Mercy Committee. We are pleased to report that 464 incarcerated persons have been pardoned, a measure which not only affirms the principle of restorative justice, but also contributes to easing system pressures within the correctional services. This initiative supports efforts to enhance rehabilitative programming for those remaining in custody. Further, this act of clemency underscores Eswatini's values of compassion and rehabilitation and demonstrates our belief in giving second chances to those who served long sentences. Chairperson, Eswatini remains actively engaged in consultation with relevant stakeholders to advance ratification of key African Union human rights treaties and protocols. In this regard, the protocols on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities have been formally tabled before Parliament as part of the preparatory steps towards ratification. While these processes are underway, the government continues to implement initiatives aimed at promoting and safeguarding the rights and dignity of older persons and persons with disabilities. Eswatini is pleased to share recent progress in strengthening its justice and human rights institutions. The Legal Aid Bill has now passed both houses of Assembly and the Senate and is at its final stages of enactment. This is meant to significantly enhance access to justice for all citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. Further, institutional progress has been marked by the appointment of commissioners to key national bodies. The appointment of commissioners for the Judicial Service Commission is expected to strengthen the functioning and operational efficiency of the judiciary. Likewise, the appointment of commissioners for the Commission on Human Rights and Public Administration will improve the performance of the Commission in fulfilling its constitutional promote and protect good governance. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Eswatini stands firm in its cooperation with the international and regional human rights mechanisms and remains fully committed to the ideals embodied in the year's theme of justice and reparation. We will continue to engage with the African Commission, our national institution, and civil society to build a strong human rights culture. We thank the Commission for this opportunity and its continued support in all the country's initiatives in advancing human rights. We look forward to continued constructive collaboration with the Commission to achieve the commitments made in the African Charter and other related human rights instruments. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie.
Commission would like to thank you for your statement that has been done within the allotted time and has taken due note. Now I'd like to invite the delegation of the Republic of Angola to address the statement for 7 minutes. Success, prosperity. I'd like to thank the government of Gambia for their warm welcome to Gambia. Honorable commissioners, the distinguished representatives of states, NHRIs and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for us to take part in this 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and to have commemorated with you the African Human Rights Day is a day that is indelible in the minds of African peoples, and it will enable us to reflect on the guidelines of the African Charter on human rights that entered into force since 21 October 1986. It is an opportunity to present here the positive changes that have happened concerning the promotion and protection of human rights in Africa and in Angola. In particular, in July 2025, Angola took part in the 59th session of the Human Rights Council on the adoption of the fourth cycle concerning human rights and took note of the 74 of the 214 recommendations that were issued. Angola holds the chairship of the African Union, through His Excellency the President of the Republic, and coordinates a vast program of organization. Most of these programs are aligned with this year's slogan, Justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. In this light, therefore, in our country, there's a program for national reconciliation that's going, and the Commission for implementing this plan following the political conflict of the decree of 19 May. This commission continues to pursue its work to ensure that peace reigns among families, and would like to bury the hatchet of the past created by infightings. The state is looking under every stone and has achieved some major progress in the area of public policies with a direct incidence or impact in the promotion and application of human rights. As regards health, we have implemented and expanded the program of the health network at the national level with the establishment of 10 new hospitals, 6 of which were built in Vienna, in Luanda. Kwanzasu. These are the names of the various hospitals. Also in the Luanda province. As regards human resources, we invested in human capital to support the development of this network of hospitals to provide quality services with 659 health professionals in specialized training. We invested in human resources with a plan for capacity building. We underscored the importance of specialization in 2025 of 400 doctors, physicians, general practitioners that were incorporated in the municipal teams, and we trained 670 nurses that are specializing in community health, strengthening therefore proximity medicine. As regards inaugurated new schools, especially 2 primary schools and 1 high school in the Wembo province, and a training province, 1 school in the Luanda province, 2 classes in Luanda and Namib, and we attributed 620 or granted 620 scholarships for young people and girls. As regards the social sector and the training of women, we have a social protection program to enhance the family in order to promote moral and ethical values, and we already have raised awareness among 626,000 people as for the behavioral change and as for the reduction of maternal and neonatal mortality and the promotion of safe delivery in hospitals. We also trained midwives in towns and in rural areas. More than 626 women have benefited from training on financial digital literacy. More than 200,000 adolescents also received training to prepare for preparation of hygiene issues. One of the major actions in capacity building this year, there was a 12th forum for capacity building in rural areas and for the sustainable processing in agriculture, and more than 853 women took place, were trained. We approved so many decrees concerning, we have the President Decree of 8 August 2025 on the integrated program of poverty alleviation. There's another presidential decree, presidential pardon for those in custody, for inmates. And there's also been a proposal of changing the criminal code of Angola. Honorable Chairperson, in Angola, the rights, freedoms, and protest, the rights to those are provided for in the law. It's one of the pillars of democracy, just like in every democracy. Like to refer to the event of 20th June this year. These were premeditated acts of vandalism, the destruction of the public heritage, looting of and threats that were made to citizens to prevent them from walking. And this led to reduction of major goods and services that were provided to the population. And this also affected all the civil servants in these major shops and most of the workers in that mall lost their jobs.
11:34, I'm sorry. A small, Mr. Chair, I just want to let ladies and gentlemen here on the silence of this second day of the session, there will be some there, and among them are Guardian of Land Enhancement. It will be from 13:30 to 15:30. So that is room number 4 here. The second side event will be on reclaiming. It will start at 13 up to 15 hours, 15 hours, human rights. From 15 hours to 16:30, and the last day will be Sahel from 17 hours to 1800 hours. These are the announcements regarding side meetings. So we'll come back at 11:30. Thank you.
One Africa, one voice. Your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility. to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Because we proposed the 1st of December, she wants to the union to go and celebrate, commemorate the 8th day in Eswatini because of the 2-9 to 95959. So she wants, yes. I talked to the minister. The minister refreshed me. He is correctly referred to nature. Nature is the nature concerning forms. Yeah. She's in charge of the. Yeah. And we can have the Prime Minister as the chief. Okay, then. But definitely I will, because of the peace and safety. When are we taking the report? I know you will. And translators, I see.
Go by how they chant them out.
I see.
Yeah.
No,
But
once
you
it's finished,
are you here?
I'm here until the 25th. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks so much. Yes, what happened? All the projects are about like that.
Let's go and find someone to take a picture.
Yes. Yes. Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, can you hear? Six, 7, 8. Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, can you hear me? Channel 4, you confirm? Can you hear me loud and clear? If you can hear me, let me hear you speak to me. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, can I confirm the other channels 3, 2, and 1? Is that possible? Okay, channel 3. Channel 3, can you hear me? 6, 7, 8, channel 3. Channel 3, can you hear me? Channel 3. Are you in the control room? Okay, Karamandra Muegamoro. Channel 3, can you hear me? Thank you, Channel 3. Thank you, Channel 3. Channel 2, can you hear me? 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 Channel 2. Okay, channel 1. Channel 1. Well, I think the test is good because if other channels can hear, then it's good.
Can you hear me, channel 1? Louder. Yes? Okay. The podium mic. Yes, I can hear you.
some changes la bar nga fa ko en tablo li amadron alla kebulol ba
kebulol be taral de
ye nga fo gayle
الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
Je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. Nous allons reprendre nos travaux.
Oui.
Monsieur le Président,
Oui.
Ici, il a demandé si on peut reporter.
Oui, on va reporter. Oui.
Est-ce qu'on peut traduire la liste
Hmm?
Est-ce qu'on peut traduire la liste dont tu vas côté?
D'accord.
Monsieur le Président.
Excellence.
Comment allez-vous?
Très bien.
Ça va?
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Alors, en raison de notre arrivée tardive hier, ça n'a pas été possible pour la ministre déléguée de ce Brésil. Ce sera possible de la programmer pour demain matin.
Oui.
D'accord.
Ouais. Il faudra juste informer le secrétariat.
D'accord.
Veuillez regagner vos places. La commission va reprendre ses travaux. Je vous prie de regagner vos places. Nous allons poursuivre avec le point 5, porte sur la situation des droits de l'homme. Et nous allons à présent entendre les déclarations des institutions intergouvernementales, internationales, dotées d'un mandat de droits de l'homme. Sur la liste, nous avons deux inscriptions. La première, c'est United Nations Human Rights, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Delgadillo Pérez. Vous avez la parole pour 7 minutes.
Good morning, Excellencies and civil society organization. My name is Ana Lorena Delgadillo Perez, and I am a member of the Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearance. I am honored to be here. Thank you to the African Commission on Human and People Rights and to the Addis Ababa Map Route Force for the opportunity to present our latest report, Enforced Disappearances in the Context of the Defense of Land, Natural Resources, and Environment. The report underlines that enforced disappearances are being used as a tool to silence land, natural resources, and environmental defenders. Although comprehensive global data on enforced disappearances in this context is lacking, reporting and documenting short-term enforced disappearances is even more challenging. On the Africa continent, the situation is concerning in Uganda, Tanzania, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria. We need information from the other countries. These are some of the conditions that allow these disappearances to occur. First, historical and cultural factors such as colonial legacies, systematic marginalization and discrimination, and environmental rights. Second, institutional weakness, such as weak governance and institutions, corruption in state and corporate practices, and lack of legal land and resources ownership for communities. Third, violence and repression, such as systematic violence against human rights defenders and communities, militarization of the territories, and police alignment with corporate interests and not with the community security. Four, legal and civil space violations, such as criminalization of criminal and anti-terrorism laws against the defenders, shrinking civic space. 5, lack of accountability and transparency, such as impunity on enforced disappearances, manipulated consent process, and opaque business operations. Women defenders face unique and heightened threats, and in indigenous communities, enforced disappearances disrupt cultural identity and severe ties to sacred lands, causing intergenerational harm. These disappearances, often driven by collusion between states, business enterprises, criminal organizations, and private security forces that profit from extractive industries. In some regions, organized crime directly controls resource extraction with the complicity of state actors and companies. The enforced disappearances of defenders not only suppress activisms and fractures community resistances, but also undermines global climate action. These defenders, and this is very important, these defenders are confronting some of the most powerful economic, political, and criminal interests in the world. They need our protection. A critical component of our report addresses the responsibility of business enterprise and financial institutions, many of which are based in the global north. These is to respect human rights and any force disappearances. International financial institutions have responsibility as them the violation is the companies involved in operate without accountability to regulatory gaps in countries. States are obligated under international law to respond to enforced disappearances in high-risk such as the African continent. Human rights mandate due diligence and mechanisms to protect these defenders. Some recommendations of the report. 2 states. Secure land tenure for communities. Ensure free, prior, and informed consultation. Corporate conduct through obligatory laws aligned with the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. Include anti-disappearance clauses in trade agreements. Conduct effective investigations with the participation of independent experts and ensure accountability for all actors involved, including business enterprises and financial institutions. Impunity on these cases must end. provide holistic reparations for affected families and communities, recommendations for corporations and financial institutions, avoid criminalizations and acts of corruption in our countries, conduct exhaustive risk assessments before launching projects, ensure transparency in all your projects, suspend operations when there is a risk of enforced disappearances. The countries where the companies have their headquarters have also responsibilities. Companies must cooperate with prevention, searching, investigation, and reparation of the cases of enforced disappearances that occur in the territories where they are active. To public and human rights institutions, monitor and document cases of enforced disappearances, identify and map harmful legislation, promote obligatory frameworks for corporate accountability. In conclusion, urgent international action is needed to protect these defenders. They are essential to the health of our planet. Their disappearances threaten not only human rights, but also global sustainability. We must defend and protect those who are defending our collective future. And one last recommendation, if you allow me to say. Together with other special rapporteurs, in April 2025, we sent an allegation to France and copied to Niger for the human rights violations committed during the Mission Central Africa in 1898, which includes enforced disappearances. I highly recommend you to consult it, as it allows you to see how enforced disappearances affect generation after generation in our countries. Lastly, from all the members of the Working Group on Enforced Disappearances, congratulations to Commissioner Sow on his new appointment. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, Madam Perez, for this important statement, and thank you for also sharing the conclusions of this study with us, which is of importance to the Commission because it's a study on forced disappearances and directed at the context of defending the rights of defenders and environmental rights and the exploitation of natural resources. So to claim ownership of this document, I suggest that you liaise with Commissioner Lumbu, who is in charge of rights of defenders, and Ailo Derso, who are active in this area of natural resources preservation. I thank you once again for this important statement. We now listen to the International Red Cross Committee for its statement. So, Mr. Parole, you have the floor. Mr. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People Rights, commissioners, distinguished representatives of African states, with all your ranks and qualities, all protocols observed. Before starting my statement, I would like to congratulate the new President of the Commission as well as the Vice Chairperson, I'm sorry, Mr. Hatim. And I would like to also thank the outgoing Chairperson, Mr. Lumbu, and the Vice Chairperson, Madam Jai, for their unconditional support to the ICRC when it comes to humanitarian rights protection as complementary rights to human rights. I have the honor to take the floor at this 85th session of the Commission on behalf of the International Red Cross Society. Our commitment towards human rights and the dignity of a person throughout Africa is in line with our humanitarian mission. I would like to share with you today two major and reflections with you. First of all, intrinsic link between international humanitarian law and peace, as well as the overall initiative of IDHS, which provides special opportunity for the strengthening of these things. First of all, international humanitarian law and peace. Allow me to give a clear concept. The IDH does defend war. When countries adopted the additional protocol on the Geneva Convention of 1917, they expressed their desire to defend peace. IDH is part of the international architecture that places peace at the center of everything. How can the IDH contribute to the protection of peace? First of all, there are disconnections here. Less forced displacements and protection of essential infrastructure are important for the reorganization of the return of victims, the protection of civilians, and also the health systems and education preserve minimum of security, help to resume normal peace. It sets resolution of among various parts and obstacle to any lasting peace. Less crimes, less war crimes means also less misunderstanding and debate after conflicts and problems are healed and solved without any problem. It also has provisions that facilitate dialogue among belligerents and special agreements on ceasefire and the liberation and visits of detainees, whereby can interact without compromising legitimacy and responsibility when it comes to conflicts. As it is stated recently by the president of Red Cross, there are 100 marches towards peace, and the first is humanitarian. And Africa, it is quite relevant when it comes to peace here in Africa. In 2024, the ICRC identified a huge number of conflicts in the world, among them Africa, and among them are conflicts that have been long-standing. Under this situation, the respect of international humanitarian law is fundamental. Is to preserve what can be done and ensure, maintain a minimum of humanity that ensures reconciliation. I now move on to the second point, that is the overall initiative for international humanitarian law. In the face of this challenge, in September 2044, there was a declaration issued by the ICRC, Brazil, France, China, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa. The seeks to enforce political commitment towards international humanitarian law. It's just not a routine exercise. It represents a collective recognition that international humanitarian law is universal and relevant for everyone, despite the massive violations that it has suffered from in various conflict areas. The fact that all countries of regions of the world who sponsor this initiative is a testimony of the respect of human rights, the protection of civilians, the dignified treatment of detainees. Distinguished representatives of states and ladies and gentlemen, this initiative provides inclusive dialogue where you can express your priorities when it comes to humanitarian law. Despite Well, it is can be done by you because strengthening the multilateral trust and confidence in a world that is more polarized, and since countries have different positions, can come together when it comes to shared humanitarian laws is a guarantee for peace. The global international humanitarian law is a guarantee for victims in general, with digital advancement and protection of essential infrastructure in urban conflicts, fragmented conflicts that involve many armed groups. In 2026, tens of meetings will take place in Addis Ababa. For example, the international and global initiative for international humanitarian law will help to protect humanity from war. There is no formal procedure to be a member of this initiative. The states here present can just issue a statement of support in liaising with the ICRC through their permanent headquarters in Geneva, or through the regional delegation in Dakar or other delegations on the continent. Honorable commissioners, distinguished representatives of states, ladies and gentlemen, the figures are very clear. More than conflicts all over the world, and people who are deprived of education. And in the face of this reality, we cannot just give up. So with IHL, we can overcome all conflicts, but we cannot solve all of them, but we can reduce them. So this will help our societies to reconsider and create minimal requirements for the possibility of dialogue, even during the most somber periods of our history. So this cooperation on international humanitarian law is to promote dialogue in the interest of people and the promotion of peace. So the ICRC is willing to support you in your efforts and increase our operational presence on the continent and legal expertise in the interest of this common service in a world where the human dignity is respected and war is eliminated, because it is the first step towards sustainable peace. In conclusion, I would like to appeal African countries that were 17 at the beginning of the initiative, those who have not joined it yet, to work hand in hand so that international humanitarian law is respected and there is sufferings, so that we can work together and get closer to sustainable and lasting peace. Thank you for your kind attention. The Commission thanks you and takes note of your statement. And this statement brings us to the end of the list of international organization. Now the Commission will now listen to the statements of international human rights institutions. I would like to remind the speakers of time constraints. We have to take that into account. I don't want to interrupt those who take the floor, at least the speakers. Thank you. So I call on the National Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Commission of Burkina Faso. You have the floor. Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving the floor. Chairperson, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, permit me at the outset to express my gratitude to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for giving me the opportunity to give the floor at this meeting. I would also like to commend the chairperson for his election, as well as the vice chairperson. The National Human Rights Commission of Burkina Faso is a public institution which promotes human rights and is governed by 001 of 2016 of 24th March 2016. Since the amendment of the law in 2021, the Commission has the mandate for prevention of torture. It also hosts the mechanism for the protection of and defense of human rights. Under the mechanism, the Commission organizes every 2 years a Forum of Human Rights Defenders, the third edition of which was held in 2024 on the theme Contribution of Human Rights Defenders to the Resolution of the Security Crisis. Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, Burkina Faso is facing a very difficult security situation highlighted by barbaric and cowardly attacks by terrorists against civilians, the National Armed Forces, and volunteers for the defense of Burkina Faso. These attacks led to loss of human lives, fuel displacement of population, and destruction of property. Despite this difficult security and humanitarian situation, the country has chalked success in the area of human rights, and this includes the gradual reconquest of the territory and the return of persons and the provision of schools, thanks to the efforts of the security forces and the defenders of Burkina Faso, for volunteers for defense of Burkina Faso, free healthcare for children up to 5 years and pregnant women, and free healthcare through mobile clinics, which have been made available to all the regions. The introduction of common work as an alternative to imprisonment, and this contribute to the reduction in overpopulation in prison, as well as the reintegration of those sentenced and the avoidance of risk of relapse. The adoption of a new family code, in which is characterized by 18-year limit for marriage for both sexes, the recognition of customary and religious marriage, and the taking into account of statelessness through a chapter on statelessness, the continuous training of the staff of members of the armed forces and the volunteers for the defense of Burkina Faso on human rights and international humanitarian law. Despite all these efforts, there are still challenges, and these include in particular the persistence of gender-based violence, which mainly affect women and those who are internally displaced, the persistence of hate speech and incitement to hatred and violence, and the introduction of the family code and the possibility of the withdrawal of nationalities of Burkina Faso when they commit certain crimes, and increases the risk of statelessness. In the face of these challenges, the National Commission of Burkina Faso makes the following recommendations: scale up the efforts to combat terrorism strictly in line with human rights and laws, and continue with the reintegration of internally displaced persons in their localities in safe and under decent, and pursue those who are responsible for hate speech in line with and also prosecute those who promote and fuel hate speech, and then combat sexual and gender-based violence, and finally combat human trafficking. I thank you for your attention. The Commission would like to thank you for your statement. I now give the floor to the Human Rights Commission of Kenya. Mr. Bena Modesa, have the floor in your 5 minutes. Is Mr. Bena Modesa, is he in the room? Is he in the hall? Okay, I'll now give the floor to the National Human Rights Commission of South Africa. Madam Felilia Tule, you have the floor and you have 5 minutes.
Africa. While time does not permit me to go into detail, Chair, allow me to provide a succinct overview of the key human rights developments over the past few months. I have previously reported that South Africa continues to grapple with the legacy of apartheid and the persistent human rights challenges such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Gender-based violence and femicide, as well as crime, remain pervasive. It disproportionately affects the most vulnerable members of society, such as older persons, women, persons with disabilities, and children. To redress the imbalances which stem from our painful past, the South African government has recently enacted legislation such as the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act and the Expropriation Act, respectively. The South African Human Rights Commission, aware that these pieces of legislation have garnered a great deal of international interest and that it is being used by certain groups in South Africa and beyond our borders to allege state-sponsored discrimination of human rights. I take this opportunity to highlight that the South African Human Rights Commission provided extensive inputs, both written and oral submissions, during the public consultative processes on these pieces of legislation. Through our mandate as an NHRI, the institution assessed the legislation and provided recommendations to the drafters as well as to Parliament so as to ensure that the legislation is grounded in human rights. The South African Human Rights Commission affirms that the country is founded on the principle of the rule of law and constitutionalism. And as a constitutional democracy, it is imperative to heal societal divisions and foster a nation built on democratic values, social justice, and democratic fundamental human rights. I therefore encourage any party who may have a misguided perception of these pieces of legislation to view it from a comprehensive human rights perspective and to meaningfully consult with reputable and independent human rights bodies to fully understand the dynamics within South Africa. To this end, the South African Human Rights Commission recognizes and appreciates the African Commission statement issued on 7 May 2025, which welcomes South Africa's efforts in advancing land reform and social justice through the Expropriation Act of 2025. Incidentally, in July 2025, the institution hosted the Human Rights and Disinformation Summit, where we brought together national and international partners, including NHRIs from across Africa and beyond, to reflect on the growing threat posed by disinformation to constitutional rights, democratic participation, access to services, and social cohesion. The South African Human Rights Commission is indeed grateful for the African Commission's participation in the summit through Honorable Topsy Sono, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa. Commissioner Topsy Sono delivered enriching insights on the African Commission's development of digital rights instruments for freedom of expression, access to information, and information integrity. Earlier this year, Honorable Chair, South Africa's Gqeberha High Court delivered its judgment regarding allegations of rape, sexual assault, and human trafficking allegedly perpetrated by the well-known Nigerian televangelist pastor, Mr. Omotoso. The South African Human Rights Commission learned with great concern that the accused was acquitted and that the state had failed to present a strong case, particularly during the cross-examination process. The judgment sent shockwaves through the country and undermines the efforts undertaken by stakeholders and society at large in the fight against gender-based violence. It could also result in mistrust of the criminal justice system and may have the effect of discouraging victims of gender-based violence to step forward and lay charges against their perpetrators. The South African Human Rights Commission, together with fellow independent, constitutionally established bodies such as the Commission for Gender Equality and the Commission for the Promotion of Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, have collectively expressed our outcry and is not convinced that justice was done in this matter. To this end, the three institutions have resolved to jointly conduct an inquiry into the processes that led to the outcome of this case. The South African Human Rights Commission notes that despite the entry into force last year of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Right of Persons with Disabilities in Africa, and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Right of Older Persons, the South African government has not yet ratified the latter. The South African Human Rights Commission therefore echoes the call by this August House in its November 2024 resolution regarding the entry into force and the implementation of protocols. These protocols indeed strengthen and enhance the human rights architecture of the African region. Lastly, Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission is encouraged at the adoption of Resolution 641 by the House on 30 August 2025, which is a welcome resolution on the ongoing serious human rights violations. I thank you for the opportunity and wish you a constructive and enriching 35th session. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie et vous donne acte de votre déclaration. J'appelle à présent la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de l'Éthiopie, Madame Albap Ayeleo. Vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Honorable Commissioners, Chairperson of the African Commission, all protocols observed. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission will briefly highlight key positive developments, concerns, and recommendations on the situation. On the rights of women, the draft family law in Afar region is in its final stages of approval to ensure that it is human rights compliant, particularly to guarantee equality between spouses. In central Ethiopia, perpetrators of female genital mutilation have been held accountable following sustained advocacy by the Ethiopian Commission. On socio-economic rights, the Ministry of Labor and Skills has developed a draft regulation on domestic workers to ensure their access to social security and to address serious violations in the sector. The Ministry of Education is drafting a directive to hold parents and guardians accountable for failing to send school-age children to school. To facilitate an inclusive and participatory process, a consultation guideline has been prepared to guide discussions on the draft Business and Human Rights National Action Plan of Ethiopia. The third draft of Ethiopia's National Human Rights Action Plan has been revised to include socio-economic and cultural rights. On older persons and persons with disability, the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs has prepared a draft proclamation on the rights of older persons. With regards to the rights of prisoners and conditions of detention, the federal courts and prisons have begun the implementation of virtual court hearings. Ethiopia's Oromia region prison administration has also finalized the implementation of an online data management system to digitize the records of all prisons. With regards to concerning developments, armed conflict, insecurity, and damages to infrastructure, particularly in Amhara and Oromia regions, continue to negatively affect people's basic right to health, education, employment, and social services. With regards to education, natural and man-made disasters have caused millions of children to drop out of school, and numerous schools have also been closed. One of the regions, Amhara region, reports that only 21% of expected high school students have registered for the current academic year. On development projects, they continue to result in evictions and displacement. Processes often lack adequate consultation, compensation, transparency, which have led to violations, including loss of livelihood. On workers' rights, although the Labor Proclamation provides a legal basis for determining national minimum wage, Ethiopia still does not have minimum wage. There have also been delays in the payment of salaries to public sector workers, including teachers and health professionals. Legal protection and enforcement gaps continue due to delays in the enactment of a comprehensive legislation on persons with disabilities. On freedom of association, the draft amendment to the Civil Society Proclamation could adversely affect just interference over and prosecutors in regions to influence their and documented in other regions where civil administration and justice institutions are weak. Amhara region remains under a de facto state of emergency, with security forces largely in control of justice administration. In Oromia region, individuals granted bail by courts continue to be arbitrarily detained due to what security forces and administrative officials call security concerns. Arbitrary and unlawful detention, denial of bail, and refusal to execute bail orders have also been documented in other regional states. Detention facilities are often overcrowded, lack facilities. Okay, I will conclude with recommendations. We recommend for the Ethiopian government to strengthen efforts to mitigate the impact of conflict and disaster-related disruptions, to create favorable conditions for the return to school of children, and we urge the African Commission to support the Ethiopian government to peacefully resolve all conflicts and implement a genuine and human rights compliant transitional justice process. Thank you.
La Commission prend bonne note de votre déclaration et vous remercie. J'appelle à présent la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme de la République de Gambie. Madame Fatou Gueye, vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes. Est-ce qu'elle est dans la salle, Madame Fatou Gueye, CNDH Gambie? Non. Non, apparemment. J'appelle la Commission nationale des droits de l'homme du Cameroun. Monsieur Diamsou Kobila, président. Est-ce que vous êtes dans la salle, Monsieur Kobila? J'appelle la Commission nationale des droits humains de Zimbabwe. Sibuta. CNDH Zimbabwe, est-ce qu'ils sont dans la salle? J'appelle la Commission des droits de l'homme et de la bonne gouvernance de la République de Tanzanie. Matteo Mwamou. Pas dans la salle. J'appelle la Commission nationale indépendante des droits de l'homme du Burundi. Mme Béatrice Kourinziza. Vous avez la parole. 5 minutes.
Honorable Président, honorable commissaire, distingués délégués, tout protocole observé, l'honneur me soit d'abord pour présenter mes félicitations au nouveau
convey my congratulations to the new bureau on behalf of the Human Rights Commission of Burundi. In Burundi, the human rights situation in 2025 was characterized by a calm security situation. The security situation helped led to the peaceful organization of elections. However, the economic situation has been blighted by the sharp rise in food prices. Burundi is therefore sparing no effort to improve the economic situation. In 2025, the human rights situation saw positive progress in terms of civic and political rights, economic as well as socio-cultural rights and right of solidarity. 2025 also was characterized by the election of MPs and local elections as well. The electoral process was organized in a peaceful and calm manner. Burundi also has signed the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. That was on 6 February 2025, but has not yet ratified it. At the national level, the criminal code categorizes enforced disappearance among the serious crimes and is therefore punishable by prison sentence. The Joint Human Rights Program, the civil society organizations also deliver their mandate without any persecution, and the government has also introduced a press freedom law, and then there's also free school education and free health for children
between 0 and 5 years, and then free maternal care for women, and then the establishment of also investment bank for the youth to empower youth employment. Burundi has also ratified the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons, and has also adopted measures for their protection. It has also adopted national protection policy as well as a strategy for its implementation. However, the center is located in Burumbula and Muringia. So the Commission also notes the measures adopted by state, including medical assistance and as well as the issuance of national insurance coverage, financial support to reception centers established in Bujumbura and other regions of the country. Burundi has also put in place measures to protect the Batua people, who are an indigenous group, and the Ministry of Education is facilitating access to their education. With respect to combating the effects of climate change, Burundi has put in place a normative and institutional framework to prevent and then to address the problems caused by natural disaster, and so has also put in place measures to help 102,000 victims of climate change. However, the challenges persist, and the Commission is concerned about overpopulation in prisons. The Commission also notes the case of mentally persons being held, whereas they should be in specialized centers, and this is also under complaint. And some persons also who have served their sentence are still in prison, and this is major concern. Despite the efforts of the state in terms of promotion of the rights of the Batua people, the Commission notes that the Batua people still face challenges in access to land, decent accommodation, and access to education. Early marriage, school, the dropout is also high, and we're also concerned about inflation, youth employment, and then the difficulty in acquiring drugs due to shortage of foreign currency, the deficit in decent accommodation, and human rights deficit. And so the Commission recommends to the government to ratify the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, and also release prisoners being held arbitrarily, and mobilize enough funds to ensure the effective implementation of national socio-economic strategy for vulnerable groups, especially the Batua people. Embark on sensitization and advocacy program for the Batua to combat discrimination against them, and also enable them to enjoy their fundamental rights. Put in place adequate measures to ensure climate justice, and effectively join the international initiative to combat climate change. Take appropriate measures to ensure the effective management of climate-related challenges. It also recommends to the judges, magistrates, and courts to prioritize the case of prisoners who have already served their presence and who are still in prison, and also continue with national policy aimed at reducing prison overpopulation, and deal with humanity the cases of human rights defenders. I thank you very much. The Commission thanks you and takes note of your statement. I now give the floor to the Commission for Gender Equality in South Africa, Madam Subrayo Nedo. Is she here? You have 5 minutes.
Deeply with our collective conscience Justice for Africans and People of African Descent Through Reparations, which is a call to action, a clarion call for justice, equity, and dignity for those that have endured the weight of historical injustices, particularly African women and other marginalized groups. At the core of this effort is the crucial role of gender machineries. These institutions, which include the National Gender Commission, other national human rights institutions, governmental bodies, non-governmental organizations, and grassroots community initiatives, serves as the foundation of our work to build a just and equitable society. They are essential in addressing the deep-seated and systemic injustices that have disproportionately affected African women, the LGBTQIA+, and other marginalized groups across our continent. Throughout Africa, gender machineries have constantly championed gender equality. They have played a crucial role in developing policies and initiatives aimed at dismantling systemic gender inequalities. We have witnessed significant change in countries such as South Africa, Rwanda, and Senegal, where strong gender institutions have not only amplified women's voices, but has also achieved remarkable levels of female representation in political office. Rwanda in particular has emerged as a model of progress, demonstrating that positive impact of actively including women in public office and decision-making process. Yet, we must face the difficult reality that despite our successes, many of our gender machineries are struggling with chronic underfunding and political marginalization. This ongoing issue severely limits the ability to implement effective strategies and reach those who need assistance the most. In many countries, these crucial institutions are completely missing, creating a void that perpetuates exclusion and inequality. A recent report from the African Center for Economic Transformation highlights a critical issue regarding gender machineries in Africa. Although no region on the continent is without some form of gender machinery, 80% of sub-Saharan African countries are facing significant gaps in their institutional frameworks and data collection methods. Alarmingly, in 2022, approximately 12 African countries were excluded from the African Women's Inclusion Index due to insufficient or outdated gender data. This lack of data not only reveals weakness in our gender machineries, but also emphasizes the urgent need for strong frameworks to ensure the accurate collection of gender disaggregated data. Honorable Commissioners, as we pause to reflect on our noble journey of seeking justice and reparations, let us take this crucial opportunity to strengthen gender machineries across our continent. These essential entities have the potential to play a transformative role in developing reparation frameworks that are both inclusive and impactful, prioritizing systems that acknowledge the consequences of past injustices and ensuring that the voices of the affected communities are central to our decision-making processes. The invaluable insights may guide us in shaping outcomes that reflect our commitment to equity and inclusivity, making certain that no one is left behind in this vital quest for healing and reconciliation. Practical examples from African contexts that illustrate this impact include countries like Liberia, where the Minister of Gender played a crucial role in the post-war reconciliation and reintegration of women ex-combatants, helping them transition back into society. In South Sudan, gender focal points have been instrumental in documenting incidents of sexual and gender-based violence, advocating for justice that prioritizes the needs and perspectives of survivors. In the Democratic Republic of Congo,
Madame, je vous prie de bien vouloir conclure. Nous avons dépassé
I will move
le
on
temps
to the
imparti.
recommendations. In light of the background provided, we urge the African Commission to take the following actions. Advocate for the establishment and strengthening of gender machineries in all AU member states with clear mandates and adequate funding. 2, use its mandates and influence to advocate for the establishment of the Independent Gender Commission in all AU member states modeled on the best practice. 3, encourage the African Union to adopt a continental framework for gender commissions outlining minimum standards for independence, funding, mandate, and accountability. 4, integrate gender commissions into reparation discourse, recognizing them as vehicles for redress, healing, and transformation, especially for women and marginalized genders who have endured historical and systemic harm. Monitor and report on member states' progress in establishing and strengthening gender machineries and include this in the Commission's periodic reviews and recommendations. Ensure reparation frameworks explicitly address gender injustices, including those arising from colonialism, conflict, and systemic exclusion. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
La Commission vous remercie, prend acte de votre déclaration et prend bonne note des recommandations qu'elle contient. La liste des délégués inscrits au titre des INDH est à présent épuisée. Je vais commencer à appeler les délégués inscrits au titre des organisations de la société civile. Je les appellerai successivement jusqu'à 13 heures, heure à laquelle nous passerons au point suivant. J'appelle Environnement, ressources naturelles et développement.
Resources and Development, Richard Bardoza, the Executive Director. Is he here? Richard Bardoza. Is he here? The Commission would like to listen to you for 5 minutes. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of states, representatives of African organizations, representatives of international organizations, it is with a profound hope that we draw your attention to the tragic situation of the indigenous people of Kivu, expelled from their ancestral lands from Zubiegia. For decades now, they have been suffering historic injustices. They have been dispossessed from their lands, their culture, and their livelihood on the name of conservation. They have been chased from the forests that have been their home since time immemorial. Today, they are confined to a life of misery, of extreme misery, systemic marginalization and violence, and violation of their fundamental rights. Honorable Chairperson, this Commission is well aware of this case through your historic decision on the merits based on the Batwa community through communication 555 with 15. That puts the Batwa against the Congolese government. To this end, we'd like to recommend to the Commission to remind the DRC to implement the decision that you meted out on communication 588-15 for continuous and grave violations of the rights of Batwa, and require of the DRC an action plan based with a calendar for the complete implementation of the measures that you took. Started a dialogue with financial partners and as well as technical and financial partners. Call on them to support the protection of human rights and the implementation of the decision on communication 588-15 of 15 July 2022 for the Betwe people. Undertake a field visit in the DRC to find out for themselves and assess the degree of implementation of the decision. Thank you for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you for your precision and has taken note of your statement. And right now, I'd like to invite the OS African of Human Rights Defenders, Mrs. Nishwa. You have the floor for 5 minutes. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, dear delegates. The Human Rights Defenders Network would like to draw to your attention the situation in member states of the Alliance of Sahel states, where the daily lives of people are subjected to some physical integrity, kidnappings and forced disparitions, the recruitment of child soldiers by terrorist groups, arbitrary arrest, the tax impositions, restriction of movement, the restriction of entire fields, and the destruction of the property of people, rape of women, forced marriages and early marriages, attack against police and gendarmerie posts. For example, in Burkina Faso, more than 2,000 internally displaced persons are forced to leave their homes and lands. And according to various reports, the perpetrators of this violence are terrorist groups, and in certain cases, the army and the force of defense and security. And it's only in rare cases that these violations are investigated and the results are never communicated, encouraging the culture of impunity in such a difficult background. And the suspension of the official recognition and of NGOs in Burkina Faso, 10 NGOs were suspended, and 20 rescinded. The expulsion of the international organizations, political discourse that's against the human rights, and the suspension of political parties, not only in AES member states, but a reality for all the countries of the sub-region. Against this backdrop, Honorable Commissioner, this network exalts, like that the Commission exalts the AES member states should respect the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in all dimensions of management of states, including freedom of associations and meetings, especially for human rights defenders and journalists. Mali, the withdrawal of decree number 230 of 10 April 2024 that suspends political parties and political activities. The Burkina Faso has freed human rights defenders, including Maître Evekam. Niger should free human rights defenders Yumosa Changari. Burkina Faso and Niger should withdraw from their ordinance all legal order that will contribute the emergence of new patrie. As regards Cote d'Ivoire, they should guarantee security and freedom of association, political militants, and put an end to arrests in electoral context that is very tense. Gandhi should comply to the guidelines of 2017 of freedom of association and meetings in Africa, and Guinea should free all human rights defenders, including Mamadou Gourba and alias Fokani Mambe, and guarantee an environment that would enable journalists and political opponents and defenders of human rights to conduct their work legitimately without fear of arbitrary arrest, reprisals, and other violations of their rights. Togo and Liberia should also free prisoners and guarantee the respect of the civil space. With regard to Mauritania, we would like to request Honorable Commissioner, to invite Mauritania to open investigation against torture committed by the forces of law and order, especially with regard to Sapka in Emina. We'd like to congratulate the new Bureau of the Commission and wish it a fruitful mandate. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, thank you for the floor. The Commission would like to thank you and has taken due note of your recommendations and your statement. I would like to invite the Human Rights Institution of South Africa.
Commission of South Africa has presented its statement. Thank you so much.
Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission, distinguished state delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Human Rights Institute of South Africa is privileged to present the statement on the situation of human rights in Southern Africa. In terms of accountability and the rule of law, we commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for its promotion mission to Eswatini on the 15th to the 19th of July, during which you called upon the Kingdom of Eswatini to uphold human rights, advance judicial independence, and engage civil society meaningfully. However, the Kingdom has continued to undermine these protections and erode trust in both national and regional human rights processes. From the 16th of July 2025, Eswatini reportedly became the destination for high-profile deportees secretly transferred from the United States under OPAC third country agreement worth millions. The deportees whose identities remain undisclosed and whom U.S. Authorities allegedly described as dangerous and unwanted by their home countries were detained without charge in maximum security facilities. Civil society groups have filed legal action against the Kingdom of Eswatini, arguing that the agreement violated due processes and unconstitutional requirements, as it was never submitted to Parliament for approval. Furthermore, Eswatini continues to enforce repressive laws, such as the Suppression of Terrorism Act and the Sedition and Subversive Activities, which are frequently used to criminalize dissent and silence government critiques. Currently, opposition figure, including former Member of Parliament, Mduduzi Basede Mabuzo, have faced ongoing legal harassment and repeated delays in appeal hearing, undermining his right to access justice and effective remedies, including to an appeal to a higher tribunal. And on 7 October 2025 in South Africa, South Africa's Department of Home Affairs announced an 18-month extension for the Zimbabwe and Lesotho exemption permit, protecting these refugees from arrest, detention, or deportation due to expired documentation. While this move is widely commendable, concerns remain over the continued intimidation and exclusion of migrants and refugees, particularly by anti-migrant groups such as Operation Dudula. Many migrants have been denied access to public health facilities, despite the South African Human Rights Commission affirming that the Constitution guarantees health care for all, including undocumented migrants. The South African Human Rights Commission has faced strong backlash from political parties like Action SA and Operation Dudula, who accuse it of prioritizing foreigners over citizens. Meanwhile, the Parliament Joint Constitutional Review Committee received over 250 submissions this year, calling for a constitutional amendment under Section 26, the right to housing, Section 27, the right to healthcare, and Section 29, the right to education. Among these, Action SA proposed amendments to restrict socio-economic rights for undocumented migrants due to strained public resources, a move that civil society wants could erode the universality of the Bill of Rights and the legitimate exclusion discriminatory policies against migrants in South Africa. Still under freedom of association and expression, South Africa's civic space continued to shrink, with civil society and human rights defenders facing harassment, intimidation, and in some cases, extrajudicial killings. Government and local authority often target activists who expose corruption or advocate for accountability. On 13 June 2025, Archbishop Nkosinata Ngesi, chairperson of the concerned Makata resident, reported receiving a death threat allegedly from Makana local municipality officials who called him the only stumbling block to their interests and warned that he had to be removed. Just a month later, on the 6th of October, Alexander community leader Vincent Dima was shot dead by unknown gunmen. Dima had been leading anti-crime activist initiatives, including joint patrols with residents and local police. Furthermore, in Zimbabwe, there has been arrest of women and communities speaking against arbitrary eviction and harmful environmental practices. On 1st of October 2025, a 40-year-old Simagale singer from Dinky village in Kwange district, along with fellow villagers, were arrested when they had staged a protest against the Chinese company, accusing it of extracting water from Kalop Dam without consulting the local community. They were charged with obstructing water, disorderly conduct, and public indecency. The women continue to face persecution for defending their land, environmental, and cultural rights. Sorry. Okay, so I'll just go straight to the recommendation. I urge the Kingdom of Eswatini to provide full disclosure on the identities, status, and legal basis for the transfer of deportees and submit any agreement with foreign government to Parliament for review and approval in line with constitutional and regional obligation. Urge South Africa to accelerate in finding the perpetrators of murder, brutal murder of Vincent Dima for prosecution and protect human rights defenders such as Archbishop Nkosinati. And urge Zimbabwe to repeal draconian laws such as the criminal law limiting freedom of expression and drop all charges against Bless Mlanga and Faith Zama, who are facing prosecution for exercising their right to freedom of expression, and domesticate and implement the UN guiding principle on business and human rights to ensure accountability for development-induced violation and to provide effective remedies for communities following human rights abuses within the extractive sector. Thank you.
Nous vous remercions pour votre déclaration. J'appelle à...
I'd like to invite the International Federation of Women Legal Officers. Mrs. Queen Bissing, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Is she here?
Lawyers and the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Decent, representing communities worldwide, 270 million people still facing discrimination based on caste, slavery, and social heritage, including several millions in Africa. Their lives remain marked by historical marginalization. This marginalization is a legacy of historical injustice, slavery, colonization, and social stratification, which continue to hinder the access of communities discriminated on work and decent to their fundamental rights today. We strongly commend the African Commission for its courageous commitment to justice, equality, and human dignity, and for providing this vital platform that allows the voices of the most marginalized to finally be heard. Today, we come to demand justice for communities discriminated on work and decent and call for reparation for these communities. True justice and recognition of their rights cannot be complete without these communities, which remain largely invisibilized in our institutions and policies. These communities face structural discrimination, economic and political exclusion, lack of access to resources and opportunities, social segregation, and denial of justice. They experience treatment that continue the legacy of historical injustice and still today denies them their fundamental rights. Honorable Chairperson, we applaud the historic adoption of the Resolution 619 at the 81st Ordinary Session of the African Commission, which finally recognizes the deep discrimination faced by these communities. This recognition is a crucial step, but recognition alone is not justice. It must be translated into concrete and immediate actions to restore rights and strengthen the dignity of communities discriminated on work and decent. We call on the African Commission to develop and disseminate clear guidelines for the implementation of Resolution 619 by the member states. support national government in reviewing laws, policies, and institutional practices to eliminate all forms of discrimination based on caste, inherited social status, and introduce positive discriminatory measures for communities discriminated on work and descent to begin repairing these historical injustices and promote their full development. Ensure the inclusion of these communities in national reparation programs through tele-initiative, justice measures, economic development, and political participation. Promote awareness campaign and institutional reforms that challenge social and customary norms perpetuating the exclusion of CDWD. Encourage the correction and disaggregation of data to make CDWD visible in all development, justice, and human rights reporting across the continent. Establish a dedicated focal point or working group within the Commission to follow up on the implementation of Resolution 619 and monitor the human rights situation of these communities. Conduct fine-fighting missions, inquiry, and public hearings. Chairperson, reparation must go beyond symbolic gestures and aim at fully restoring the rights and livelihood of communities discriminated on work and decent. As long as these communities remain invisible and excluded, Africa cannot achieve true justice and unity. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie pour la constitution. Elle prend bonne note des recommandations formulées. J'appelle maintenant le réseau des défenseurs.
The Human Rights Network Defenders in Central Africa, Mr. Marcel Mani. Excellency, Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission of Human and Human Rights, Africa. Central Africa is still a heartbeat center of socio-economic issues in the Great Region, and although some progress has been noticed, there's still major challenges. Mr. Commissioner, REDAC and its coalition is closely monitoring the electoral processes in various countries. In Cameroon, the presidential elections of the 12th of October took place in a very tense social climate. However, it should be noted the banning of some political parties to organize meetings by the political authorities. There's also rumors of falsifying electoral results, and there's been tension between the people and forces of law and order. In the DRC, presidential elections at the regional, legislative, and municipal elections could take place on 28 December 2025. In Gabon, after the presidential elections of last April, the people returned to elections in September for the first and second round of legislative elections based on so many irregularities. Mr. Commissioner, in the DRC, 21 months after the electoral process, the Congolese people pinned their hopes in a peaceful post-electoral process marked by stable institutions, efficiency, but unfortunately, the situation over the past few months is not encouraging, as based on the declaration of the civil society organization report. In this slide, Mrs. Makta Mubi, this Undersecretary in Africa, during a meeting of United Nations, noted that civilians and women were killed by M23 in North Kivu. We also know that in the Democratic Republic of Congo, an outbreak of attacks against human rights defenders and against freedom of press and access to information. And in Chad continues to face a complex humanitarian crisis marked by conflicts, forced movement of populations, negative effects of climate issues, and food conditions. Poverty, further increase community tension, also violations of freedom of express elections of September 2025 took place under fear, and there also outbreak of attacks between human rights defenders. In the Republic of Cameroon, the security situation in Cameroon is still worrying in the northwest and southwest regions and in the far north regions. Criminal activities such as hostage taking and for ransom, cattle theft signaled in Adamawa and the north. The electoral process create political tensions and upheavals and violent demonstrations, all which creates tensions in the country. Regard to outbreaks of attack against human rights defenders, in the case between Aliscom and the State of Cameroon and their executive director, the last audience in 6 October last year, it was postponed for the 18th time. So we would like to express our appreciation for the decision that was to execute the order of the Minister of Territorial Administration. Mr. Redak recommend to the Commission to encourage Central African states to scrupulously respect the provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on elections and governance, to free human rights defenders, journalists, and especially Dr. Succès Masra in Chad, Landry Ngompele in the DRC, in Advocate Babsuka of Congo, Brazzaville, Alain Foguet, and others, and to stop all forms of threats, reprisals, and intimidation against the Redak, especially women and girls. It's just like Advocate Giselle in Gabon and Maitre Aliscom in Cameroon to set up a fact-finding mission concerning human rights situations in Central Africa, to adopt laws to promote and protect human rights defenders, focusing on women defenders and young girl defenders. Similarly, Redak and his coalition urge the Commission to request the state of Chad, CAR, and Cameroon to set up frameworks for conflict resolution, so that in accordance to Resolution 446 of the African Commission on Agenda 2063 of the African Union. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Redak requests the Commission to request them to set up association with the UN and African Union, a special case or court to pursue the various armed groups that are perpetrators of this violation, to respect the Washington Accord and the Resolution 2563 of the Security Council for sincere commitment of all stakeholders in order for consolidation of peace in the east of the DRC. And finally, to systematically abolish the death sentence, which would have returned 13 of March 2024, because this is backwardness with regard to the fundamental rights and right to life, all that is incompatible to human dignity. Thank you very much. The Commission would like to thank you and has taken due note of your recommendations. And now invite the Global Alliance for Citizen Participation. Paul Mulindwa, you have the floor. Is he here?
Paul Mulindwa, are you here? I'll call on the International Commission of Jurists. Paul Mulindwa, yes, you have the floor.
Civil Society Alliance Civicus welcomes this opportunity to address the African Commission. We acknowledge the positive developments in 2025 that merit recognition, including African Commission adopting a resolution on developing general comment on the protection and promotion of the right to environment in Africa. Malawi's Constitutional Court struck down the Section 200 of the Penal Code decriminalizing the defamation and strengthening freedom of expression, and AU operationalized the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, a binding framework compelling member states to combat gender-based violence. However, Civicus and its allies also welcome this opportunity to address the African Commission on a matter of a grave and urgent concern: the systematic and widespread closure of the civic space across our continent, marked by egregious violations of the rights to freedom of assembly, expression, and association as guaranteed by Articles 9, 10, and 11 of the African Charter. Civicus and its member organizations appreciate the role of the Commission in championing human rights and fundamental freedoms in Africa. Despite the robust protection and promotional mandate of the Commission and the Charter, our continent is witnessing an alarming trend where governments are increasingly employing legal and extra-legal tactics to silence dissent, criminalize civic actors and political positions, as well as stifle fundamental freedoms that are bedrock of any democratic society. The Commission's resolution on the need to protect remains acutely relevant. Yet, since its adoption, the situation continues to deteriorate. For instance, legislative weapons against civil society by member states continue to enact or enforce laws that provide governments with sweeping powers to deregister, ban, seize the assets of civil society organizations, often under vague justifications. For instance, as we just heard, Red Hack and other organizations in Cameroon remain suspended. Digital repression. Governments are increasingly leveraging cybercrime legislation, social media regulations, and surveillance technologies. Example, in Sierra Leone and Zambia, cyber security acts have been enacted in this regard. In May 2025, Tanzania authorities implemented X, former Twitter account restrictions affecting numerous citizens. Between July and December last year, the government had disrupted telecommunication services and social media, a practice that continues. Structural impediment to association. New and existing legislations continue to impose excessive requirements for civil society registration, including demanding prior government permissions for civil society organizations. Target of human rights defenders. Journalists, activists, and human rights defenders face arrest, detention, torture allegations, and harassment. Civic freedoms are being attacked on a monumental scale. Climate and environmental justice activists, indigenous rights defenders, and democracy advocates are among those facing the most targeted repression. Since August 2025, Togo has witnessed escalating human rights violations, including the arbitrary arrest and the detention of human rights activists, including Grace Komai-Biyoki. In Tunisia, the government has exacerbated its repression of critical voices and accelerated its crackdown on civil society. While in Kenya and Madagascar, peaceful protesters were met with violent and repressive responses from the security officers, and in Cameroon, in advance to the October 2025 presidential elections, imposed growing restrictions on civil society and political actors. To this effect, we respectfully urge the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to strengthen mechanisms by urging states to fully cooperate with the Commission's special mechanisms, particularly the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders in Africa, by granting them unconditional country-visit requests. Review legislations. Call upon all member state parties to immediately repeal or amend all laws that are inconsistent with their obligations under the African Charter, specifically those relating to cybercrime and terrorism, including anti-NGO laws and public order management. Protect civil society. Issue a general comment on Article 10 of the African Charter to provide clear and authoritative guidance to states on their positive obligations to protect and promote an enabling environment for civil society. Promote civic space. Issue a resolution condemning the deteriorating civic space across Africa, calling on states to immediately end harassment. And lastly, honorable commissioners, urge the member states to release civic actors immediately and unconditionally. The people of Africa are not asking for special privileges, but for the rights that are their inherent legal due. A vibrant civic space is not a threat to stability, it is its ultimate guarantor. Thank you.
La Commission vous remercie.
The Commission would like to thank you and takes good note of your statement. Now I will adjourn consideration of item number 5 of our agenda. We will come back on the request for the statement, the request for statement. So now I open now item number 7, which concerns the relations that we have with non-governmental organization and human rights organization in general. It's an item through which we consider the content and the interactions that we have with these organizations that I mentioned. In private session, we already received a number of requests for the status grant, and we will inform you of our decision. The first presentation by Commissioner Manuela, and it will concern collaboration as a problem. I would like to representative of human rights institution also already for state and organization that represent civil society here present. And state of
o papel específico que as instituições nacionais de direitos
recognizes the particular national human rights institutions play in the promotion and protection of human rights in Africa. As mandated by Article 45 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Commission has formalized its relationship with the national human rights institution through the grant of affiliate status. Resolution 370 on the granting of affiliate to national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa provides that the benefits of the grant of affiliate status include being invited to the sessions of the Commission and participating without voting rights in deliberations on issues which are of interest to them. Now, this same resolution also provides that the NHRIs and specialized human rights institutions with affiliate status have the following responsibilities: assisting the Commission in the promotion and protection of human rights at the national level and presenting their activity reports to the Commission every 2 years. Now, as for the situation, the status of granting affiliate status to the national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa as at the 83rd ordinary session held in May 2025, 38 national human rights institutions and specialized rights institutions in Africa have been granted affiliate status to the Commission for Human Rights, specialized human rights institutions. As for status submission of activity reports on the commission, to the commission, no activity reports were submitted to the commission by its members during the intersession period preceding the 85th ordinary session. So 82nd, 83rd, and 84th. Now, we will make a presentation on these activity reports. The following provides the status of submission of activity reports by NHRIs and specialized institutions. So, the Commission, no reports owed. As for Group A, reports were submitted within the required time frame. Or B, so they contain for Côte d'Ivoire, the Cameroon National Commission on Human Rights and Liberties, Commission for Gender Equality of the Republic of South Africa, the National Council for on Human Rights of Ghana, Group which was granted reporting as for this National Torture Prevention Mechanism of Mauritania and National Gender and Equality Commission of Kenya. Also, you the list of NHRIs or more reports. The South Sudan Human Rights Commission, the Sahrawi National Commission for Human Rights, the National Human Rights Commission of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, Mali, and then Niger, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and the Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, that of Togo, the Human Rights Commission, the Mauritius National Human Rights Commission, Independent National Commission on Human Rights and of Burundi, the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, the Benin Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia, the Institute of Human Rights and Peace of Sheikh Anta Diop University, National Commission for Human Rights of Rwanda, and then the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, the Malawi Human Rights Commission, the National Council of Human Rights of Algeria, the National Commission for Human Rights of Sudan, the Independent National Human Rights Commission of Madagascar, the Independent National Commission on Human Rights of Liberia, and then the National Commission for Human Rights and Citizenship of Cabo Verde, and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. And during the ordinary commission that took place from 7 to 15 October, the Commission analyzed and decided to grant affiliate status to the following Human Rights Commission, the Commission of Guinea-Bissau. I don't know whether they are here. They obtained the affiliate status to the Commission. So we request you to give an applause for this institution that have been granted affiliate status to work with the African Commission. So the Commission would like to urge other national institution, human rights institutions with affiliate status with reports that is submitted to make sure in accordance with Resolution 306. Thank you, Mr. Chair. thank you for these affiliates, this organization with affiliate status for presenting their report. So the list of NHRIs that are not in line with this request, the list is long. There are about 30 of them that have not presented reports. So I therefore request them to observe this obligation. It's very important to us because it helps us to enliven cooperation between the Commission and NHRIs. We have the same mandate, that is to promote and defend human rights. So it is useful and important for us to interact through the reports that you submit to us. Having said this, I would like to commend the National Commission of Guinea-Bissau that has obtained affiliate status. So I congratulate them and we request them to liaise with us to see how we can establish cooperation that is useful and fruitful. Now I'll give the floor to Sani Sase for the presentation of the commission, the paper between the Commission and the NGOs. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, allow me, Mr. Chair, like my colleagues, to congratulate you as well as the Vice Chairman for being elected on to the Bureau, and I wish you success and Godspeed in your new responsibility. Representative of regional and international institutions representing human rights organizations and also representative of civil societies. Good afternoon. As presented by the chair, I am going to present to you the document related to the cooperation between the African Commission and on human and people's rights and non-governmental organizations. I will start by recalling that Article 45 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights mandates the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to cooperate with other African and international institutions concerned with the promotion and protection of human and people's rights on the African continent. So at its 77 ordinary session held in November 2023 in Arusha, Tanzania, the African Commission had enhanced its criteria for granting observer status by adopting Resolution 572 on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to non-governmental organizations working on human and people's rights in Africa. Resolution 572 on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to NGOs working on human rights and recognizes the important role of NGOs in supporting the Commission to fulfill its mandate of promoting and protecting human and people's rights in Africa. Furthermore, the resolution states that NGOs with observer status shall undertake to establish close relations of cooperation with the Commission and engage in regular consultations with it on matters of common interest and present their activity reports to the Commission every 2 years. I now will present to you the status of granting observer status to non-governmental organizations. At the 83rd ordinary session held in May 2025, the Commission granted observer status to 7 NGOs in accordance with the resolution on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to non-governmental organizations. And these organizations are Afro-Barometer, Safe Generations Organization, Community Health Care Initiative, Women in Mining in Nigeria, Center for the Quality of Law and Justice, Association of Victims of Torture in Togo, ASIVITO, and Partners for Transparency Association. Now, I move on to the presentation. I proceed to the presentation of the status of submission of activity reports to the Commission by NGOs. At the 83rd Ordinary Session held in May 2025, 586 NGOs have been granted observer status with the Commission. During the intersession period, prior to the commencement of the 83rd Ordinary Session, the following 4 NGOs submitted their activity reports to the Secretariat of the Commission. They are the following organizations: Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa, number 543, Ensemble contre la peine de mort, together with the fight against the death penalty, number 508, Global Initiative for Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, number 459, and finally, Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA Uganda, number 548. To date, among the 586 NGOs with observer status, 425 NGOs have submitted 1 or 2 or more reports on their activities as required under Resolution 572. The Commission would like to commend these NGOs for fulfilling the requirement of submitting activity reports and takes this opportunity to call on all NGOs which enjoy the benefits of observer status to consistently submit activity reports to the Commission every 2 years in line with the provisions of Resolution 572. And during the private session, during the 85th Ordinary Session, which was held online, the Commission considered and decided to grant observer status to the following NGOs: African Disability Forum, ADF, for Human Rights and Foreign Brain Africa, URIFBA, Kuta Keza Association, Movement of Human Rights Defenders of Angola, and Réseau Active for protection the handicap, Mosaic, and the last one, Voix des Femmes, that is Voice of Women. We commend and congratulate these NGOs and invite them to closely cooperate with the Commission and submit their activity reports in line with Resolution 572. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Selma, for enlightening us on the situation of the observer status of NGOs. I thank you for this congratulations that you have expressed to this organization during our private session. So if there is no observation from the concerners, we can now close this item number 7 for, well, during this next minutes, I would like to request the delegation of Chad, if it is ready, to make its statement, if it is ready, as it wished to do. I'm sorry. Chad, you have the floor, 7 minutes. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of member states, ladies and gentlemen, my country, Chad, is delighted to participate in the 85th session of our commission, which is so important for the promotion and protection of human rights on our continent. Chad renews its commitment to the African Charter on Human Rights and all its mechanisms that are implemented on our continent, as shown by the various initiatives taken. But however, I would like to thank the government of the Republic of the Gambia for the warm welcome and as well as the excellent arrangements made for our delegation. I also congratulate the new bureau that has been elected, and we express our full support to them in their mission. We would like to also seize this opportunity to sympathize with the Commission after the sudden death of Mr. Angelo. Chad believes in international cooperation, in its fulfillment obligations when it comes to human rights. This is how we organize and our reception of thousands of refugees for over many decades. It will also be the case in the future, since for the time there is nothing that prevent the end of the current crisis that has led to such a phenomenon. So the current trend is to establish or to ensure the reintegration of children in the country. The recent organization of training in Chad is in line with this reality. Many measures have been taken in the interest of children and women, and this seeks to eradication of violence against women and FGM, female genital mutilation, as well as the future of the youths occupies an important position in the policy of the government, as witnessed during the youth conference in Chad. There are some initiative, and they require the attention of the highest echelon of the government by Marshal Ahmed Idris Deby, and who conduct many visits in those areas to ensure that good health care is provided. So our government is, however, concerned about prison conditions of detainees. And we ensure that the measures have been taken to ease the population in prisons. As for people who have disabilities, the measures have been taken in the same regard. Decisions concerning human rights have already been taken, or at least are in about to in this regard. We have to also that the government gives special importance to the mission of our National Commission on Human Rights. Before concluding my statement, I would like to draw your attention to the things that jeopardize human rights, that is terrorism, climate change, cyber criminality through the use of social media. These scourges in our societies require huge resources to contain them, especially when it comes to promoting human rights. As for social media, I would like to draw attention to the need to promote democracy, that we should consolidate, and that this instrument should not be used to destabilize our countries. So this requires to be more vigilant and greater solidarity. As for press freedom, the government encourages us. Many newspapers have emerged in our country. However, the government is determined to implement everything. It has no other objective but to avoid the return of a situation that it went through in the past. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Commission would like to thank you and receives the condolences you have expressed to us, and we take note of what you have said. As the Commission, through my person, in my capacity as the rapporteur for Chad, so we are committed to continuing dialogue with your country. Now I'll invite, on our request, the representative of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia to make his statement. Mr. Abdoulaye Koli. Is he in the hall? I can see him. Then, so we have now arrived with his time for lunch break. We are going to now adjourn for 1 hour. We will come back at 14:30. So we will resume at 14:30. Now the deliberations are adjourned. There is an announcement by the Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to inform you that the Minister of Human Rights of the Democratic Republic of Congo requests all the participants to a dinner that will take place at Kairaba Hotel from 1800 hours. So you might have received your invitation cards. So this evening, you are invited to a dinner at Kairaba Beach Hotel as from 1800 hours. Thank you.
Sem se lever.
Pois, exatamente. Yeah, tira só mais umas joelhos estão muito abertos, exatamente. Tira mais. Duração, fica atento, fica atento, para tirar foto.
Et puis il faut coordonner comme ça. On va coordonner les modalités de l'opération. Comme on l'a dit hier,
Beaucoup avec vos capacités là. Moi j'ai dit 2 hommes, 2 francophones,
oui,
c'est
oui.
pas possible, mais il y en a.
Exatamente, pois. Pois, agora manda estas. Não estavam em condições. Deixa. Pois,
Poderíamos tirar uma aí.
Não, estamos bem. Só que pronto, aqui estou com a boca fechada. Mas estão melhores. Essa, por exemplo.
Não convém que a fotografias olhamos.
Esta aqui está bem. Esta está ótima. Pois. Essa também está bem. Ok, pronto. Manda só, se faz favor, né? Porque aquelas outras não estavam em condições da senhora postar.
Essas 3 afiliadas sempre dão uma conversa. Mas aconteceu que eles não estão fazendo uma coisa e estão cortando. Por isso é que
Por isso é que estão calados. E isso é bom, quer dizer, só a vida deles é só virem mandar bocas, mas trabalhar não trabalham. Foram retirados. Estás a ver? isso temos que meter na nossa comunicação. Com muitas, e sobretudo aquelas mesmo que foram aqui frisadas que não apresentam comunicação. Se tiverem leis, nós temos que lhes estender.
Eles não disseram que são comunicação a passar. Tem que saber que algumas pessoas vão interpretar algumas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commission will now resume its deliberation, so may participants get to their seats, please. This afternoon, we have a panel which will last for an hour, and it's up to 3:30. After the panel, we shall then focus on Chapter 8, which relates to activity report to be presented by members of the Commission under the special mechanisms. Today, we shall have two presentations. The first will report to be that of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa, and the second report will be that of the Chair of the Commission for the Prevention of Torture in Africa, the Honorable Vice Chairperson. Honorable Selma Sassi, I give you the floor to lead us in the panel. Can you call the panelists to join us on the podium, please? Thank you very much for giving the floor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. I wish to call Madam Liren Sibe of Human Rights Watch to join us on the podium in order to participate in the panel. I also call Madam Sibga Aja of International Organization of Migration, and we have two other panelists who are with us online. Ladies and gentlemen, we propose that you participate with us in the panel entitled Externalization of the Management of Migration Challenges, Current Challenges, Responsibilities of African States. The management of migration has become a major issue in relations between Africa and its foreign partners. In recent times, the European Union, as well as the European states or even United States of America, have concluded or envisaged concluding bilateral agreements with African countries in order to combat illegal flow of illegal migration, and also to transfer migrants of African or non-African region to Africa, either to settle them there or pending their deportation. This practice, which is known as the externalization of migration management, involves the delegation of responsibilities to African states, and often it's concluded against the backdrop of strong political economic asymmetry, and raises serious concerns regarding the respect of human rights of migrants. Among the recent examples in the current context of this agreement is the agreement between the European Union and some European states with Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, Mauritania, and agreements recently concluded between the United States of America and some African countries such as Rwanda, Uganda, Eswatini, or South Sudan, and these agreements could create the risk of exposure of migrants and asylum seekers to arbitrary detention, torture, cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment, as well as violation of right of asylum. The International Report of United Nations, NGOs, institutions, African organizations have documented grave consequences of these agreements to the fundamental rights of migrants, especially the lack of due process and the impossibility of challenging a transfer or even the violation of human dignity. It must be reiterated in this context that if the sovereignty of the African states give them the power to conclude such agreement, the sovereignty should be exercised strictly in line with international and national obligations, placing human dignity, security, and fundamental rights of migrants at the heart of them. Migration agreements should be assessed based on international and regional instruments which regulate the obligations of African states. And here I can mention the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to Article 4, 5, 6, or 7, or Article 7, which prohibits collective deportation. And also, I can also mention the 1969 AU Convention, which imposes on African states the obligation of non-refoulement and the protection of refugees. The guiding principles adopted by the African Union Commission 2023 on the rights of all migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers also reiterate that migration policy should safeguard the dignity, non-discrimination to access to justice, and protection from violence. At the international level, I also want to quote the 1951 Convention on the Rights of Refugees and its additional protocols, the Covenant on Civic and Political Rights, the 1969 Convention Against Torture, and all these instruments enshrine a clear and fundamental principle that states cannot, in the name of cooperation, fail to protect migrants under their international obligations. So, ladies and gentlemen, the panel will try and answer a major issue. How can African states, how can they conclude migration cooperation agreements without shaking their fundamental obligation under the protection of human rights, and without seeking to expose migrants to violation of their rights? And so we try to look at the compatibility of these agreements with the African Charter and other instruments that African countries have signed. We shall also look at the legal implication of the externalization of migration agreement concluded with African countries and assess the fundamental impact on the rights of migrants. For this panel, and to discuss all these legal issues relating to the externalization of migration, we have a high-level panel made up of Madam Shuban Malele, Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on Human Trafficking and Chair of the Platform of Independent Experts for the Protection of Refugees, who is with us online. And we also have Madam Madeleine Gallet, who is the Head of Section in charge of Legal Policy and Advocacy at the UN High Commission for Refugees. And we also have with us Ms. Lawrence Sibe, researcher and at the Division of Rights of Refugees and Migrants at Human Rights Watch. And we also have the pleasure of welcoming Madam Sigba Ajak, coordinator of the IOM office in Gambia. Without much ado, I shall give the floor to Madam Lulale, Special Rapporteur on Human Trafficking of the United Nations and Chair of PIR, to brief us about the legal implication of the agreement on the externalization of migration concluded with African countries. You have the floor, Professor Mulale. You have 7 minutes.
practice? How is it being given effect to? And what steps are being taken to ensure that it is being given effect to in practice as well as on paper? Where is refugee status determination taking place and by whom? Is there sufficient capacity to ensure refugee status determination is being undertaken in an international law compliant manner? Has there been specialised training? Are there capacity and resources? And what are the provisions in place to ensure that status determination has been transferred or is being transferred or proposed to be in any such arrangement? Are there other protection claims that arise, and how will those be assessed? And how are they being assessed before any such transfers take place? Specifically in relation to trafficking in persons, states have an obligation, a positive obligation, to identify victims of trafficking and potential victims of trafficking, and ensure that they have effective access to international protection, including asylum, where such claims may arise. But they also have positive obligations to ensure referrals for assistance and ongoing protection, including assistance that comprises of specialised services, psychosocial, medical, and effective access to legal assistance. So there is a question of how those positive obligations will be met if transfer or externalization arrangements are in place. What steps are in place to ensure screening, to identify and positively identify those who are victims of trafficking and at risk of trafficking? Have on and intervening in court proceedings in relation to the UK and Rwanda arrangement that was previously in place and proposed to progress. I have highlighted that that would be contrary to the obligations in relation to victims of trafficking and persons at risk, and even where they are explicitly excluded, where there are accelerated procedures, the positive obligations may not be met because it may not be possible to undertake those in a way with a multi-agency response and that gives time for disclosure of experiences of serious human rights violations, including trafficking. We need to highlight, secondly, what are the reception conditions that will be in place in the context of search externalization arrangements? Are there risks of arbitrary detention? How does that comply with obligations with regard to non-penalization of asylum seekers, of victims of trafficking? Will there be access to lawyers? Is there safe accommodation? Is there ongoing psychosocial assistance? Will there be review of any such detention by courts? And for how long might there such detention arise, and in what conditions? Thirdly, I want to highlight the obligations with regard to family life and family unity. There are serious risks of family separation, contrary to the right to family life and to family unity. And again, we need to look at how that is being addressed and assessed in the context of any such externalization arrangements. Fourthly, and critically, as Commissioner Sassi highlighted, there is the obligation of non-refoulement, obligations that arise under the 1951 Refugee Convention, but also under multiple international and regional human rights instruments, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the UN Convention Against Torture. That requires an individualized risk assessment of what is the personal risk to the person who might be at risk of refoulement, either through the externalization arrangement itself or an onward chain refoulement to onward countries where there may be risks of serious human rights violations, including torture or persecution. So how is the obligation of non-refoulement going to be met? Is the externalization arrangement in itself potentially a breach of an obligation of non-refoulement, including chain refoulement? And what is the processes that have been put in place, not just on paper, but in practice, to ensure an individualized personal risk assessment? Fifthly, I want to highlight the gender dimension of externalization arrangements. How are those to be assessed? There are specific gendered risks of refoulement affecting women, but also LGBT persons and persons of diverse gender identities. And there may also be gendered risks affecting men and boys, for example, with regard to sexual and gender-based violence that may not have been disclosed. There are also concerns in relation to the conditions in the country where persons are being received. Is there access to reproductive and sexual health services? What kind of accommodation will be provided? Does it take account of specific gendered needs and obligations? And sixthly, I want to highlight the rights of children and the concern to ensure that children should not be subject to such externalization arrangements, but also the concern that age assessment
Madame
processes-
Mulalé, s'il vous plaît.
I will conclude. Age assessment
Les
processes-
interprètes ne vous entendent pas très bien. Il y a un bruit de fond et je vous prie de conclure, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you.
Merci.
There is a concern that age assessment processes may not be appropriate and may lead to risks of children being subject to such returns. And finally, just to note, it is important to highlight the principle of legality, the need to ensure that any such arrangements are public and that have been subject to judicial oversight, and that there is a clear process that can check whether they are compliant with international law. Thank you for your time, and I wish you well for the rest of the panel. Thank you. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la rapporteure spéciale. Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention dans laquelle vous avez bien voulu rappeler les principes fondamentaux du droit international des réfugiés, aussi bien international que régional à travers la Convention de l'OIA de 1969, et surtout d'avoir mis l'accent par la suite sur les obligations fondamentales des États quand il s'agit de conclure ce type de traité ou d'accord ou de partenariat d'externalisation, surtout quand il s'agit d'accords qui ont des conséquences sur des personnes vulnérables, telles que vous l'avez bien présenté, les personnes victimes de la traite. Je vais à présent, sans trop tarder, passer la parole directement à notre deuxième intervenante, c'est Madame Garlick.
Mrs. Madeleine Garlick, who is with us also online and who will brief us about the limits imposed by regional and international norms on the prohibition of refoulement and then collective deportation. You have 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Special Rapporteur. It's an honor to be with you online for this panel discussion on the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This is timely to discuss the issue of externalization of not only migration, but also specifically the externalization of protection of refugees. That is, attempts to put in place laws, practices, or agreements which could lead to violation of the rights of refugees, including violation of refoulement. If you allow me, I shall continue in English.
And this has been defined in UNHCR's public guidance paper of May 2021 as measures taken by states unilaterally or in cooperation with other states, which are implemented or have effects outside their own territories and which directly or indirectly prevent asylum seekers and refugees from reaching a particular destination, country, or region, and or from being able to claim or enjoy protection there. Such measures constitute externalization where they involve inadequate safeguards to guarantee international protection, as well as shifting responsibility for identifying or meeting international protection needs to another state, or leaving such needs unmet, making such measures unlawful. End quote. It's a matter of grave concern for UNHCR whenever states take or propose to take measures such as pushbacks at borders, denial of access to safe territory or asylum procedures for those who seek international protection, interception on land or sea, or, particularly relevant for today's discussion, transfer or processing arrangements or removal arrangements which do not involve adequate safeguards or standards of treatment to ensure respect for international refugee or human rights law. And we have voiced UNHCR's concern on a number of occasions over the years in different regions of the world, including with respect to arrangements that Australia has pursued in the past to transfer asylum seekers to Pacific countries in circumstances exposing them to the risk of inhuman and degrading treatments. It is important in discussing this issue, however, to distinguish externalization from positive cooperation between states to address refugee protection challenges in line and consistently with international law. The 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees, in fact, underscores the importance of international protection, which can further the objective of refugee protection, where it states that considering that the grant of asylum may place unduly heavy burdens on certain countries and that a satisfactory solution of a problem which the UN has recognized the international scope and nature cannot therefore be achieved without international cooperation. On the African continent, Article 2 of the 1969 OAU Convention relating to the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa calls, of course, on states to cooperate to ensure effective sharing of burdens and responsibilities, to enable refugees to enjoy their rights and for states to be assisted in this connection. We see many examples of states which cooperate effectively with positive results, including on building the capacity of national asylum systems and institutions, resettlement of refugees who are particularly vulnerable, financial support to development or humanitarian assistance in refugee displacement contexts, and others. However, in a context where we see worrying instances of states attempting or adopting externalization measures or policies, UNHCR underscores the importance of dialogue with states and amongst states to ensure that refugee protection standards can be safeguarded and upheld. It's recognized that some states are legitimately concerned about challenges to asylum and migration systems. But UNHCR feels it's crucially important to recall that these challenges can be addressed in ways that are consistent with international refugee law obligations, as well as regional law frameworks, such as the African Convention. We are thus seeking to work with partners to encourage to address such challenges through such law measures, which can ensure access to fair and efficient asylum systems and solutions for those who need protection, as well as treatment in line with human rights for migrants and others who are on the move. We see there are opportunities for states to work together and have recently issued several papers which articulate the parameters which should attend cooperative arrangements, including those which foresee the transfer of asylum seekers and refugees from one state to another. In a paper of August 2025 entitled International Agreements for the Transfer of Refugees and Asylum Seekers, UNHCR has highlighted that states could undertake lawful transfers of asylum seekers or refugees in certain circumstances. Allow me to be clear, UNHCR does not promote or recommend such transfer, but where states do decide to enter into such arrangements, the guidance we have issued spells out clearly what standards and safeguards need to be in place. And this includes a publicly available agreement spelling out the rights of individuals and the obligations of transferring and receiving states. Secondly, guarantees of respect for the principles of non-refoulement and of protection from collective expulsion, amongst other key human rights principles. Thirdly, access to a fair and efficient state-run asylum system for those with undetermined claims for international protection. Fourthly, treatment for asylum seekers and refugees in line with international human rights law and standards. And for those who may be found to be refugees, guarantees of treatment in commensurate with the 1951 Convention standards. And fifthly, guarantees of respect for the principle of responsibility sharing, which could take the form of commitments to timely, predictable, and adequate financial support for receiving countries to enable them to maintain standards of treatment and the functioning of asylum institutions and processes. as well as commitments, potentially commitments to resettlement, particularly for vulnerable refugees who may not be able to find a solution in the receiving countries, or to ensure access to family reunification.
S'il vous plaît, Madame Garlick. S'il vous plaît, Madame Garlick. Je ne sais pas si elle m'entend. Madame Garlick, s'il vous plaît. Je vous prie de conclure.
Allow me to conclude by underscoring UNHCR's readiness to dialogue with states that are contemplating entering into such arrangements. We are ready to perform our mandate role for protection and solutions for refugees by engaging with states, bringing to bear our knowledge and expertise based on our presence on the ground in countries throughout Africa and in other parts of the world to advise states in the course of negotiations on the relevant standards and arrangements that could ensure compliance with international standards. And we stand ready also to monitor and support implementation in line with those standards. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Garlick, pour votre présentation dans laquelle vous avez rappelé la position du HCR par rapport à ces accords dits d'externalisation. Vous avez également rappelé le cadre juridique international et international qui impose aux États des obligations quand ils sont en train de conclure ce.
You mentioned the challenges facing the asylum system as well internationally as well as in Africa. Once again, I thank you, Ms. Garlick. I now give the floor to Ms. Lauren Sibedo of Human Rights Watch, who would brief us about the consequences of the externalization on the fundamental rights of migrants, especially the right to dignity and the right to asylum. You have 7 minutes. Thank you very much. I shall now continue in English.
Division and Africa Division. As you may know, Human Rights Watch is an international non-governmental organization that investigates and reports on human rights abuses globally, defending the rights of vulnerable populations. As highlighted by the panelists before me, externalization is the increasingly prevalent global trend of wealthier, powerful states, such as the US, such as European countries, and the EU, outsourcing migration control and shifting their asylum responsibilities onto third countries. Ultimately, the goal of externalization is to prevent irregular arrivals of migrants and asylum seekers and to evade international protection obligations. This encompasses a huge spectrum of policies and practices, not only political agreements, as have been highlighted, but focused on migration management. It can encompass everything from interceptions, pushbacks, or transfers of migrants to support to countries' border and migration control systems, to destination state agents operating outside of their territories, such as, for example, Spain's Guardia Civil and police operating in Mauritania and Senegal to support migration management, and development aid linked to migration control, as well as a number of other policies and practices. In Africa, externalization by the EU, European states, and the United States has caused and exacerbated human rights violations, and it continues to threaten fundamental rights. I'll begin with the impacts of European externalization. In recent years, as Commissioner Sassi has highlighted, migration cooperation deals have been announced between the EU and several African states, including Mauritania and Egypt in 2024, and Tunisia in 2023. Each deal was accompanied by around 100 to 200 million euros in EU funding to support migration management in these countries, including support to law enforcement officers with the specific objective of toughening border and immigration control and preventing irregular departures. Even before those official agreements, the EU and European states had for years been providing financial and other support to these and other African states, such as Libya, Morocco, Senegal, toward the same goal of restricting irregular migration. And while support to asylum and protection systems and development is important and needed, Human Rights Watch has documented how the emphasis on securitization and support to or partnership with partnerships with security forces have often been carried out without adequate safeguards to prevent and respond to human rights violations. We've found that externalization has incentivized African states to crack down on migrants, prioritizing border enforcement above human lives and above human rights. It has pushed states to restrict mobility, which is in direct opposition to continental free movement aspirations, as outlined in the AU Protocol on the Free Movement of Persons. Across North and West Africa, in response to migrant boat departures across the Mediterranean and the Atlantic towards Europe, European externalization has funded, equipped, and encouraged African forces to increase interceptions and forced returns of people trying to leave by boat, which has resulted in violations of the right to leave any country and the right to seek asylum, and has trapped people in contexts of abuse or insecurity without access to protection in a number of cases. This securitization approach has also led people to take longer and more dangerous routes to avoid interception, resulting in increased deaths and perpetuating tragedies at sea. As we have seen, thousands have died in the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. In North and West African states where the EU has pursued externalization, we have documented an increase in serious abuses by law enforcement and security forces against migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and people accused of migrant smuggling. This year, we released a report on Mauritania, documenting security force abuses over the past 5 years in the context of border control and immigration enforcement, including violence, arbitrary arrests, racial profiling, extortion, inhumane detention, expulsions without due process, and collective expulsions, including to insecure border areas along the Malian border. Children have also been impacted by these abuses. And in multiple documented cases, victims said that security agents had justified their abusive actions as a response to them, quote, trying to go to Spain or organizing irregular migration to Spain, which directly illustrates the negative effects of externalization. And in both Senegal and Mauritania, we have documented the use of torture by law enforcement during interrogations about migrant smuggling, as well as due process violations during smuggling arrests and prosecutions. In Tunisia, since the 2023 EU deal, we have documented how expulsions and violent abuses against migrants have only gotten worse, while Tunisia has suspended asylum application processing, leaving thousands without access to protection. This highlights another consequence of externalization, which can often be shrinking access to international protection and safety for refugees and asylum seekers. This is also, unfortunately, evident in Egypt, where an asylum law that we have identified a number of flaws that fail to protect asylum seekers' rights was swiftly adopted after the announcement of the EU deal in 2024. Since then, arbitrary arrests and deportations have increased, including of thousands of Sudanese asylum seekers. I'll turn now to, in addition, the United States. The United States, as mentioned, has also been pursuing harmful externalization policies in Africa. Recent U.S. expulsion deals or transfer agreements with Rwanda, Eswatini, Ghana, South Sudan, and Uganda exemplify this trend of externalization. These opaque agreements can often transfer people to places where they can face arbitrary detention, ill treatment, and risks of refoulement. In Eswatini, for example, deportees from the U.S. have been held in harsh conditions in Mustafa Correctional Complex, and Ghana has accepted reportedly over 40 West Africans deported from the U.S., who in some cases were then expelled onwards despite protection concerns, which Okay. So, to conclude, these arrangements instrumentalize human suffering as a deterrent to migration. They erode asylum systems and risk making African governments complicit in violations the sending states could not lawfully commit on their own soil. Commissioner Sassi has issued statements making it clear that bilateral migration deals cannot override human rights law. The Commission, together with the African Union, should now reaffirm this through a clear statement or resolution. We urge African states to publicly disclose all agreements to accept third country deportees and their terms, allow independent monitoring, refrain from detaining any deportees absent a clear legal basis, respect the principle of non-refoulement, and terminate any agreements that expose people to harm, including refusing new arrangements that undermine rights or regional solidarity. Externalization is more than a policy issue. It's a test of Africa's commitment to human dignity. We urge member states to ensure that migration-related agreements and collaborations with external partners respect continental human rights standards and do not undermine free movement. In particular, by rejecting U.S. transfer deals, African governments can send a powerful message that the continent will not serve as a dumping ground for human, but as a zone of protection and justice. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Sibert, pour votre présentation. Vous avez bien voulu partager avec nous des cas pratiques et des...
Practical cases and examples of these violations of the human rights of migrants. You mentioned interceptions and then the pushback and the challenges experienced by migrants on the migration route. And you also mentioned collective expulsions, and in closing you said that the externalization agreement is not in line with international and regional law. So I shall now give the floor to our last panelist, Madam Singer, who would brief us about the common strategies that IOM and the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights could put in place to assist the African Union on the issue of externalization of migration management. You have the floor, Madam, for 7 minutes.
The next few minutes about what is IOM's take on this and what are some of the concrete measures that as IOM we've been implementing and how we've been supporting member states to ensure that such measures, they do not violate human rights overall. IOM does recognize that there has been a significant demand from states for innovative approaches to migration management, and one of these approaches, externalization measures, which we've been talking about. But these measures, they face a lot of legal, human rights, operational, and ethical challenges that need to be carefully addressed to ensure the feasibility and effectiveness of such solutions. Again, IOM does recognize that states have the sovereign authority to determine conditions for entry and stay in their territories and a prerogative to make efforts to tackle irregular migration and agree on measures and policies to manage migration outside of their legal jurisdiction or territories, often in cooperation with another state. However, for IOM, it considers that all efforts must be grounded in international law. At minimum, this includes respecting international human rights and other branches of international law, and especially the principle of non-refoulement, the right to seek asylum, and the principle of non-discrimination, and ensuring rule of law at borders and access to procedural safeguards is ensured throughout the migration journey. A very, very common example is the return systems as part of one of the externalization measures. And for these, IOM strongly recommends that the return systems, they're complemented with the development of stronger and inclusive regular pathways, which benefit all countries by contributing to sustainable development, responding to labor market needs, strengthening the capacities to identify who enters, transits through, and remains in the territory, and support the rule of law by reducing human trafficking and exploitation. Overall,
IOM's policies and operations throughout the migration cycle support comprehensive migration management approaches in line with human rights and international law. And what we recommend overall to the member states is I will provide a few concrete examples on how we can ensure that violation of human rights does not take place. So IOM's role comes in threefold. The first is as an advisor. In the advisory side, IOM can provide guidance, advice, trainings to member states at all stages of legal policy and operational formulation and implementation. This also includes mobilizing body of data and insight on displacement worldwide. IOM's regional data hubs are one of the key examples that play a key role in collecting, managing, and publishing contextually specific data and insight for routes in the countries that they cover. To support preparedness, IOM is also has the capacity and the readiness to support development of common and analytical situational awareness, early warning, and joint forecasting, which can often help us with preventing such situations. Overall, another key example with regards to the returns measures I can give you is the development and implementation of readmission and return management law and policies for countries of return to set up and implement appropriate policy, legislative, and administrative frameworks to manage return and readmission in compliance with international standards. This is something that we consider extremely, extremely important. Another aspect on which we support member states is as a convener of dialogues on key issues, such as alternatives to offshore processing and detention and recriminalization of irregular migration in line with the Objective 10 and 13 of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, a compact to which majority of the member states also present here, they're a signatory to. Similarly, facilitating dialogues and cooperation between states on return and readmission and ensuring that all parties of interest and migrants' rights, they're fully and adequately ensured. Last but not the least, whereas you would often see IOM intervening is as the key implementing partner. This is where identifying cases of migrants in vulnerable situations who are in need of protection or immediate temporary assistance. Similarly, also exploring community-based alternatives to detention in third countries where return hubs are located, assisting in pilotive alternative models such as open reception centers, electronic monitoring in line with human rights centers, and caseworker-led engagement. Again, all of these measures, they come at the secondary step after all the legal and policy frameworks have been set up and established. Another example would be supporting the implementation of human rights due diligence and human rights impact assessments of externalization measures, including the returns hubs. This is something that we strongly recommend all the countries to really ensure that these assessments are taking place prior to any agreements that are being entered into. I would also strongly, from IOM's perspective, highlight the importance of developing of transnational referral mechanisms on return and reintegration for victims of trafficking and vulnerable migrants. Hence, this goes beyond the territories of one state. Hence, the coordination between several states is critical in this regard, and especially with regards to the returns hubs. That is a very common externalization measure we are seeing. Overall, another key aspect which I believe was also highlighted by one of my panel members was also with regards to border management. And this is where IOM strongly recommends that it is critical that border authorities are strongly engaged in this, and development and promotion of digital platforms for migration management, strengthening of biometric identity systems, e-visa platforms, real-time data sharing for border authorities. It is something that can really provide the sound basis and evidence on how externalization measures are being implemented. Last but not least, healthcare services and referrals. This is another key aspect which IOM has been doing globally, developing standard operating procedures for national authorities, engaging in health mediation and interpretation for migrants and other populations who are in vulnerable situations and are being significantly impacted as a result of these externalization measures. But all of that being said, while we often commonly use the returns hubs as a common measure, there is the other side of which I spoke about it in the beginning, that ensuring broader mobility solutions, which includes a specific focus on skills development, reskilling, recognition, and matching to facilitate durable reintegration solutions is something as IOM we consider as critical, and urge all the states here present and otherwise to really take into account that returns also has to be complemented with regular migration pathways. Last but not least, I would just like to also highlight that for IOM, we are not responsible for interpreting international refugee law or educating asylum cases. States have a sovereign authority to screen for asylum cases consistent with international law obligations, and that is where we fully support UNHCR's role in upholding international refugee law. We also do ensure that we don't, our activities which contravene international law or risk condoning or perpetuating violations of international law, this is something that does not take place or is not a result of any of the interventions of IOM globally. I think I will stop here. I've run out of time as well. And if there are any questions, then I'm happy to respond. Over to you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Adjaz, pour votre présentation dans laquelle vous avez bien...
Presentation during which you shared the viewpoint of IOM as well as the strategies and the practices put in place by your organization to manage migration in the context of externalization. We're a bit behind time, so I shall now move on to the interactive session of the panel, and we shall open the floor for discussions with the panelists. I shall now give the floor to states. Now, I give the floor to Algeria. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to be brief so that we can save time. Thank you. I would like to extend my gratitude to Commissioner Selma for her moderation as well as the briefers on the panel. Now, the externalization of the management of migration has become an option for many African countries, and they use it in order to control irregular migration. In this area, though Algeria does not accept this option, it uses an approach based on cooperation and on humanitarian approach based on the countries of origin and the host countries, so that we effectively manage migration. And also there's a need to scale up cooperation with neighboring countries, and the Office of IOM through a program of voluntary returns of migrants and find means to finance these activities and enable migrants to return to their countries. Thirdly, we have to deal with this issue by considering the drivers of irregular migration, namely instability and conflicts. You are aware that Algeria, by its view of its strategic geographic location, recently faced a lot of situations where migrants came from the Sahel and the Saharan region. And despite all that, Algeria, by virtue of its solidarity with neighboring states, has adopted a policy to deal with the migration flows. So we've had unprecedented increase in illegal migrants in Algeria. And so Algeria has been working with neighboring countries and also has been working with neighboring countries in order to combat the human trafficking. And so we need to have a comprehensive position in order to ensure stability and create and develop conditions for development in the countries that contribute to higher level of migration. I thank you. I thank you for your cooperation in order to find a comprehensive solution to irregular migration. Any other speakers? The state delegates, I do not see any request for the floor. I shall now give the floor to human rights institutions. Any intervention? If there aren't any intervention, yes, go ahead. Gambia, you have the floor. Gambia, you have the floor.
And just deliver the statement directly just to save time. The externalization of migration management, though not a new phenomenon, has been on the rise in recent years, with many African migrants and countries directly affected. However, it is important to underscore that certain preconditions must be in place for externalization of policies to take effect, including the securitization and criminalization of migration. These approaches make it increasingly difficult for human rights defenders and advocates working on migration to carry out their vital work. However, moreover, such measures often lead to violations of the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, which should at all times be protected in accordance with refugee law and international humanitarian law. African states must ensure that externalization measures are clearly distinguished from genuine international cooperation. The latter entails shared responsibility and joint responses to displacement and migration challenges as enshrined in international legal human rights instruments. The main externalization policy affecting the Gambia is that of prevention of arrival. Within our continent, some states have entered into cooperation agreements with external partners to support migration management through funding, equipment, and capacity building to strengthen border control and management. In the facilitation of migrant returns, organizations such as International Organization for Migration continue to assist in the voluntary return of migrants intercepted en route. However, the treatment of migrants in some of these countries remains deeply concerning. Reports of torture, arbitrary and illegal detention, ill treatment, and sexual and gender-based violence highlight the urgent need for closer scrutiny of the implementation of these cooperation agreements. Many of our youth, driven by hope and the pursuit of better opportunities, embark on perilous journeys across the Mediterranean in search of better life in Europe and the Americas. Tragically, these dreams often end in exploitation, abuse, or death. Some of these migrants fall prey to transnational organized crime networks engaged in human trafficking and smuggling. The Gambia, through the National Agency Against Trafficking in Persons and with the support of development partners, continues to work tirelessly to combat trafficking. Key national institutions, including the Ministries of Interior, Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, Justice, Trade, and the Youth and Sports, remain actively engaged in addressing migration challenges through a coordinated, multi-sectoral approach. With the continued support of our development partners, the Gambia is striving to raise greater awareness, provide viable livelihoods, alternatives, and create a conducive environment for our youth to thrive at home rather than seek dangerous journeys abroad. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour votre intervention. Je passe très rapidement.
Now quickly give the floor to NGOs that I shall now call advocacy law. Yeah. Please, if you have a question, direct question, please go ahead. Because we behind time, so you have the floor.
migrants who were detained in the main prison in Malawi. And they were taken out of the prison by immigration officers and sent to an individual for deportation. Now, we got the story and we published it. We asked for immigration to give us, information about where the people went. And that is not just an isolated story. It's hundreds of many people, migrants who have been intercepted and released back to the traffickers. Now, we have been trying to cooperate with human rights commissions of Ethiopia, of South Africa, because the people are going to South Africa, but there is no cooperation at all. What can we do to make sure that there is accountability, especially for the part of government of Malawi and the support of those human rights commissions I submit?
Merci, merci. Matt for Peace, vous êtes là? Très bien. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. The USA has signed agreements with several African countries to accept deported migrants under US deportation policies that lack any guarantees for the protection of human rights, exposing deported migrants to risks of arbitrary detention, mistreatment, torture, and inhumane treatment. During 2025, Rwanda received 250 deported migrants from the USA, while Eswatini accepted another 160 deported migrants, while South Sudan received 7 deported migrants. And in every case, they were always kept in undisclosed conditions. Although both Rwanda and Ghana have signed agreements with the United States to accept deported migrants, repeating the same scenario where there is no legal framework to protect deported migrants as stipulated in the agreements between USA and these countries. The agreements made by the USA with the African country should not serve as a cover to pressure.
S'il vous plaît, madame, vous posez directement votre question, s'il vous plaît.
The question?
Yes,
okay.
please.
So what are the plan of the ACHPR to open an African-to-African dialogue on ways to halt the agreements between USA and African countries?
Merci. Partners for Transparency.
Partners for Transparency, please. Are you here? Afrobarometer, the last intervention. Are you here, Afrobarometer? Was there no interpretation? Well, so I'm going to bring this. Yes, please proceed, Chairperson. Honorable Commissioner, I'd like to take part in this discussion just to talk about something of substance which featured in the issue that you brought up, that of compatibility of migratory cooperation accords with the public order on one and with the African Charter on Human People's Rights on the other hand. We know that states are sovereign to conclude international conventions, but there are limits, and the limit is international public order, and everything has now to be violated. But there's also this principle. Today we have African states that have concluded or signed agreements with other states and have provided for the deportation of some some people, you know that Article 12 of our charter provides for the possibility for each citizen to freely choose their residence, whereas these agreements provide for the possibility of expelling somebody without their consent. Is there no contradiction between these obligation that ensues from the charter and the convention that is signed by these states? So I didn't really hear any answer with regard to the question of compatibility of migratory accords agreement. That's the question I wanted to put to you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to give the floor to our speakers so that they can answer the questions that have been put by the participants. Time is against us, so I'm going to give you just 1 minute or maximum 2 minutes. I'm going to start with a special rapporteur, if she's still with us. Professor, are you still with us? So you have the floor so that you answer the questions that were put to you, and at the same time, your final remarks, because we don't really have much time. The floor is yours, Professor.
Concerns that have been raised by participants and other panelists in relation to the expanding use of externalization agreements to transfer responsibilities in relation to refugee status determination and also ensuring effective access to international protection. Specifically in relation to, are these agreements in violation of obligations to protect against refoulement, as well as other potentially serious human rights violations? Yes, they may be. I think each has to be assessed with regard to precisely what has been agreed, how they are put in place, what is the legal oversight, and what are the protections. And I think many of those that have been agreed are likely to be in breach of legal obligations to protect against refoulement and other international human rights obligations. There are also the requirements of legality in relation to whether or not they are, what is the nature of the agreement, and whether there is judicial oversight, and what is the transparency in relation to these. Have they been subject to an appropriate process in relation to their adoption, ratification, and judicial oversight? So I think, yes, there are potentially serious legal questions arising. Each one would have to be specifically assessed and addressed in relation to those. And the UN special procedures have already issued a number of communications to the US in relation to deportations following such arrangements, as well as I said, in relation to other arrangements, including UK-Rwanda previously, in relation to EU-Tunisia strategic partnership, and in relation to arrangements with Libya. So concretely, yes, there are very serious legal concerns, and there is also the failure to ensure a shared responsibility in relation to the rights of refugees. Thank you. In relation to specific country situations, I cannot comment, but I would encourage those in the room in person to engage with the representatives of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who can give information around how to engage directly with the UN special procedures. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame la rapporteure spéciale. Je passerai la parole maintenant à Madame Garlick, également pour prendre en charge les questions qui ont été posées et les remarques finales.
Thank you. And I'd really like to acknowledge and welcome the recognition of the importance of key principles, including human rights, refugee law, and protection from refoulement, that have been underscored by some of the interveners and additional speakers. I think to the question of whether some of the agreements now in place are compatible with those international and regional standards, in many cases, we just don't know, because these agreements are not in the public domain. And this undermines the ability to ensure that any guarantees that are in there are enforceable on the part of individuals whose rights may otherwise be at risk. What is concerning, as some of the interveners and speakers have underscored, is that the practice of removal of people to various African countries seems to have created very real risks for people, some of whom are potentially in need of international protection and who need to have the opportunity, therefore, to have access to the High Commissioner for Refugees and to national asylum systems, as well as human rights mechanisms if they are seeking that. So just to say, we welcome the opportunity to continue dialogue with the African Commission, with other partners, including regional entities, but also individual states, civil society actors, and other partners in order to continue to address these very important questions. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Garlick. Je passe à présent la parole à Madame Sibert.
Mrs. Garlick, Mrs. Sibert, you have the floor. Maybe you have final remarks to make.
Just to re-emphasize the points that have already been made about the need for these agreements to be made public and their specific terms to be made public so that they can be analyzed, and the need for monitoring and access to people who have been transferred under these arrangements. So just to re-emphasize that point. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Sibert. Madame Adjas.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. While I cannot comment on the bilateral arrangements and country-specific situations, just 2 points that I would like to reiterate, which I also mentioned in my intervention earlier. One is the critical importance of conducting human rights impact assessments to really see if the due process and all relevant internal policies, guidelines, rules, and regulations, they cater to human rights considerations. So that's something that as IOM we strongly recommend. And the other point I would like to make, because I think in 2 or 3 comments that came about, there was a comment around the assisted voluntary return and reintegration programs by IOM. So as IOM, we strongly emphasize that returns, whether voluntary or forced, they must be safe, orderly, and dignified, respecting the rights of all returns. IOM specifically is concerned about the forced return cases, where many vulnerable cases, including children, victims of trafficking, they are affected, and it can be detrimental to their well-being and contrary to international migration law. So this is something that we do express concern over. And IOM does not get involved in forced return cases. Voluntary return is something that we have been doing, and we shall continue doing it in line with international law. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à tous nos panélistes pour la prise en charge de ces questions. Pour les remarques finales, je vous demanderai encore une fois de les applaudir pour la qualité de leur présentation. Monsieur le Président, avant de conclure, je sais que nous avons pris un peu plus de temps que prévu par rapport à votre question sur...
So the question on compatibility, I think this question was already answered by Mrs. Garlick. It reminded us about the principle that the contract makes the law of the parties. The particularity of these agreements, of transfer agreements, is the lack of transparency. Nobody knows what exists in these agreements. Many of these kinds of agreements are informal agreements. So yes, maybe we didn't answer in a very direct manner. Do these agreements, are they compatible with the Charter? States are sovereign, no doubt. They have the right to sign these kinds of agreements. And by proposing this panel, it wasn't to say to states, or ask states not to sign these agreements. They have the right to sign this kind of agreements, but by respecting obligations. Because when we look at the migrants from African or non-African migrants, who are expelled to African states, and they don't even have any link to Africa, then we start wondering, where are all these obligations and rights are guaranteed by the African Charter? The Honorable Chairperson, I think there's a request for the floor. I think this clarification is important. We didn't say in this panel that these agreements signed by states are binding to the, or are at variance with the Charter. We didn't have, we're just asking questions with regard to Article 12 that does not allow an individual to be expelled to a country other than theirs without their consent. That's the only question we are asking. But let us acknowledge the possibility of states of signing agreement. But these agreements have to be compatible with Article 12. Article 12 and maybe other articles of the Charter. And Honorable Chairman, if you allow, there is also this question. I think Eswatini has asked for the floor. I'm going to give that. You have the floor, Eswatini. Thereafter, I'll conclude. Eswatini, the floor is yours.
Chair, and if we could be allowed to accordingly respond to some of the implications that have been made with reference to the case of Eswatini. There are conflicting numbers that we are receiving from 3 different presenters. We therefore request that at your own leisure in time, you could extend an opportunity to us to respond. We want to reconcile the numbers because the numbers that we are hearing here are just new. Yes, of course, we do have the numbers, the official numbers, but now it will be premature for us to respond. We have to reconcile because maybe these presenters are privy to certain information that we are not. So we want to engage them in a way, and then when we respond once and for all. That's the only request we are making to the Honorable Chair. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, délégué de représentant, monsieur l'ambassadeur de l'Eswatini. Un des objectifs, justement, de la proposition de ce panel était d'ouvrir le débat et pourquoi pas, comme vous le disiez, monsieur le Président.
And why not, as you said, Honorable Chairperson, why the African Commission could support the African states in signing these agreements by proposing guidelines to guide these agreements so that they can be in compliance with the African Charter. I like to recall that Africa should not be a space for delegating risk. Africa should remain a space for respect of human rights, where sovereignty is exercised with the respect of international law. So I'll conclude with those remarks. I'd like to thank you and thank the panelists once again. I'd like to thank the participants for having enriched this discussion. Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson, for having been tolerant with us with regard to time. Thank you. I'd like to thank you instead, Commissioner Selma, and to congratulate you for having brilliantly coordinated this panel. I'd like to seize the opportunity to say to the representative of Eswatini that the Commission is ready to give you a right to answer when you want to develop these questions that you raised. We are ready to do this. Having said this, I'd like to thank you. And at this juncture, I'd like to close item 6 and start item 8 of our agenda, which is the activity report of the members of the Commission. We'll start with the presentation of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. You have 15 minutes to do your presentation. That will be followed by discussions, if necessary, and 5 minutes for each state that will ask questions, and 3 minutes for NGOs and NHRIs. Honorable Commissioner, you have the floor.
J'aimerais saisir cette occasion.
My congratulations to you
and Honorable Commissioner Hatem for your election to the Bureau of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And I pray that during your tenure, you'll be able to steer the Commission and reinforce unity and a new vision for the Commission in the interest of the citizens of the continent. Having said that, let me take the opportunity also to greet the delegates of member states and other commissioners here present, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations, and distinguished delegates, all protocols duly observed. It is indeed my singular honor and privilege to be presenting to you my activity report from the last public session of the Commission, that is the 83rd session, to the 85th session of the Commission. My report is pursuant to the rules of procedure of the Commission, which provides that we present the report of our mechanisms, and I'm presenting in my capacity as a special rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. The report covers activities undertaken as member of the Commission, as a member of the Bureau, that is part 1. Part 2 deals with country monitoring. Part 3 deals with my activities as special rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa. Part 4 deals with the situation of women in the continent. And part 5 has conclusions and recommendations. I'll try my best to deliver the report within the allocated time. I'll start with activities as a commissioner. During the intersession period, as a member of the Bureau, I participated in policy organs meetings of the PRC, which eventually culminated in the midterm coordination meeting that was held in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, together with the chairperson of the Commission. From the 24th to the 30th July 2025, I attended the Commission's 83rd ordinary session, convened virtually to consider communications, outstanding reports, and other matters. So these are the activities as Commissioner. With regard to my country monitoring, on the 15th of July 2015, together with the country rapporteurs for Djibouti, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, Liberia, and the Gambia, I issued a joint letter of commendation and issued a press statement commending these countries and recognizing them for their commitment for signing the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. With regard to Central African Republic, during the period on the review on the 31st of July 2025, together with the country rapporteur of the Central African Republic, I sent a letter of appreciation commending the government of Central African Republic for ratifying the Maputo Protocol, thus making Central African Republic the 45th country to do so, making an important step towards unified ratification of the Maputo Protocol, because that's what we are looking for. With regard to the Gambia, in collaboration with the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child and the Female Lawyers Association of the Gambia, and with technical support for the Center for Women's Rights at the University of Pretoria, we filed an application for amicus curiae brief before the Supreme Court of the Gambia in a case challenging the constitutionality of the rejection to the amendment of the Women's Act that criminalized female genital mutilation. Apart from that activity in the Gambia also, on the 19th of August 2025, I sent a letter of condolence to the Honorable Minister of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare on the untimely passing of a renowned gender activist in the Gambia, adjudged to Mrs. Binta Jammeh Sidibe. She was an advocate of women's rights in the Gambia. And it's so pertinent because when we had the ad hoc committee in the Gambia to fight against the repeal of the law criminalizing FGM, she was part of that ad hoc committee. So we found it fitting to send a letter of condolence. In terms of, on the 14th of August 2025, in my capacity as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, with the Special Rapporteur on Child Marriage and Other Harmful Practices and Country Rapporteur of the Gambia, we issued an urgent letter of appeal to the government of the Republic of Gambia regarding the death of a 1-month-old baby girl from complications arising from female genital mutilation. And the letter, we urged the government to conduct prompt, impartial, and thorough investigation into the circumstances that led to the child's death and to ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable in accordance with the Women's Act. For Malawi, I also issued a letter of condolence on the 14th of August 2025. And in the statement that I issued, I expressed condolence on the passing of Chief Teresa Kachindamoto, a renowned proponent and advocate for ending child marriage in Africa. It is a traditional leader who actually took the bold step of crying foul and advocated against child marriage. I highlighted in the letter her legacy and extended my deepest sympathy to her family, friends, and all who mourn her. For Ghana, on the 29th September to 20th October 2025, in my dual capacity as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa and Country-Rapporteur for Ghana, I, together with the Chairperson on the Prevention of Torture in Africa, the Working Group of Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations, the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention, and Policy in Africa, and the Working Group on Economic and Social Rights, these chairpersons, conducted a promotional mission in Ghana. The mission aimed to gather information on the implementation of the African Charter and its protocols with a view to encouraging and assisting the state in its efforts to comply with these regional instruments. I am delighted to report that this promotion mission to Ghana immediately yielded positive results. Today, Ghana has actually signed the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women, being the 7th country to do so after the promotion mission based on the advocacy we had. Also, Ghana had not been attending the sessions of the Commission, but for the 85th ordinary session, we have a very strong delegation from the Ghana, led by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. I understand he will be joining us, and other relevant officials from the Foreign Ministry. Also, we have a strong delegation from the Parliament of Ghana who has joined us in this 85th session. And on the 28th, the Gender Minister of Ghana will be joining us in the side event that will be holding for advocacy for the ratification of Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. The Chair, distinguished delegate, this shows the importance of authorization for promotion missions because it actually is positive results. We also had a firm commitment from Ghana that they will actually prepare their country report under the Charter and other relevant instruments because they had not reported for a very long time. So we got a very firm commitment. And I think the lady from Ghana, delegate from Ghana, is already nodding her head. Part 3 of the report deals with activities as Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. From the 2nd to the 3rd of June, I also had the privilege of attending a conference on women, peace and security held in Kosovo at the gracious invitation of Her Excellency, Dr. Josa Osmani Sadro, President of Kosovo. I had the opportunity to come to a panel on the quiet crisis, mental health in the global security agenda. I shared insights on the role of the Commission in addressing mental health challenges in conflict-affected areas. From the 2nd to the 3rd of June 2025, I participated in the joint retreat together with other commissioners of the African Court on Human and People's Rights and the African Commission, and we focused on guidelines on complementarity. From 11 June 2025, I attended the 7 GMAC meeting on the sidelines of the media coordination meeting, and I delivered a paper on transforming policy in action, advancing gender justice and reparation for Africans with regional economic communities, with a focus on the role of the African Commission. From the 14th to 16th of July 2025, at the invitation of FEMNET, I attended the Women in Leadership in Law Conference in Nairobi, convened on the theme of women leading in shaping justice across Africa. I delivered a statement on advancing women's intergenerational leadership within the AU human rights system, and took the opportunity to raise awareness on the African Commission, and in particular, the mechanism of the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. On the margins of this meeting, I took the opportunity to pay a courtesy visit on the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, and also the Minister of Gender, and they were gracious enough to receive me within very short notice. And during this interaction, I took the opportunity to raise awareness on the urgent need for the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. And I also got a firm commitment that they will be sending authorization to their permanent rep in in Kenya for the convention to be signed. I don't know whether the authorization has been received. I can see the delegate from Kenya is smiling. These are just commitments that were made. On the 24th of, on the 13th of June, 2025, I participated in and chaired the 24th meeting of the EDVAO platform, where members of the platform extensively discussed past activities and agreed. The EDVAO platform is the platform of all the independent mechanisms globally and regionally that are responsible for women's rights. And I'm the co-chair of that meeting, and I participated in that meeting. On the 1st of July, we also held meetings, the platform, with other independent mechanisms from the Asian League of Arab States, OIC, OSC, GCC, CIS, and the Commonwealth to discussion focused on strengthening collaboration to advance the rights of women globally, resulting in commitments to greater cooperation. We felt that we needed to reach out to sister organs that are not actually independent mechanisms. On the 3rd of July, I participated in the platform meeting on women, peace and security, which created a space for NGOs and stakeholders to share perspectives on global and regional challenges related to women, peace and security. On the 3rd of July, I delivered a virtual lecture on the Maputo Protocol during the African Treaties Ratification Workshop organized by the African Institute for International Law. My lecture covered the historical background of the protocol, its progressive provisions, monitoring mechanisms, and associated soft laws. On the 20th of July, I also attended a consultative meeting on the state of women and human rights defenders organized by the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. I also participated on the 29th, I'm looking at the chairperson, on the training on participating and engaging with the African Human Rights Commission in the Gambia. And opening remarks were delivered on my behalf by legal officers that support my mechanism. On the 1st of August 2025, I participated in the 5th annual session of the 6th legislature of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, South Africa, where I delivered a presentation on the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. On the 5th to the 8th of August 2025, I participated in the Regional Reproductive Justice Litigation Baraza, convened by Afia Nahaki in Uganda, on the theme of incarceration and sexual and reproductive health rights in Africa. I attended together with my colleague, Honorable Commissioner Manuela. And I participated in a panel on resisting normative regression through legal tools, where I shared relevant normative frameworks and discussed how the African mechanism can be leveraged to resist regression. On the margins of this meeting, as I always do, I took the opportunity to pay a courtesy visit to the Minister of Gender and Justice, Minister of Justice of Uganda. And during this interaction, I took the opportunity to raise awareness on the work of the African Commission, the mechanism of special report on the rights of women in Africa, and raise awareness on the urgent need for the ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. Again, I got firm commitments from Uganda for the ratification of the convention. Upon my return to the Gambia, also on the 1st of August, I paid a courtesy visit on the Minister of Gender, Honorable Fatou Kinte, Minister of Gender of the Gambia, to thank the government of the Gambia through her for the Gambia's historic achievement of being the second country to sign the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. On the 28th of August, as a follow-up to the adoption of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, together with the AU Gender Directorate and the AU Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, we convened a post-adoption meeting in the Gambia, and where we actually worked together with stakeholders and civil society organizations to design a roadmap for the ratification and the entry into force of the convention. The roadmap is being finalized and will be launched very soon. In September, we had several meetings in Accra. The first of it was from the 23rd and the 24th September in partnership with GIZ. We had a validation workshop for the joint study on the challenges of litigating women's rights and girls before the African Union and human rights organs. The workshop brought together representatives of AU human rights organs, the African Commission, the African Court, and the African Committee of Experts, along with members of the study, technical reference groups, and representatives of selected partners and key stakeholders. From the 26th to the 25th to the 26th of September, still in Accra, Ghana, as I indicated, we had several meetings there. I attended the continental workshop to promote the socio-economic rights of women, including in the context of the extractive industries, sponsored under the AWARE product on the GIZ. And the workshop aimed to raise awareness on the socio-economic rights of women, including those of women in the extractive industries, women with disabilities, elderly women and young women, while addressing systemic and structural issues that perpetuate violation of these rights, with particular focus on education, health, and social protection. From the 27th to the 28th, I attended the flagship event also in Ghana, advocacy for universal ratification of the protocols under the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Again, the meeting aimed to promote the universal ratification of key human rights instruments, raise awareness of this importance for protecting rights across the continent, identify challenges in national ratification processes, and we aim to develop practical strategies to accelerate ratification of all instruments that the African Commission has responsibility for. On the 5th of October 2025, I also attended the in-session meeting on the development guidelines on the elimination of obstetric violence and promotion of maternal health care in Africa. It was held in Cape Town, South Africa. The meeting was convened by the Center for Reproductive Justice, the partners supporting the Special Report on the Rights of Women, and the African Commission's Working Group on Economic and Social Rights in Africa in the development of this guideline. On the 7th of October, I attended the consultative meeting between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the International Federation of Gynecologists and Obstetrics. This was within the margins of the big conference that they had there, and we raised awareness and tried to seek the views and comments and observations of medical practitioners, because it's very important as vital stakeholders in the development of the guidelines that we mentioned on obstetric violence in Africa. Part 4 is a brief overview of the situation of women's rights and girls in Africa. During the intersession period, I noted the following developments and concerns on the situation of women on the continent. We'll start with the anniversary of the UN Security Council 1325. The 25th anniversary on women, peace, and security represents a critical opportunity to reflect on progress made and challenges that persist in promoting the rights, participation, and protection of African women in conflict-affected situations. Over the past 2.5 decades, Africa has taken important steps to advance this agenda at both regional and national level. Many African countries have demonstrated commitment to the resolution by developing and implementing national action plans to localize the women, peace, and security agenda. Nations such as Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and the DRC, to name a few amongst others, have adopted national action plans integrating gender perspective into peace building, defense, and security strategies. However, I note that despite this achievement, the full promise of UN Security Council 1325 remains far from being realized for millions of African women and girls. Women remain underrepresented in formal peace processes and high-level decision-making roles in security institutions. In many cases, women's contributions to peace building are informal, unrecognized, and often lacking the political visibility and financial support needed to sustain their work. The continued prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence in conflict zones, including mass rape, forced marriages, trafficking, and exploitation, remains a major crisis for women and girls in conflict zones. In regions such as the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, women and girls are often deliberately targeted as tactics of war, while survivors of such violence face stigma, inadequate support system, and weak justice system. I also know that the implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security Framework continues to be hindered by several systemic challenges. This includes insufficient funding for national action plans, limited coordination amongst government agencies, to name a few. I also note the global backlash on women's rights and impact on African women. The global backlash against women's rights is inflicting a severe and disproportionate impact on hard-won gains in Africa, manifesting as a complex threat that is actively reversing progress on women's empowerment. The most immediate and damaging effect is the drastic reduction in international funding for women's organizations and essential services, stemming from massive cuts in foreign aid and development assistance by major donors, including the United States of America and European nations. This financial constraint is a severe crisis for civil society, with UN Women reported that nearly half of women-led and women rights organizations in humanitarian zones prevalent in the African context could be forced to shut down if foreign funding cuts persist. Beyond the financial dimension, the global backlash is fueled by an interconnected network promoting anti-feminist and anti-gender agendas, often operating with more substantial funding from the feminist movement. I also note the phenomenon of food insecurity, which is a matter of great concern, which are in Africa, and the gender dimension relating to food insecurity in Africa. Also, across Africa, sexual and reproductive health rights remains a major challenge, particularly for women in rural areas and those displaced by conflict and climate disaster. Apart from the negative developments, I would like to note the positive developments within the intercession period. I've already noted two developments, that is the signing of the AU Convention, the ratification of the Maputo Protocol by Central African Republic. But challenges still remain, and I've noted the issue of the deeply saddened and gravely concerned. I'm deeply saddened and gravely concerned by the tragic loss of a 1-month-old baby in the Republic of the Gambia, following complications arising from FGM. In South Sudan, reports of escalating violence and abuse against girls in South Sudan are gravely concerning. According to reports, on June 25th, armed men in Pochala, North Jonglei State, I hope I have it right, reported abducting 4 female students as they traveled to sit for their secondary school examinations. Despite community-led such efforts, the girls remain missing, highlighting the persistent risks that girls and women face. The full report is on the website. You'll see the details. I'll just give quickly the highlight. In Malawi, I was profoundly disheartened by reports of the brutal murder of Rosina Hara, a 27-year-old woman from Malawi. According to reports, Rosina's body was found mutilated, bearing deep injuries to her face and private parts in an act of extreme gender-based violence that was both targeted and dehumanizing. In South Africa, reports of the murder of Olorato Mongale, a 30-year-old postgraduate student in Johannesburg, South Africa, disheartened me also. Her tragic death was both devastating and painful reflection of the systemic and pervasive threat of gender-based violence that continues to plague South African society. In Sudan, I'm deeply concerned by persistent and credible reports of widespread conflict-related sexual violence. We launched the fact-finding mission report on Sudan. Women and girls are bearing the brunt of these atrocities, suffering severe physical and mental trauma, as well as social stigma, as documented by the UN and other organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and also as documented in the fact-finding report. Okay, very well. I will just end here. Maybe when I'm wrapping up, I will give the conclusion so that I don't take too much time to allow deliberation. I'll give my conclusions later. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank Honorable Commissioner Ramatoula Sarah-Ndiaye. I'd like to congratulate you for the presentation of your report. I have noted with positively that the recent mission in the promotion mission that you undertook to Ghana bore its fruit because it followed with the signature of legal instruments of the Commission. So I also like to make an appeal to states to authorize the request for promotion missions. It's a means of strengthening cooperation that has to be established within the framework of the dialogue that we want to build. Having said that, I would like to open the floor. I didn't see any state that registered, but I'd like to find out if there's a state that would like to intervene. Otherwise, we have a list of NHRIs and civil society organizations. We'll start with the NHRIs. We have the Ethiopian Commission of Human Rights. You have the floor. Please be brief and do your make your statement in 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
All protocols observed. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission will briefly highlight key positive developments, concerns, and recommendations on the protection of the rights of women in Ethiopia. Honorable Special Rapporteur, during the intercession period, the Ethiopian Commission carried out important activities to promote and protect the rights of women. Notably, in June 2025, the Commission conducted a public hearing or systemic investigation on female genital mutilation in 2 regions of Ethiopia in the form of a public hearing. The hearing explored the prevalence, types, causes, and consequences of FGM. It raised awareness, identified legal and policy gaps, gathered evidence, and informed stakeholders' intervention to address FGM. Witnesses were heard, as well as survivors and experts. Representatives from federal and regional institutions, community elders, and religious leaders validated the testimonies. With regards to key positive developments, the draft family law in Afar Regional State is in its final stages of approval. The Ethiopian Commission continues to advocate for its adoption, ensuring that it is human rights compliant. With regards to concerns, the right to life, health, and protection from inhumane treatment of women remains at risk due to the prevalence of FGM in some regions. In Tigray region, 17 monitored schools failed to meet minimum standards for children, including the girl child. Facilities have been destroyed, and many schools are still unsuitable and used for displaced persons. War-related trauma, insecurity, and long travel distances have led to high absenteeism. In Somali region, learning conditions are poor due to shortage of material and infrastructure. Honorable Special Rapporteur, the Ethiopian Commission makes the following recommendations to the Ethiopian government: to launch a comprehensive and sustained sensitization program to address the root causes of harmful traditional practices, including FGM, as well as to capacitate law enforcement bodies. The Ethiopian Commission also recommends for the government to assess damages, allocate adequate resources, and prioritize urgent school reconstruction and rehabilitation. And finally, the Ethiopian Commission recommends strengthening industries related to the media to ensure protection of women from violations in media-related activities. The Ethiopian Commission also recommends the African Commission and Special Rapporteur to provide advisory and technical support to the Ethiopian government to uphold its obligations under the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. I thank you.
Thank you. Now give the floor, or rather, I'll now go to the list of the civil society organizations. I'd like to call for the World Organization Against Torture. Elif Kasab, are you in the hall? I can't see them. Map for Peace and Development, Adel Brahmandasa. Map for Peace, are you here? You've got 2 minutes if that's possible.
Realities. In Egypt, women fall victims to several violations due to legal gaps that justify and facilitate immunity for perpetrators. By the first half of 2025, reporters documented 252 cases of violence against women, with 70% perpetrated by husbands and relatives and 25% by strangers. The forms of violence include psychological, physical, social, and economic abuse. In Sudan, women face multiple forms of violence, with a total of 12 million individuals at risk of sexual and gender-based violence, representing 25% of Sudanese population. Sudanese women experience violations in all war-torn states, with the states housing displaced persons camp being among the most dangerous environments for women. For instance, Longa Hospital recorded 9 cases of sexual violence in January, which raised to 121 cases between April and June, and 339 cases by August. These incidents are documented amidst brutal assaults by rapid support forces on Sudanese displaced camp. Although in North Darfur, under the control of rapid support forces, 600 cases of sexual violence were recorded during the year. Honorable Commissioner, in this context, Ma'at for Peace urges the Special Rapporteur on Women, on the right of women, to encourage the Egyptian legislative system to adopt a unified law against violence toward women in Egypt. Additionally, we urge the government to sign the Maputo Protocol, thereby ensuring participation in a unified African vision for creating an enabling environment where challenges can be effectively addressed. We also encourage the Sudanese government to adopt a multiple-phased solution package that includes drafting specially accountability law for perpetrators of violation and ensure justice for victims. Thank you.
Merci pour votre concision. J'appelle maintenant...
Contribution. Equality Now. Deborah Nwankwabi, you have the floor.
Calls observed. Equality Now commends your mandate for the excellent work done during the intercessional period, despite the many difficulties and controversies surrounding women's rights in Africa. Equality Now celebrates the Central African Republic for its ratification of the Maputo Protocol in July 2025. Following continued advocacy efforts for ratification by your mandate, Equality Now, the Solidarity for African Women's Rights Coalition, the African Union Women, Gender Development and Youth Directorate, and other actors. The Central African Republic's ratification reflects the government's commitment in promoting and protecting the rights and freedoms of women and girls. We call on the Commission to support the Central African Republic in domesticating, implementing, and popularizing the protocol to ensure its promises are fully realized for women and girls. Equality Now expresses its concerns about the reservations to various provisions of the Maputo Protocol maintained by 9 AU member states. We applaud your mandate's efforts in advocating for the withdrawal of the reservations, including the development of a framework for advocacy to raise awareness on lifting reservations on some of the provisions of the Maputo Protocol, which is now published for public input. We urge your mandate's continued advocacy for the full implementation of the Maputo Protocol, including the withdrawal of the reservations to the protocol and encouragement of the remaining 9 AU member states that have not ratified the Maputo Protocol to do so without reservations. Equality Now celebrates the 22 member states who have submitted Part B reports on the Maputo Protocol. However, we express our concerns that the remaining 24 member states who have not submitted their Part B reports of the Maputo Protocol, as provided in Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as read together with Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol, and the state reporting procedures and guidelines. We urge the mandate to call on these member states to promptly submit their initial reports to enable proper evaluation of the promotion and protection of women's rights at the national level. Ghana's Constitution 1993 guarantees fair distribution of marital property and mandates Parliament to pass legislation.
Veuillez conclure, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, I'm about to conclude. To pass legislation on spousal property rights, yet the Spousal Property Rights Bill has remained pending for over 30 years. The legislative delay breaches both the constitution and provisions of the Maputo Protocol on equal rights in marriage, divorce, property distribution, and inheritance, leaving women vulnerable to discrimination and destitution under customary and religious practices. We urge the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, in her capacity as Country Rapporteur for Ghana, to call on the government to immediately enact the Spousal Property Rights Bill. I thank you.
Thank you to Partners for Transparency, Menna Salas.
For her report and work, and expresses its deep concern regarding the grave violations faced by women and girls in Sudan. Due to ongoing conflict, especially the crimes of sexual violence and rape systematically committed by Rapid Support Forces. The Rapid Support Forces commit acts of sexual violence against women and girls, including the rape in areas under their control. Official reports from the Sudanese unit of combating the violence against women have documented about 1,385 cases of the rape between the April 2023 and May 2025. The sexual violence crimes committed by the Rapid Support Forces directly violated the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women in Africa, and the African Commission Resolution number 283 of 2014. In conclusion, partners called on the African Commission to monitor and observe the situation in Sudan and take action to stop sexual violence, crimes against women and girls. Partners also urge the Special Rapporteur to use her mandate to to conduct the fact-finding missions and field visiting to the camps that affected of women and ensuring the documentations of the violations. Thank you.
La Commission.
The Commission thanks you. Service International for Human Rights, Mrs. Fabienne Dantema.
Human rights, yet their ability to speak, organize, and act is under direct threat. State and non-state actors, courts, police, businesses, extremist groups, and community actors are targeting women who defend rights, using harassment, criminalization, surveillance, and public shaming. In addition, anti-gender movements and political backlash exacerbate these attacks, aiming to silence women and shrink civic space. The Right Honorable Chairperson and the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, I would like to allow me to share with you the lived realities of women human rights defenders in Uganda. One of the most serious challenges we face is criminalization and arbitrary arrest. Just early this year in 2025, one of the famous journalist lawyer, Agatha Twaire, was arrested while covering a corruption story. She described this detention as very terrifying, instilling fear in her. And this has been documented in one of our national daily newspaper, the Daily Monitor. Secondly, we face harassment. For example, women defending detained political activists received online death threats and police surveillance. One lawyer was followed after posting bail for political detainees. This has been covered by Chapter for Uganda. Thirdly, the LGBT and gender justice women human rights defenders continue to face harassment following the passing of the anti-homosexuality law. For example, a woman human rights defender running a GBV shelter in Kampala was forced into hiding after being accused of promoting homosexuality. Similar, a refugee women human rights defender faced intimidation and harassment while advocating for increased better food ratios in one of the settlements called Nachivale, causing her staff to abandon the project. This has been documented by the United Nations in Uganda. Fourth, environmental and land women human rights defenders are increasingly under attack for protecting communities and natural resources. This year, 11 women human rights defenders who were peacefully protesting the East African crude oil pipeline were unlawfully arrested, pinned to the ground, separated, bundled in police vehicles, held overnight without counsel, and later humiliated when posted photos that circulated online. This has been documented by the Bank Track and the International Federation of Human Rights. Finally, between 2020 and 2024, the Women Human Rights Defenders Network Uganda, through its registry system, verified 260 cases attacks against women human rights defenders in Uganda, including sexualized assault, online harassment, arbitrary detention, and public shaming. In this context, the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights would like to support us, advocate, and ensure that you call upon the government of Uganda to reform the legitimacy and critical role of women human rights defenders, ensuring protection and accountability by both state actors and non-state actors, to refrain from criminalizing us. And our committee gave the Ugandan government recommendations to provide an enabling environment for women human rights defenders. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. The Commission thanks you. I now give the floor to the Center for Reproductive Rights, Yukabin Yukubu. Are they here?
And the situation is more dire for adolescents and those living with disabilities, those in rural and underserved communities, those in conflict situations, and survivors of sexual violence. Despite the direction that this Commission has given in the Maputo Protocol and Article 14.2c, the Center continues to see that in several countries where it undertakes its work, safe abortion continues to be inaccessible to a majority of women and girls because of restrictive laws and policies. There has been some progress made in countries such as Rwanda. There are, however, persistent barriers. For example, in Nigeria, Malawi, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia, there are third-party consent requirements, reporting requirements for healthcare providers, and limitations on the cadre of health providers who can provide services. In some cases, there's blanket criminalization for those who seek or provide abortion services, including post-abortion care, such as in Nigeria, Tanzania, and Malawi, and in some situations, even in Kenya. This is exacerbated by health systems inefficiencies that have resulted in increased costs of services and an emerging trend of regression in sexual and reproductive health rights that have rolled back legal protections. We've seen this in Kenya and Uganda, where misinformation and patriarchal approaches has led to the formulation of administrative barriers prior to accessing services and even legal requirements such as third-party consents for safe services. The resultant effect is that there's a compounding of these intersecting barriers, and this has denied women and girls the full range of sexual and reproductive health services. We urge the Special Rapporteur, as well as applaud her for the work that she has done, but we urge her to continue to reaffirm that access to safe abortion is an essential component of reproductive health care for all women and girls, and call on parties to the Maputo Protocol, as well as the national governments and policymakers, to act urgently and decisively to safeguard and expand access to safe abortion. We also urge the African Union member states who have not ratified the protocol to prioritize ratification and domestication without reservation, in line with this Commission's Resolution 632, as well as the framework for advocacy that is now open and that is intended to raise awareness for lifting reservations on the Maputo Protocol. In the same vein, we urge states that have entered reservations under Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol to lift those reservations, and those who continue to criminalize access to safe abortion or other SRHR services under their national and penal laws to undertake the necessary legislative reforms to remove blanket criminalization and promote access to safe abortion in line with the standards provided by this Commission. We thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Commissioners.
The Commission thanks you very much. I now give the floor to Lawyers Without Borders Canada. Are you here, Mr. Ibrahim? You have the floor. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Mr. Ibrahim, you have the floor. The Commission is listening to you. The colleague wanted to find out whether it will not be Uma that will take the floor. My name is Ibrahim Agbindana, Chair of ACMA Mali. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for Temer to address this August meeting, and we want to intervene with respect to the slavery by descendants in Mali. Now, I have to interrupt you. We are in an interactive session following the report presented by the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women. So the theme that you are mentioning has nothing to do with the report, so it's a mistake. And maybe you have to register on the human rights situation. Well, if I'm called, I would respond positively. So, Lawyers Without Borders Canada, were you here when I called? Oh, you mentioned Ibrahim, but my name is Uma. Well, according to the list submitted to me, I saw Lawyers Without Borders Canada, so Ibrahim. So you should have said that you were the right person to take the floor. Okay, take the floor. You have 3 minutes. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good evening. I'm taking the floor on behalf of ULEF Mali in coalition with APROFAM and CAFU. Our coalition would like to bring to your attention its major concerns regarding the persistence of FGM in Mali. We welcome the efforts undertaken by the government of Mali to combat sexual and gender-based violence, especially through the establishment of national program to combat SGV. However, the reality is alarming. Mali has ratified several regional and international instruments, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Maputo Protocol. However, more than 73% of girls aged to 10 to 14 have undergone FGM, and 50% of women between 15 and 49% have been victims of this practice. And FGM causes major psychological effect, and but however the law does not criminalize FGM in Mali. This absence of a clear law creates a gray zone where victims are without protection or do not have any remedies. Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Commissioners, in the face of this worrying situation, our coalition respectfully urges the Commission to recommend to the government of Mali to adopt without delay a national law criminalizing clearly female genital mutilation in line with the regional and international commitments of the country, allocate sustainable budget for national program to combat gender-based violence in order to reinforce prevention and the protection, and as well as support for victims, reinforce sensitization, community sensitization campaign, and information and sensitization of religious health officials in order to expedite sustainable social changes. FGM is not only a violation of the body of woman, but it also violates their dignity, integrity, and fundamental rights. We reaffirm this commitment to continue together with the state and civil society our efforts to ensure that Mali is free of FGM, and Mali where each girl will be free and protected. I thank you for your kind attention. And in view of time constraint, I have a declaration to submit to Commissioner Janet. Well, the Commission thanks you for your statement. The Special Rapporteur has taken due note of your recommendation. I call on defenders. Ms. Madam Warder Shaka, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Duly observed. Defenders and African defenders welcome the report of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa and commend you and the Commission for the progress achieved during this intercession in promoting and protecting women's rights across Africa. We also wish to extend our congratulations on the successful completion of your term as Vice Chairperson of the Commission. Defenders and African defenders further welcomes the report of the Joint Fact-Finding Mission on Sudan. The release comes at a critical time as civilians continue to endure mass displacement, systemic sexual violence, and entrenched impunity amid the escalating humanitarian crisis. Your intercession report highlights the pervasiveness of conflict-related sexual violence perpetrated by parties to the conflict. Sudanese women human rights defenders have been central in documenting violations, supporting survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, and sustaining essential services in areas where formal humanitarian access has collapsed. Their activism embodies the principles of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which this year marks 25 years since the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. Yet, despite their life-saving contributions, they continue to face targeted attacks and reprisals. We urge you to ensure that concrete measures for the protection of women human rights defenders are prioritized in the follow-up of the implementation of the fact-finding mission's recommendations. Honorable Commissioner, we commend the adoption of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in February 2025 and recognize Angola and the DRC among the first states to ratify this instrument. While the convention represents a landmark advance in the continental response to gender-based violence, its impact will remain limited unless attacks against women human rights defenders are systematically addressed. We draw your attention to the Angolan context, where intensifying civic restrictions and crackdowns on protests have placed women lawyers, journalists, and activists at heightened risk. Women human rights defenders advocating for transparency and economic justice face surveillance and politically motivated attacks. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, 4 activists, Esperance Mart, Chancel Ibrahim, Noella Deborah, and Christine Biaziza, were abducted in July 2025 in South Kivu while facilitating a workshop on sexual and reproductive rights. They were subjected to sexual violence and acts of torture in captivity and later forced into hiding. Honorable Commissioner, we remain concerned by the unfolding situation of women human rights defenders in Cameroon. Systemic restrictions on civic space have intensified amidst a disputed presidential election process. Activists such as Maximilian Ngombe and Alice Nkom of the Red Arc have faced judicial harassment and the obstruction of their operations as part of a broader pattern of repression against civil society. Similarly, in Tunisia, human rights organizations working on migrant rights are increasingly targeted. The arrest and continued detention of Sherifa Rihai, a refugee activist detained while on maternity leave, is emblematic of the gendered reprisals endured by women human rights defenders. The erosion of judicial independence and instrumentalization of counterterrorism rhetoric to repress civil society have created a climate of fear. Honorable Commissioner, we urge you to ensure that the follow-up mechanisms to the Sudan fact-finding mission guarantee the substantive participation of women human rights defenders in all accountability processes. We further call on you and the Commission to adopt women human rights defender-sensitive approaches in your engagements and to strengthen existing monitoring and protection mechanisms. Finally, we call on your mandate to ensure that regional frameworks evolve into tangible safeguards for women activists, as women human rights defenders remain at the forefront of African human rights movements. I thank you, Chairperson.
La Commission vous remercie. Je voudrais maintenant...
Close the list of speakers, and I will request the Honorable Commissioner Salenjai to take the floor for her concluding remarks.
Chair, I'm mindful of the fact that this intercession activity report generated a lot of interest and there were a lot of interventions. I will start by thanking all those who engaged with the report. All the recommendations that have been made in terms of best practices, we note them. Challenges are also noted. What I will urge you to do, for all of you who have actually intervened, is to share your declarations with us so that at least we can take them into consideration as we plan ahead for the next intercession report. So I'll urge you all to share. So I wouldn't go intervention by intervention in the interest of time, because I'm also mindful of the fact that my colleague has his report to present. I also note that I was going to go through the recommendations, but I will just say I've made specific recommendations for all the challenges that I have identified, dealing with women, peace and security, dealing with global backlash on the food insecurity, access to sexual and reproductive health rights, dealing with specific recommendation to the government of the Republic of the Gambia, to the government of the Republic of South Sudan, government of the Republic of Malawi, and the government of the Republic of South Africa, and the government of the Republic of Sudan. All these are specific recommendations, and I will commend you to have access to our website so that you can see the specific recommendation, so that in the interest of time, I don't take all the time. But in conclusion, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegate, in concluding this report, I want to commend the member states that are actively implementing measures to advance gender equality and uphold the rights of women and girls across all sectors. The point has been made that there's a huge gap between commitment and implementation and the lived realities of the women of the continent. I particularly applaud those that took swift and decisive action to address violation of women's rights. Such proactive leadership is crucial to fulfill our collective obligation and ensuring the safety, dignity, and well-being of women and girls across Africa. I extend my sincere gratitude to all stakeholders and partners who tirelessly support the work of Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, the mechanism. Our continued collaboration is vital not only for empowering individual women and girls, but also for driving the transformative change needed to build more inclusive societies. So societies where women and girls can fully exercise their rights, realize their full potential, and contribute meaningfully to Africa's development. I continue to urge all partners to sustain and deepen the commitment to this crucial mandate as we work together to forge an Africa where gender equality is not merely aspirational, but the lived reality of every woman and girl. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor and I thank you for your kind attention. And I urge the participants to please have a review the recommendations on the website. Thank you very much, Chair.
Je vous remercie, honorable commissaire. Je voudrais vous donner acte.
I take note of the presentation of your report in line with the provisions of our rules of procedure. And I congratulate you for this report, which has generated a lot of interest. I shall now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Hatem for the presentation of his report. You have 15 minutes, Honorable Hatem. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving the floor. Honorable Commissioners, Representatives of State, and ladies and gentlemen, representatives of NGOs and civil society, I submit this report in my capacity as the chair of the Commission on the Prevention of Torture in Africa, as well as the rapporteur of Djibouti, Benin, Madagascar, Republic of Sudan. During the intercession period, I participated in the activities in my capacity as the chair and of the member of the subsidiary mechanism of African and groups, and as chair of the CAT, we commemorated the International Day for support to victims of torture. And in the previous years, we also joined UN bodies and human rights organizations Commission Against Torture in Africa on 26 June to commemorate the International Day for support for the victims of torture, and a declaration was made public during that the celebration. And also, the University of Pretoria and the National and the UNESCO office in South Africa invited me to participate in hybrid meeting on AI and its contribution to the combating of online hate speech. And during the meeting, they stressed the dangers on the use of AI, and this scale should be taken into account by our commission face-to-face violation of human rights. As chair of the advisory committee on budget and staff issues, during the 84th session, I participated in the meeting on budgetary issues, and we reviewed the budget and considered the challenges posed by inadequate funds for some of the activities of our committee, especially the sessions. While commemorating the work of the Secretariat in favor of the work of the Commission, we deplored the lack of funds for commissioners who had to travel as part of their activities. Now, I shall now focus on activities as member of the Commission. I participated with my colleagues during the 84th session held on 31st July 2025, and I was able to present to my peers the report of the fact-finding mission to report of Sudan. And this was the work of all the layers, and
generated interest for my colleagues, and the report was unanimously adopted after amendments. The 38th ordinary session also participated in the extraordinary session of the Commission held virtually on 26th September, and we considered several technical issues as well as issues relating to organization in terms of reference of the pre-session forum. The Commission also deliberated on the need to look at the pre-session forum, and also stressed the need for considering to consider the report of the Fafa mission of Sudan. I also participated in promotion mission in Ghana, led by the vice chairperson on 25th October, and we also had intense and useful activities, and our discussions with human rights organizations enabled us to know the government measures put in place by the government, as well as some persistent activities. And the activities undertaken as a country rapporteur of the Republic of Djibouti, we transmitted to the Republic of Djibouti a letter of facilitation sent by Commissioner Janet and the Special Rapporteur on Women in Africa, and we commended Djibouti for signing the AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, and encouraged them to ratify it to ensure full implementation. And on regarding Madagascar, I addressed a letter of concern to His Excellency the President of the Republic regarding recent incidents that occurred in Madagascar, marked by a protest that resulted in the death of 22 persons. And we also mentioned numerous accusations of excessive use of force by the security force, and you are aware of the events in Madagascar, and we have also called on we shall write to new authorities to respect human rights in the country. On Sudan, the adoption of the fact-finding mission by the HCH Commission since the conclusion of the 83rd ordinary session, our focus has been the preparation and the finalization of the investigation report on the joint fact-finding mission on human rights situation in Sudan, the use of 2 languages, and exclusive virtual exchanges between the Commission members and the FFM and experts hosted in Banjul posed significant challenges to our work. Concerning Sudan, we had a webinar on the participation of women in local governance structures in Sudan, and that took place on 10 September, and it was organized by SIHA organization on strengthening women's participation in local governance structures in Sudan. We also had a panel on the human rights situation in Sudan, and it was organized on the sidelines of the 60th session of the Human Rights Council, the organization known as the Committee for Justice, with the support of the World Organization Against Torture, covered a panel bringing together numerous Sudanese civil society groups. And I participated in it with my colleague, Madam Muna Mohavi, a member of the United Nations Fact-Finding Mission on the human rights situation in Sudan. And in my presentation, I outlined the main steps involved in the concluding the mission. And my colleague, Madam, also concluded on the UN's conclusion to the work on torture and other cruel treatment in Africa. To save time, I'll go straight to the positive developments, if you would allow me, Chairperson. Now, regarding the UN Convention Against Torture, on 4th June 2025, the UN Committee Against Torture provided the concluding observation for Mauritius. The committee welcomed the significant legislation and policy reforms that aimed at strengthening safeguards under the convention. The reforms also included the repeal of of outdated laws, juvenile laws, the creation of special tribunals for children, and other measures were also welcomed by the UN committee. Now, the UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture stated that due to the financial crisis faced the UN Secretariat, it was decided to postpone the visit. Now, regarding ratifications, as you are aware, nothing has changed since our last reporting. 52 states have ratified the UN Convention Against Torture, and it's Republic of Tanzania and Zimbabwe have not yet ratified it. On UNCTAD ratification to date, 25 African states have ratified UNCTAD, and 7 states are signatories but have not yet ratified it. And these African states are been classified as and they are not in conformity, and these are Burundi, Central Africa Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gabon. Other positive developments on 25th to 9th April 2025, the Committee on Enforced Disappearance, in concluding observations of the report of the Central African Republic, welcome the adoption of Act 17/405 and welcome its implementation. On 14th May 2025, the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearance, on its concluding observations on the Gambia, commended the state for ratifying the convention, establishing transition mechanisms, and engaging with international human rights processes. With respect to Ghana, on 9 July 2025, Ghana inaugurated a prison service council mandated to oversee prison reforms and improve and aimed at decongestion, improved conditions in prisons was also established. We also have a lot of measures relating to Malawi, Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, and you have them in my report. I don't know, Chair, whether I should go into it, but it will be better if I don't go into detail. I spare you of the details. Now, on security measures, terrorism and torture, on 13 June 2025, UN experts stressed the systematic torture and cruel, inhuman treatment inflicted on journalists and other cases of forced disappearance since 2019. On 13 July 2025, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture expressed concern over documented massacres by government militia in Burkina Faso, and were also circulating videos revealed of detainees with visible injuries. The UN Special Rapporteur on Torture also expressed concern about widespread abuses attributed to the Wagner Group in the Central African Republic of Mali. On 21st June 2025, during the Sabasaba protest, Amnesty International reported that over 1,500 persons were arrested in Kenya. The UN High Commissioner on Human Rights also stated on 26th August 2025 that it called on Egypt to end the practice of rotation, through which individuals were subjected to prolonged arbitrary detention by being charged in new cases as they near the completion of their sentences, and that terrorism law should not be used to violate fundamental human rights. The UN High Commissioner on 5th September reported that parties in the conflict in the North and South Kivu in the Democratic Republic of Congo had committed widespread abuses, including summary executions, acts of torture, sexual slavery, gang rape, and forced disappearance, and the recruitment of child soldiers. On 19 September 2025, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights reported that at least 3,384 civilians had been killed in Sudan between January and June, especially in Darfur, amid indiscriminate attacks by the Rapid Support Forces and the Sudan Armed Forces, including summer executions, airstrikes on markets, and IDP camps. Human Rights Watch also reported on 24 September a surge in arrest of journalists in Ethiopia, and the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights warned of worsening violence in South Sudan. Regarding torture during deprivation of liberty and poor conditions of detention, the experts of the Committee Against Torture expressed on 10th April 2025 their concern that the Mauritius Criminal Code section on police brutality lacks minimum penalties and does not clearly cover all acts of torture. On 12 June 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights deplored the death in police custody of Mr. Albert Omonde Owan in Kenya, noting post-mortem findings indicated that his death was likely caused by assault and injury sustained during detention. I now go to the excessive use of force against protesters. On 28 June 2025, Amnesty International reported that protests in Kenya following the custodial death of Alban Ojan were infiltrated by violent groups and met with excessive police. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on 2nd July 2025 expressed concern regarding the death of 10 civilians during the protests in Nairobi in Kenya, during which police used live ammunition, rubber bullets, and tear gas and water cannons. On 3rd July 2025, Amnesty International reported that in Lome, Togo, security forces responding to protests on 26 June used unnecessary and excessive force, including alleged unlawful killings. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights on 31st July 2025 reported that at least 27 people had been killed and over 1,000 detained during protests in Angola, raising concerns about alleged use of live ammunition and tear gas. The UN High Commissioner also on 29 September 2025 condemned the violent crackdown on protests in Madagascar and attacks on migrants. On 27th August 2025, Human Rights reported that in Mauritania, security forces alleged subjected migrants and asylum seekers to torture and ill treatment during border and migration control. I now focus on the decisions of ECOWAS Court, which on 8 July stated that Sierra Leone was responsible for not criminalizing FGM among children, and terrorism and also continue to affect the Sahel. I will not go into the detail, Chairperson. Now, on recommendations, the African Commission and CPTA mandate urge states that have not yet done so to ratify UNCAT. States that have not yet done so should ratify UNCAT and establish, designate, and maintain national preventive mechanism. All states should criminalize torture and other ill treatment according to UNCAT, and all states should ensure that no statement obtained through torture is used as evidence. States should take steps to avoid the use of broad laws such as anti-terror legislation and emergency laws to carry out arbitrary detention. States should review national laws to protect individuals from enforced disappearance. States should establish mechanisms empowered to receive complaints of torture and other ill treatment. States should initiate prompt, thorough, independent, and impartial investigation and ensure that those responsible for violations are held to account. And states should protect the rights of persons exposed to at the risk of acts of torture and ill treatment, including persons with intellectual or psychological disabilities, homeless persons, and even children, persons with albinism, and persons, LGBT persons, migrants, refugees, and also ensure all parties in conflict should respect international humanitarian law set out in the Geneva Convention in their treatment of civilians and civilian property. States should ensure that they implement recommendations made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and UN bodies to prohibit and prevent torture. Anyone with information regarding allegations of torture or ill treatment should bring the attention to the Commission, to CPATA. I hope, Chair, I've not been long. Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson. You have made the presentation within the time allotted, and I shall now open the floor for the interactive discussion. I shall now give the floor to the Kingdom of Lesotho, and in view of the time limits, I want states to make their statements in 3 minutes, and civil society groups and NHRI should make their statements in 2 minutes. So I now give the floor to the delegate of Lesotho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. May I apologize? May I apologize for I will not be able to make a statement. I have misplaced my statement. If my apologies are accepted, can you give the chance to another colleague? Thank you, Chair.
Vos excuses sont acceptées par la Commission. Nous passons maintenant à la liste des INDH.
To the South African Commission on Human Rights. You have the floor. 2 minutes, please.
Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, all protocol observed. The South African Human Rights Commission, as South Africa's national human rights institution, as well as the designated national preventative mechanism under the optional protocol to the Prevention Against Torture, commends Commissioner Hatem for his detailed activity report and for the continued leadership of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in advancing the prevention and eradication of torture across the continent. The Commission's engagement through the Special Rapporteur's mandate is critical in reinforcing state obligations under both the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Robben Island Guidelines. South Africa ratified OPCAT in 2019 and designated the South African Human Rights Commission as the NPM, supported by several oversight institutions that serve as agents of the NPM, including the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, the Health Ombud, and the Military Ombud. This collaborative mechanism monitors all places of deprivation of liberty and makes recommendations to prevent torture and ill treatment in accordance with international and regional standards. Over the past year, Chairperson, the NPM has undertaken coordinated monitoring visits, delivered capacity building programs for detention oversight, and engaged government and parliament to strengthen compliance with the Convention Against Torture. We continue to integrate torture prevention into broader human rights themes, including migration, policing, mental health, and gender-based violence, while commemorating key observations such as the International Day in support of victims of torture. Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission values the African Commission on Human and People's Rights' role as a platform for cooperation and peer learning amongst African NPMs and national human rights institutions, and we support the call for stronger synergy with the UN Subcommittee on the Prevention of Torture, and we thank you, Commissioner Hatem. We are also proud that one of our commissioners, Commissioner Chris Nissen, serves as a member of the SPT, enhancing Africa's contribution to global torture prevention efforts. In conclusion, Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission reaffirms that the prevention of torture is both a legal and moral imperative, requiring sustained political will, adequate resources, and the collective commitment rapporteur, as well as the African Commission as a whole, towards a continent free from torture, where the dignity and rights of all people deprived of liberty are fully respected. I thank you.
La Commission vous remercie, commissaire Ntouli. J'ouvre maintenant la liste des demandes de parole concernant les organisations de la société civile. J'appelle le Forum africain pour le contrôle civil.
Forum for Civil Control of Police Forces. You have the floor. 2 minutes to make your presentation. Are they here? I do not see them. Partners for Transparency, Bernard Salas. Chair, I thank Commissioner Hatem for his report, and he mentioned a number of torture practices in a number of African countries, Sudan, Ethiopia, and these are contrary to the provisions of the Charter. Torture against opposition in African countries and east of Ethiopia also, there are cases of torture because there are no oversight mechanisms. In Sudan, the rapid support forces have also been practicing torture in their centers of detention, and there are 10,000 people being held under inhumane condition. And we also have proof that more than 500 people have been tortured by the rapid support forces in a flagrant violation of human dignity and the relevant laws. What is happening in Ethiopia is also a grave violation of the African Union, of the Charter of the Commission, as well as the African Charter, which prohibits torture. And that is also contrary to the provisions adopted in 1961 prohibiting torture. In closing, Chair, we thank Commissioner Hatem and continue to monitor the situation in Sudan and Ethiopia and urge the two countries to preserve the human rights, and there should also be field visits and as well as field fact-finding mission and the adoption of recommendations which would preserve human rights and dignity. Thank you, Chair. I now call on Matt for Peace.
An alarm regarding the escalating violations and practices of torture and inhuman treatment, particularly those committed by the armed groups and militias and human trafficking gangs in Sudan, DRC, and Libya. In Sudan, in addition to the rapid support forces detaining approximately 14,000 individuals in overcrowded and deplorable facilities, the militia commits acts of torture against civilians. A notable incident occurred in September 2025, where a Sudanese displaced woman was arrested from the Zamzam refugee camp, tortured and tied to a tree trunk in the city of Zalenji in the central Darfur, which resulted in her death, unfortunately. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, the militia M23 also committed acts of torture and degrading treatment in detention facilities under its control in the cities of Goma and Bukova. This was documented during attacks on 4 villages in Rochar in July 2025. In Libya, torture crimes extended from human trafficking gangs and armed groups to include civilians, migrants, and refugees and also we have some incidents and videos about that, but because of time, I will go directly to the recommendation. We urge the African Committee for the Prevention of Torture to hold cooperation with the governments of those countries to conduct immediate and swift and impartial investigations into torture violations committed by the aforementioned armed groups, to identify perpetrators, hold them accountable, and develop closely with the country's national strategies to provide compensation and rehabilitation for victims. Thank you very much.
The Commission thanks you very much. I now give the floor to Institute Kalia Kambani. You have the floor. I do not see him. I now give the floor to the World Organization Against Torture, Ileb Kassab. They are not here. Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioners, and can you wait a bit, please? You're taking the floor on behalf of which organization? OMCT. Are you Ileb Kassab? No. Go ahead. Chairperson and honorable commissioners, members of the commission, distinguished participants, I will take the floor on behalf of the Consortium Against Torture, including AMCT, FIACAT, and Megari Church, and which brings together 6 international organizations against torture, working with civil society organizations in more than 10 countries. We welcome the report of the report presented by Commissioner Hatem, and we welcome the adoption of OPCAT of the resolution on preparation of model law on criminalization of torture in Africa. And we also welcome the progress made by the continent in terms of ratification of OPCAT with 25 state parties and 17 national prevention mechanisms, as well as for being in the process of being designated. Your report also reminds us a brutal reality. Torture is a daily reality in Africa, despite international norms and commitments. And in 2024, more than 20% of African states have not fully operationalized their instruments on against. In many countries, detention centers are inaccessible to organizations against torture, and your report also attests to the precious commitment and also makes it necessary for us to look at a painful reality. Torture is widespread and often tolerated or even ignored. However, it's there, and where prisoners are deprived of sleep, and where it's there in our streets, where peaceful demonstrators are targeted, and where the ECOWAS court in some cases that fear and traumatism constitutes a form of torture inflicted on civilians. And there is also lack of harmonized regulation between the EU and its partners. And as a result of this reality, we encourage the Commission and OPCA to focus on 6 priority areas. Prevention. States should put in place independent bodies with adequate resources, ensure the respect of the rights of demonstrators. States should adopt a human rights-based approach and implement the model protocol of 2024 and protect observers, journalists who are often arbitrarily arrested. 3. Trade. It's urgent also to harmonize export and prevent the export of torture equipment. African Union should have a dedicated fund for civil society groups that will work to prevent torture. 5. Torture should be criminalized in all African member states. 6. And finally, support of civil society, without which there is no surveillance or assistance. And we thank you very much. The Commission thanks you. And I want to make a clarification. I drew your attention to that. I wanted to find out on behalf of which organization you took the floor. We have an obligation to identify civil society organizations organizations that address the Commission. And of course, those who do not have status or affiliation status are not allowed to take the floor, and we could not identify you. So in future, I want to clarify. I want to address this to all civil society organizations that you clearly identify the organization on whose behalf they take the floor. I now give the floor to FIACAT. Mr. Lionel Grass, 2 minutes.
On behalf of FIACAT, I was intervening on behalf of FIACAT. So you said, I noted that you were intervening on behalf of organization against torture. It's on behalf of FIACAT, but the observation I made is still valid. So I'd like to invite Associé Emmanuel Gildo Torotonio, observer number 532. Associé, are they here? I'd like to have the forum, African Forum for the Civilian Control of the Police Forces. You have the floor for 2 minutes, please.
The urgent need for intervention on the issue of non-custodial torture, particularly in the context of public order policing and the management of assemblies. Across the continent, we continue to see aggressive police tactics during assemblies and protests that involve the use of unnecessary, excessive, and sometimes lethal force. These practices amount to a violation of the right to life and freedom of assembly, as well as torture and ill treatment as recognized under the African Charter and in its interpretation by the Commission. Torture does not only happen in custody, but also on the streets, in communities, and in policing assemblies. The African Commission's own jurisprudence, as well as the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, have made it clear that when law enforcement inflicts severe physical and mental pain and suffering through its disproportionate use of force, this constitutes cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. Recent incidents have highlighted the scale of this challenge on the African continent. In its July 2024 decision on the Lekki Toll Plaza massacre in Nigeria, the ECOWAS Court of Justice confirmed that the use of live ammunition against unarmed protesters amounted to torture and a violation of Article 5 of the African Charter. Despite this ruling, new cases of police violence or the failure to protect protesters against violence have been documented in Nigeria, Malawi, and Kenya, just to name a few. Again, raising concerns about the systemic failures to ensure the implementation of jurisprudence at an African regional and sub-regional level. This includes clear Commission guidance to states on rights-based approaches to the management of assemblies, including the use of force, as articulated in its 2017 guidelines on the policing of assemblies by law enforcement officials in Africa. The concerning and persistent occurrence of torture in non-custodial settings across Africa is the result of systemic weakness in policing governance, accountability, and training on the use of force, and political interference in assembly management. It is also reinforced by outdated colonial-era laws and policing models that legitimize excessive force through the prioritization of public order over the facilitation of the right to peaceful assembly. APCOF urges the African Commission and the CPTA to use their mandate to strengthen the prevention of torture in non-custodial settings. Specifically, we call on the Commission to affirm through resolution that torture occurs not only in places of detention, but also in public spaces, including during the policing of assemblies. Remind state parties to the African Charter of the obligations under Article 5 to prevent torture and ill treatment in all settings, including non-custodial settings. Develop guidelines or a general comment on the prevention of torture in non-custodial settings with a focus on public order policing and which clarifies state obligations. strengthen state reporting guidelines to require that information on steps taken to prevent the torture in policing of assemblies. And this includes status on the revision of legal frameworks that do not comply with the African Charter as interpreted, police training, particularly on the use of force, capacity for independent police oversight, and remedies for victims. Thank you, sir.
La Commission vous remercie.
I'd like to thank you for that statement, and this brings an end to the interactive part. We have 2 minutes before we bring this meeting to a close. I'd like to give you the floor, Honorable Commissioner, for your concluding remarks. Thank you for the floor.
Je remercier tous les intervenants suite à mes propos. Donc, aussi bien notre sœur de la Commission sud-africaine des droits de l'homme que tous les partenaires, M. Chentet d'APCOF, ainsi que Mme Merna Chalash, Abdelrahman Beshapour Mahat et nos amis de la FIACAT. Nous avons les mêmes préoccupations et nous sommes donc appelés à toujours travailler ensemble sur cette question de la torture. Et comme l'a dit un des intervenants, le CBTA et la Commission ne peuvent pas travailler sur cette matière-là seuls. La société civile et nos partenaires sont nos yeux, sont nos oreilles, et ce sont eux qui nous aiguillent sur tout ce qui se passe dans le continent. Donc, je lance un appel à eux ici pour nous soutenir et pour nous informer. Et je l'ai dit dans plusieurs panels pendant cette session. Donc, si la mise en œuvre concrète des règles
d'Abidjan rules are delaying because we have not set up the network yet. We have taken due note of all the questions and concerns that you raised, and some of them have been mentioned already in my report, especially the case of torture on continent, especially countries that are in conflict, and will ensure that we monitor all these issues. Thank you for your interest and your continued support. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, Vice Chair, for this concluding remarks. That brings to an end our session. Before I bring everything to a close, I'd like to make a specification before I give the floor to the Secretary for Housekeeping Issues. Now, for the attention of the Honorable Delegate from Gambia, this morning we received a request for the floor, and when we called, nobody answered. If you want, we can put it off to tomorrow, if that's what you like. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'd like to say the person will be there tomorrow morning. Thank you. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, you have the floor for announcements. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The participants are invited to a dinner organized by the Minister of Human Rights of the Democratic Republic of Congo from 6 p.m. at Hotel Kairaba. You are all invited on behalf of the Ministry of Human Rights of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Since there's no other thing on the agenda, we are adjourned to tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.